Um, I'm sorry if my sound is weird. I'm in a different room right now, and actually in a different room until we leave. So my sound a bit silly. That's fine. My microphone is like lower down than it usually is, so I by default also have to be lower down. There's nothing I can do about it, genuinely. Okay, hold on. Um I'm trying to get an image of this outfit last year because I wore this outfit last year. It's just a bit difficult because my YouTube. I'll show you guys what my YouTube is doing. But all right. Ah, okay. That was weird. It just disconnected my stream from my OBS. It just like completely disconnected my Twitch account from my OBS for some reason. Nice. Anyways, what did I get? Oh, muffin. Yeah, because my computer is being really, really stupid. Cause like I don't think it's fully set up right now. But nothing I can really do about that right now. I'm technically on a new IP and everything. I think my computer's just struggling to cope with that. But until everything is fully set up, this is actually kind of the best game option that I have, funnily enough. So yeah, it's cool. It's real cool. Hold on a sec. Hold on. I'm trying to find this. Ah, there it is. Okay. Trying to find this. This freaking screen. Okay, there you are. There you are. How do I scale? Make bigger. Okay, cool. See my eyes behind it. Keto. That's not correct. I'm just gonna have to screenshot this. No, why? Don't do this to me. Oh my god, I hate everything. Okay, never mind. You know, we'll worry about that later. So, anyways, yeah, I know you guys can't see me, but just give me a second so I can get this pulled up so I can show you guys, the loveliness. It is my YouTube right now. As my YouTube is just refusing to work. And this is what I see. And I am not even joking. This is what my YouTube looks like. It is just not working. It is refusing to work. I don't know what to do about that. I don't know how to fix that. I am eyes. The eyes and the trackpad aren't included. But yeah, that's my YouTube right now. So that's cool. Which is so funny because like it was working, and then I got my computer connected to the Ethernet, and now it's not working. But everything else is, and that's what matters. Anyways, we're probably only gonna do one chapter of this. Just because of how cursed my setup and everything is right now. Let's go. Okay. Hi, Cece. The start of classes ended the relaxed, free days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of the school year routine. Schedules and homework became the new normal. Boo. Derek wasn't around nearly as much. With school and after school activities, there weren't many opportunities for him to take the trip out to your neighborhood. Sometimes you'd hear that he was at a training camp or something like that, but you weren't always you weren't always sure what he was up to. I'm professional, I swear. Listen, we still kept in touch. The Jeremy kid did disappear after that summer, and no one ever heard from him again. Where he went or what he might be up to was a mystery. More summers came and went like the waves on the shore, coming in and out. In your second year of high school, someone new started to visit Sunset Bird, a sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend of Cove, made due to them both being ocean-obsessed. Terry was more than glad to befriend you. Someone close to Cove had to be good company, she felt. You were pleased to get along with her as well. Terry was tight with another girl who you had known distantly from school for a long time, Miranda Eggert. You saw more and more of her as time went on, thanks to Terry and Miranda's own outreach. After a while, all of you developed a real friendship together. Alright. As for your home life, the Starses also had developments. Changing laws and public perception countrywide made it possible for your moms to openly wear their wedding rings without questions. Ayo! The gays get a rare gay W. rare gay W. Though they had a wedding years ago, it was only recently that the union was officially recognized everywhere in the US. That was a good day, to say the least. That was a good day, honestly. That was a great day for just queer people everywhere. Elizabeth came... Scream elephants. I've been live the whole time though, right? After I fixed my stream key problem, it says I have been. Check this. Yes, okay. Just delayed notification. Okay, yeah, just delayed notification. Okay, Cece's in here, because like this is technically her room. So, that's cool. She's just gonna be spending all of her time in here. I woke up and she stole like half of my pillow. And then when I went to look at the pillow, she left fucking litter on the pillow because, you know, she's a cat. Elizabeth came into her own and stopped being quite as irritable. She no longer worried about perceived childishness as she grew up for real. She didn't even mind being called Lizzie again, although most people used Liz. Okay, I'll probably use Liz. Sorry. She eventually graduated high school and moved out to attend college in another state. Also, we won't really even see her. It was a lot for you to adjust to your older sister being gone. Liz never let you forget her role in your life, though, and kept in touch. Okay, that's good. Cove's relationship with his family improved over the years. Kyra visited several times after that summer, and things became easier between the two. He was also closer with his dad than ever before. You knew they talked more, and that helped prevent a lot of friction before it could start. And Cove only continued to open up to his parents and the rest of the world. He was so bright, he shone. He would willingly join conversations, make jokes, and put in an effort not to use overly blunt phrasing. Cove's interests had shifted from when he was younger. He still enjoyed more studious pursuits, but he also spent just as much time on athletic activities. Achievement for starting out using the crush or love interest level. I'm pretty sure I said love, just to solidify it that we are in fact in love with Cove. I'm gonna romance you, I swear I will. Sorry, okay. Things had shifted between you and Cove. You had been friends for years, but the closer you became, the more you felt for him. After all this time, he wasn't just your neighbor, he wasn't only your friend or even a guy you were interested in. You were in love with him. You loved Cove. You know that fact for certain. Yeah, I mean, there was no one else you could hold those feelings for. I mean, you know. It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Even the most fundamental parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that the most pointedly the day you inevitably graduated high school was over and you would not be going back ever again. Hooray! From now on, what came next was your choice. You would be directing your own life. That was where you were currently. The summer after school had ended, the first summer of true freedom. What used to be a reprieve from the typical was now going to be your first step into adulthood. Okay, how old am I? I could be like anywhere from 16 to 18, because like I was 16 when I graduated, but most of my classmates were 18, or were 17 or 18. I also graduated early, so yeah, we'll figure it out, I guess. One fine summer morning, you took in what became a very special scene: the whole family having a meal together. Oh, she's gorgeous! Oh my god, your big sister Liz still hadn't lived at home full-time for a couple of years. She arrived last week to spend the season here since it was an off semester for her. She wanted to make sure she was in town because you had now also graduated high school, so she knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future. You watched on as Liz laughed good-naturedly over a comment Mom made. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had only been a phase, and nearly any nickname was welcomed at this point in her life. Strangely, even though she moved away, you'd lately felt closer to her than you had in a long time. You'd idly scooped up more of your breakfast and chewed absentmindedly. Okay. I was gonna say, what the fuck is that? But proletarian, that's just, I only eat chicken. I'd assume. Pollo. I'd assume, just considering that's chicken in French. French? Spanish? Huh? Anyways, say I generally ate whatever. The meal you had reflected that and included just about everything your moms had made that you often made your own food nowadays. Liz around, though, your parents made even more options than usual. Your sister had been vegetarian for a while, and they wanted to make sure she had choices too. Oh, my moms are so pretty. MILF. Conversation had gone on idly without you taking in the words until your ears were peaked when Ma started on a bit of town gossip. And so that's how I heard the news. Oh my god, wait, no, they are wearing their wedding. I never actually noticed that because I never paid attention to it too much. I also don't think it really registered that, oh, this is her left hand. But yeah, she is actually wearing a wedding ring. That's awesome. Alright, now stop burying the lead and tell us what is this so-called news? Mom giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out the Donnells won't be renting out the condo up the street as per Sunset Birdie tradition for the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. A chorus of gasps and shocked expressions were had all around. After the initial shock, her eyebrows pinched. Mom may consider them by name, but you and Liz always viewed them exclusively as the mean old couple who would yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their path. Your ma continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did so. They decided not to take big trips anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at their home. That's nice for them then. Have a good summer, mean grandparents with no grandkids away from us. I hope they're okay, even if they are mean. They've had a very full life, it's nothing to sneeze at. And you be nice, Liz. You don't want to end up like them, do you? You and your sisters cracked smiles at the joke. At least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore.
Lonnie.
And that blunt comment got laughter from all three of you. Engrossed in conversation once more, you continued to chat with your family until the meal was over. As it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had to be done. I don't understand that, right? I don't understand. Why would you clean your dishes after every single meal? Like, just wait until the end of the day to clean your dishes. It's not that serious. You don't need to clean your dishes after every single frickin' meal. Like, rinse them off. I understand maybe wanting to rinse them off, but you don't need to, like, you don't need to actually wash them. Liz took the role of washing the dishes and passed them to you for drying and putting away. You had a set of cups in front of you that needed to go on the top shelf of the cabinet. I will sound average. It was simply your lot in life. You'd always hovered around the expected height for your age. I was told I would be like 5'8", by my doctor, and for the longest time I was just 5'4", and then I shot up and now I'm 5'6", and I don't think I'm getting any taller, but I might, you never know. I feel great. Yeah, your height was something about yourself that you were always quite pleased with. No problems there. I don't have any issues with my height in real life either. I just think that it was kind of funny that the doctor always said I was gonna be 5'8". Liz shook you out of your internal musing by starting up an impromptu conversation. She had to be voicing the thoughts that had been buzzing around in her own head. I have to say, going back for another semester this fall is pretty intimidating. You'd think after the first year or two I'd have a handle on things, but no. Stole a glance at her, still placing cups in the proper place. I guess it's only fair. My first round was pretty general classes, and year one of my architecture major was the basics. Now it feels serious. I have to actually know some things. Jeez, you actually made it past 1 year in college. The laugh she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plates held more force than necessary. I think it's really cool you want to be an architect. Don't be too impressed yet. Wait to see if it actually happens, but thanks. Your older sister's mouth worked into a small smile. I wasn't tired, that's another reason we're only doing the one chapter. I'll be fine, one way or another. Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from college, if that's even your plan. What is going on with that anyway? It's too much. Answer the question as much as you were able and willing to. Liz's smile grew more reassuring as you did. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You've got plenty going for you. Sometimes it still felt hard to believe your public schooling experience was over. In the end, where's the I worked extremely hard, but I was rewarded with shitty grades anyways. where's the I worked hard but got shit grades? Where's that? Struggled to reach the benchmarks but made it. Fucking glad it's over. Jeez, it was quite a difficult experience and it was finally finished. Liz picked up on this silence her question and ended up creating. She decided it was time to make a closing statement on the topic.
You're a good kid.
You're a good kid, Fairy. Do what's best for you and we'll be here to back it up. Thanks, Liz. At that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. She waved a soapy-soaked hand as a farewell and moved on to her next task of the cleanup job. You refocused on getting the last pieces put back where they belonged. You eventually moved on to a new chore, but that was interrupted by the sound of your cell phone. Yeah, so honestly, the phone was just set to vibrate. You casually picked it up from the table where you had placed it earlier. The phone was a couple years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday gift from your parents. Okay, so I'm 18. They decided which model to get, but you got to pick the color. It was, where's purple? Where's purple? Purple. A special charm. Which was... Of course it's gonna be the shark plush Cove got for me when we were kids. Oh my god, yes! I was hoping that would come back up. That and the like, ripped in half $20 bill. You were pleased when you finally had a prominent place to use the gift. The screen lit up as you gave the little device a swipe with one finger. You were informed by caller ID that it was Lee. You weren't surprised. Oh my god, I'm so excited to see Lee. Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin of the same age. Especially once the miracle of the both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first though. Well, she seems like a rich girl though. Tapping at the accept button, you answered her call. A familiar, bubbly voice came through right after. Oh my god, I'm so excited to see what she looks like.
Hi.
Oh, she looks exactly the same. I'm disappointed. Oh, look at the little shark. Oh, that is not purple. That is fucking magenta. Could you give me like a light or a dark purple? You gave me a fucking magenta. Okay, whatever. I trust I'm not interrupting anything major? Some cleaning around the house. Oh, then you're welcome for my call, a distraction from what must have been desperately needed. Yes, thank you, dear cousin. She giggled, and you could hear the jangling of the jewelry she must be wearing. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored and felt like chatting. My morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Woo! That's good. Hadn't started working anywhere. Unlike you, Lee had started dipping her toes into the workforce as of late. It made keeping in touch frequently even more complicated, but you both managed. What about you? It's been pretty normal. Cool. That's you then. So, how's Mr. Cove Holden doing? There was a teasing bent to her tone. She was never willing to let up on what was going on between the two of you. That name was incredibly familiar to your ears. Cove, your next-door neighbor for the past decade at this point. Yes, he's my boyfriend! You vividly remember the day you expressed feelings for each other. So we started, Are you even surviving without the boy being 10 feet away at all times, or is everything bright with the world again and he's back? No, Lee, he isn't here, just like he wasn't here yesterday, or the last time you asked, or the time before that. Aw, my bad. Can you blame me? Doesn't it seem like he should have made his grand return already? Plus, I want to visit soon. He needs to be there too. Where is he? You could understand where she was coming from. This was certainly outside the norm. For the past couple months and the last few weeks especially, Cove had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. The two of you still regularly stayed in contact over texts and calls, but still. Your mind began to drift back in time to all the prior trips he'd taken to visit her. Almost every year, he'd have to go away for a while and then he'd be back. Made me sad and lonely. special treasures. Yes. Some were just to borrow, and others were for him to keep forever. He sent you letters while they're in return. That's how it was in the past, but lately he had been trying to see her as much as he could before taking long trips to another state became too impractical to do. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear what his plans were after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It couldn't be avoided forever, though you both knew that.
Well,
maybe we should switch this up to a non-Cove related topic? Sounds like a plan. The rest of the conversation rolled on, not much longer though. Lee had to go, and you needed to finish your responsibilities around the house. Both of you exchanged goodbyes, then you went back to what you'd been working on before the fall came in. As you wrapped up the last of your... Wait. Oh, okay, sorry, I got confused. As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Liz wearing a cheeky smile. I've got Mom's keys. Want to get out of this tiny town to go to do some shopping in the real city? Sounds great. Good, I'm driving. Liz did not know how to drive. Go get your wallet and anything else. We're going now. I'm just gonna self-project onto this character as hard as possible. With a nod, you made a quick detour to collect your stuff from your bedroom. Anyway, you had money saved up from gifts you'd received. After making sure you both were fully prepared for the long haul to the largest city in the surrounding area, you buckled into the car. It was a smooth ride there with light conversation about what shops to stop at and the radio blasting. Liz controlled what was played, but she made sure to pick songs she knew you liked. It was something the two of you had always done for each other. The trip there breezed by, and in what felt like no time, you had gone from cruising down the road into cruising through the mall. Liz had her interests to check out, and you yours. When turning a corner down a new length of the mall, your eyes caught on a little gift store. Your friends and family had recently given you many presents for graduating high school. Give something for Cove. Graduation may have already come and gone, but Cove wasn't really around then anyway. You'd keep an eye out for something good, that you might have something nice for him at home already. Eventually the mall was explored in full, with every shop with note being checked over. Rather than going home, you decided to walk over to some smaller stores nearby. Liz had many thoughts on that topic. Honestly, malls are not a bastion of society. Even if smaller stores require extra distance, the brands are so much more. Then your sister abruptly stopped speaking and walking right in the middle of the path. It was a good thing no one was behind her. She seemed to entirely shut off for a moment. Liz? The attempt to catch her attention was unsuccessful. Something else had all her focus. Before you could puzzle out, brief zoom adds in 5 minutes, what might be happening, she began to mumble out of the corner of her mouth. Barry, don't draw attention, but look. What? With a harsh whisper and a subtle jerk of her head, she urged once more. Look. You followed her gaze as best you could to a large bunch of colorful teens strolling down the same path, okay? You faced back over to your sister with a confused expression and an unspoken question. What were you supposed to be seeing there? Barry, doesn't one of them seem familiar? Oh my god, is it gonna be Jeremy? Jeremy or Derek? She was practically bouncing at this point, so you looked the group over again, and this time you saw what she was seeing. Oh, it's Shiloh! Amongst the collection of strangers was brown-haired, gray eyes, and lots of freckles. That's Shiloh, our Shiloh from when we were kids. Oh my god, he's so cute! Yep, that was definitely him. I can't believe it. He's honestly just there. That's hilarious. That's incredible. Oh, but how do we talk to him? We have to pull him away from all those other people, and what if I'm wrong? Your mouth opened to reply, but she cut it off with her own answer to the question. I've got it. I'll shelf the name Shiloh, and then we can act like it wasn't us. If he responds to that, we'll know without a doubt it's him, Barry. Keep an eye out to see if he looks. Can't you just try talking to him normally? Likely without even hearing what you had said, Liz put her plan into action. Shiloh! She loudly projected the word across the way and then put on an act of casualness, turning her head away from the scene while brushing at the skirt of her dress. In a supremely awkward moment, you could only stand there as attention in your area shifted to the two of you thanks to your sister's shout. But of the many startled bystanders who became altered to your presence, one of them was the boy. From a distance, his large eyes met yours. He looked. A wide grin took over Liz's face, and she pushed the rim of her sun hat up and away from her face while swishing back around to greet her old friend directly. Shiloh! Waving, she stepped a bit closer to express her intention to meet without really closing the gap. She wanted him to come to her. Who you presumed to be Shiloh looked surprised at the call-out. He stole a quick glance at the crowd he was with and hesitantly glanced back your way. He was trying to double-check something. Liz remained steadfast with her gaze trained on him, and ultimately he broke away from the rest of them. After a light-footed jog across— I was hoping he would come back, also going to say. After a light-footed jog across the brick path, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of Liz and
Hi!
Hi, I like your hat. Just that simple greeting had Liz giggling.
Hey!
Hello, I'm not sure if you remember this, but I'm Lizzie, and that's Fairy. We were all friends when we were little kids. His already wide eyes grew even larger. Their gaze darting between you and Liz. His previously chipper demeanor faded into something delicate. I'm really sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. You could tell not being instantly recognized was going to make this exchange more of a challenge. Still, Liz was undeterred. It's a long time ago, we were really young, I get why you feel like that. However, I'm positive I'm right. You're exactly the same. That face, the freckles... Gee, what the fuck? You try to phrase things, you're still even wearing a hat. Instinctively, he looked up at his headwear with creased brows, not making the connection on why the hat meant something to her. We knew each other, okay? And as an uneasy smile settled on him as silence followed Liz's speech, he was picking up his next words carefully. And then the quiet was obliterated by a new voice bursting into the conversation. Shiloh, what are you doing? The rest of the group already left. A field trip is not a vacation. We are on a schedule. Startled, your head snapped towards the path. A distinctly unhappy individual with piercing magenta eyes, dark brown skin, and a sharp jaw stormed your way. Carried a cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't even 18 yet. Sorry, I didn't mean to ditch. Shiloh, whose name was now officially confirmed, gestured with a hand to add the explanation of his absence as the stranger watched impatiently. They thought they recognized me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. Liz theoretically as well as what? Okay, Liz put her foot, she theoretically put her third down, whatever. Stomping in frustration and getting more childish the longer she was around her childhood companion. We do know you. Shiloh merely shrunk in on himself. The tone he spoke with was pain. Sorry. Honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feelings of your sister or the palpable dissatisfaction of his new acquaintance. That in itself was very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him? Is that it? The stranger spoke in a dismissively scoffing tone, as if the words sounded so absurd to him it was almost amusing. Almost, but the sternness of his demeanor quickly reinstated itself. Well, do you know me? I'll tell you, I'm someone who has been forced against his will to be aware of what's going on in Shiloh's ridiculous personal life for a year. If the two of you had any importance in his general day-to-day existence, it would have come up by now. Don't bother trying to exaggerate any trivial connection you might have. It's not good enough. He's with us, and you'll survive without him. Now stop loitering in the road. It's rude.
Excuse me?
Excuse me? We're the rude ones? The high-strung ranting got an audible gasp from Shiloh, who finally started to speak up again in defense. Nate, that's really mean. Also true, we're leaving. With that declaration, the unofficially introduced Nate indignantly spun on his heels and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Shiloh... Thank you for the follow.
Avril 192 just followed.
Oh. People can sure have bad attitudes, huh? Why can't they just try to get along? It's not hard, though. It's not hard. Don't worry, though. I bet you won't have to deal with him again. And I'm sorry I can't stay to talk to you, but I hope you have a really nice life. Bye. Okay, bye, Shiloh. Great combo, I guess. And that was it. His final parting words given. Shiloh left the two of you behind to catch up with his own life that he had to go to live. Liz watched his exit, stunned, only to frown when it hit her that he was really gone as quickly as he appeared. Happened so fast you hadn't even been able to get a word in. She sighed, all the energy she built up releasing with the breath. I could have told him his last name was Fields, his birthday is October 30th, that would have proved it, but no. Wow, Shiloh grew up to be dumb. Whoever Nate is, he sucks. He was so unnecessarily unpleasant when all you wanted was to talk to someone for a moment. Well, that's not saying much considering I almost beat the shit out of that Jeremy kid last time. But in my defense... You wanna go catch up with him? Lisa merely shook her head, pushing off childish thoughts. I think we can leave it there, thanks. He's in the middle of a high school field trip, and it was already enough being able to see him. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand that he's still out there, enjoying his own part of the world. Though, if given the chance, I could definitely have a few words with him about the company he's got. She laughed, but you could tell there wasn't much humor to it. She was mad at that guy, even if she was happy to let Shiloh go. Maybe they're only with each other because of the trip, and it's not usually how things are. True, we can only hope the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shiloh. Oh no, absolutely. I was like trying to be so nice to Jeremy, and then I just moved immediately to like wanting to beat the shit out of him. Did not take me long at all. Alright. You could look up there, you don't need it. Liz smiled at you. It had the self-confidence you do so well from her. Come on, kid, let's finish our own trip. Yeah. My only thought with Nate is, oh, poor Nate, he must be on his period. Oh, I'm going insane. No matter how either of you really felt about the occurrence, it was something you simply had to accept. People you know just disappear and reappear in the most unexpected ways. The two of you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to return home. By the time you arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. You arched your back as you stretched your arms towards the ceiling. While it had been a good day, it had enough activity to cover an entire week. Liz tried to hide a yawn behind her hands. You weren't the only one feeling worn out. While we headed up to your room, I mean the guest room, since mine stopped being available as soon as I was out the door. Her tone was light. She'd had quite a lot to say on the subject when you'd first taken over her bigger room after she left for college. There have been many trips back home for her since then. The room hasn't been hers for years. It was more of a running joke now that she continued to bring the topic up to this day. Thanks for being so gracious about giving it up. I had no choice. A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister. You better believe you'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place and we're both in town for a visit. Yeah, we'll take turns. We'll take turns. What a reasonable and mature suggestion. I'll think about accepting it. She flashed her familiar grin, and you couldn't help but feel glad she was back around, even if it was temporary. That she plodded off to the spare room. You were ready to do the same. Moving into a new space was your first opportunity to decorate from scratch. Oh! Oh! Oh, fuck yeah! Oh, fuck yeah! Purple. Oh, man. See, that sucks. I hate the layout of the purple room. But I like the color purple. Oh, man. I think the yellow room has my favorite layout, actually. Like that I immediately removed the trophies. It's just like, no. Ew, go away. The fuck makes you think that I'm, like, what makes you think that I would possibly have any sort of trophies? Okay, so far I like the blue one the most. I guess this is just like a meant to be fitting for your personality kind of thing. Okay. Green's not terrible. I don't like either of them. Well, I don't dislike the plan. I'm not really a candle kind of lad, though. Okay. I think green is the one with the layout that I like the most. Okay. That's good. With all the extras and everything, I think this one is the one I like the You were really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite back another yawn. It was no good. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind, and all you could think about was collapsing on it. You trudged up the stairs to your room. Stepping aside, you closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. When you turned back around, you realized you were not alone there. It's up comfortably perched. And it's like, oh my god. Comfortably perched on the windowsill with someone very familiar to you. He purchased places because he's a fucking cat. Look at him. Cove Holden. Shock knocked all words out of you. Surprise? His tone was easy and relaxed. It certainly was a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state, never mind your own house. He hadn't answered how he had suddenly just appeared back in Sunset Bird, though. To be fair, you'd been too astounded to actually ask the question. Thankfully, Cove took the hint from your stunned expression and began to explain.
So...
I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual. I'm in a different room, but he's still sneaking into my window. Adorable. The window. A small smile had formed on his face. You were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could still barely believe that he was really there, mere feet away from you. I left my bags in your backyard. I hope that's alright. What if it rains? That was when you truly understood. Cove had come straight to you upon getting back to town. You were his first port of call, taking precedence above all else. Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity rather than allowing his plans to change. God. Oh my god. Every second away from him was a moment too long. As you approached, Cove quickly hopped from the windowsill to meet you. You're too crazy. That's it. Just you're too crazy. Give him a smooch. He instinctively began to close his eyes as your face leaned closer to him. Give him a smooch on the lip. Come on, we're dating. It's fine. Nothing wrong with a little greeting kiss. He met you partway, and the two of you shared a gentle greeting kiss, and then you stepped back a bit. Cove rubbed the side of his head and furtively glanced down, though he couldn't help getting a little nervous still. He was beaming. I missed you. Even if you hadn't said it outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. Cove was grinning widely, his raised cheeks burying his eyes, which gleamed like hidden gems. But he looked at you as if you were the most exciting treasure of all. How was the trip? Cove's brow creased as he considered your question. Cove stepped towards you. He cupped your face with his hands, gently guiding your chin so your eyes met his. You could feel the beat of your racing pulse against his fingertips. I can't meet your eyes, I have to read, okay? I'm sorry. I hated it. Let's never be apart again, okay? He said that absolutely as a joke, an exaggeration, something that wasn't a real request, of course, and yet, despite all that, it felt real. Your heart hammered in your chest, your head swam, cast adrift on the tide of thoughts and adrenaline. Cove smiled as if offering a silent apology for his sudden onslaught of tenderness, Jesus, but he let the words proudly hang in the air all the same. Cove told you about how his trip back had gone. Soon you'd even recovered enough to actually listen. His mom was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. As a result, Cove was going to be sticking around in Sunset Bird for the time being. Things were settled as much as they ever could be. With Cove back once more, he felt at ease. Cove stretched his arms out over his head, his eyes on the window and the world beyond. The sun had set. You'd be...
Well...
Oh, Jesus Christ. The sun had set while you'd been busy reuniting. I should probably get my stuff. See, Dad. He glanced over to you with a familiar, expectant look. Wanna come with me? No, I do.
Cool.
Cove began to head to your bedroom door. Yes. Cove. He paused, turning to face you. I'm not planning on walking there. Cove shook his head, the smile on his face implying that it was you and your senses he was questioning, not the request. He'd come to expect the latter, even if he didn't get why it held such appeal.
Alright.
Okay. Crouched low enough for you to hop on his back, Cove was so tall that getting on his back for rides had taken some trial and error over the years, a few mishaps and bumps along the way. Eventually he figured out exactly how far he needed to bend down. This understanding and your extensive practice made it easier for you to climb aboard the Cove Express now. Cove straightened up with poise, accustomed to balancing someone over his shoulders. Cove carried you down the stairs. You had to duck down a couple of times, the ceiling grazing against your elevated head. Still, you safely reached the ground floor of your house. The door's gonna be in the way. Get off here so I can open it up. You bent down to let you slide safely off his back. Seeing things from your usual height was disorienting after getting accustomed to looking down at everything. Disorientating. Sorry. Your fucking word. And all the excitement of Cove's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you prepared for when he got back. It would be best to give it to him now before he left your house. Can you wait here for a little while? I got something for you. Cove tilted his head, intrigued.
Really?
You nodded with some eagerness, trying to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. Yes, that orange shell! You quickly went up to your room to collect the shell, knowing exactly where to find it. It had been housed in the same box since you were a little kid. After all, taking great care, you extracted it from the box. Though it had been a long time since you'd taken it out, the grooves were as familiar to your fingertips as the opening line of your favorite song was to your ears. Cove had admired the shell ever since he first saw it, declaring it to be the best of all your treasure. Despite that, he had never accepted your offers to take it. You hoped that might change tonight. You closed your hand around the shell, not wanting Cove to see it until you were ready, and headed downstairs. When you were back in front of Cove, you cautiously lifted your arm up. He looked at you. He looked on curiously as you unfurled your fingers to show him the gift. I know you don't want to take it from me, but what I want is for you to have it. Cove stared down at the familiar shell nestled in your palm. His mouth parted, though no words came out. He drew his eyes up to meet yours silently and found the answer to whatever question he couldn't speak. Put his hand over yours and broke the silence. Okay, finally! Take the damn thing, it's been 10 years! Just take the fucking shell! It was quiet. It was as quiet as a whisper. His fingers were as gentle as his words, brushing against your palm as he took the shell from your grasp. He cradled it carefully against his chest and smiled at you, his eyes bright. I'll keep it forever. What is this little Charlie Brown squiggle mouth you got going on here, Cove? Cove, what the fuck? Laid the gift safely on the counter, but he didn't turn back to face you once he had ensured it was secure, though his face was angled away from you. Go ahead, Cece. You caught his eyelashes fluttering as if batting away tears. His throat bobbed as he swallowed bubbling emotion. He knew that Cove could be sentimental. The gift and all the memories and feelings tied up to it seemed to have taken a toll on him. When he began to sniffle, you felt the need to reach out. Cove? Can't. Just, Barry, I don't know what to do. He forcefully scrubbed at his eyes like he was trying to push the tears that threatened to spill back in. Oh, Cove, it's okay. Do you need to cry? No! Nevertheless, tears... Sorry, the cat is here. Nevertheless, tears had begun to spill down his cheeks. Even as he wiped them away, more took their place. Thank you. His voice quavered as he spoke. Okay, are you done? Have you figured out where you are going? Are you okay? Is everything fine now? Are you laying down? What's going on? crisis averted. Cove reached out, gladly stepped forward to meet him. He laid his warm hands against your cheeks and brought his lips to you. You kissed Cove until the need for air finally won out. Head spinning, you were glad of the security of Cove's hands. Even after your lips had parted, Cove remained close, his hands still framing your face. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far removed from the shaky gasps that had accompanied his sniffles. The tears had dried. His eyes were a little red, but open and at peace once again. He smiled, fully recovered from the emotion that had overcome him. You're really seriously too nice to me. He smiled back. I don't think there's such a thing as too nice when it comes to you. Cove brushed his hands against the pale ghost of a scar in his arm. He was at a loss for words. He was at a loss for what to do now. The clock ticked away, counting the seconds of silence. Once you'd had a chance to settle your thoughts, you figured you could tell Cove the intriguing news. I meant to tell you earlier, I saw Shiloh today. Shiloh? Cove repeated the name, his expression plain. From when we were kids. Cove pondered for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Oh, he was the freckly boy from that first summer, right? The one who moved? I met a guy named Shiloh. He looked just like the Shiloh we knew, plus however many years. But he didn't remember me and just left. It makes sense that he would have been on a school trip, although I would have assumed that school would be out for the summer. But it makes sense that he'd still be in school because he was younger than all of us. Only by a year, so he's probably a senior now, but still, or a junior. Sorry. Cove frowned. That's I don't know. Too bad I missed it. You knew him better than I did. Sorry. It was definitely true. Not only had Cove known Shiloh for a shorter period of time, but he and Shiloh had never quite gotten along. Not that they were enemies either, just kids who were only ever together because of other people they both knew. I wonder what Shiloh's up to these days. I don't have any idea. He didn't say much. Well, was everything you had on the news item, so you moved on to the next big update. Also, you know the mean old neighbors, the ones who would always yell at us? He cringed, recalling those particular memories of back in the day was not pleasant, even for someone as nostalgic as him. Yeah? They're not coming. They didn't rent the condo this summer. Cove's jaw dropped. You didn't blame him. The elderly couple had been an institution for as far back as you could remember, long predating Cove's arrival. Even now, as a teenager, you found your neck pricking as you walked by their condo, half expecting a scolding for breathing the wrong way in the vicinity of their vacation home. It was strange to think of that coming to an end. Wow. Cove blinked, clearly struggling with the idea in the same way you had. I didn't see that coming. People being gone, people coming back. It feels like I've missed a lot. This has been a busy summer already. Well, you haven't missed the fireflies. They haven't shown up yet. That's crazy. Fireflies are already showing up here. Well, that's something. We'd better not get left behind. There's still stuff to do. You nodded. As soon as you'd left your house, Cove bent down to let you climb onto his back for the last part of your journey. It seemed that no sooner had the night begun than it was already at an end, and the dawn of a new day was soon upon you. The next morning, your belly was full of breakfast, and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day followed suit. Later, you were meeting up with your friends, Cove, Miranda, and Terry, to go into town. Okay, we've not seen Miranda and Terry, so I'm kind of excited for this. It was all on short notice, but that was because everyone was just so excited that Cove was finally back home. Oh, MILF! Having a nice daydream, you blinked, pushing all your thoughts away and returning to reality. Your mom was watching you with a teasing smile. My apologies. So what's on the agenda today? I'm meeting up with some people. Well, I hope you and your friends have fun and don't get into too much trouble. She winked at you. You knew both of your moms wanted you to enjoy every bit of the summer before all the big changes started. I'll try.
Great.
Before you go gallivanting around the town, could you bring the mail in? I'm finishing up and putting the dishes away over here. Alright. Thanks very much. How the fuck have my moms aged so much? Meanwhile, Mr. Holden McCock still looks exactly the same. Like, what's up with that? As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing in the road. They noticed you. Hey there, Fairy. I almost said, hey there, Mr. Fairy. Hi, good timing. You should come join us. Give him a hug. We don't need to kiss him every single time. Melting into his arms, Cove held you tightly until you were ready to let go. His eyes shone brightly with so much adoration that you feared your heart might stop. Even after all this time, being with him hadn't got any less thrilling. Notice Mr. Holden was taking in the scene of you and Cove with a self-satisfied smile. Cove followed your line of sight and shot his dad an unimpressed look. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had a thought dancing on the tip of his tongue, but he decided to keep it to himself. So, what are you up to today? As far as I know, nothing too much. Me and Cove are meeting some friends in town later. Sounds like a plan to me. Yawning, Mr. Holden stretched his arms over his head. My boy and I have just been waiting around to see what the new neighbors are like. It's definitely his idea. I don't know how you're not interested in this. It's big news. Besides, it'd only be polite to greet the new folks in town. Anyone has to be better than the last tenants. I don't know. That house could be cursed, and we could keep getting ones that are progressively worse. He cracked a cheeky grin at his own joke. You could tell Mr. Holden was looking at the empty houses, thinking about the nightmare that was the last tenants. He chuckled, turning to Cove. Hi, Cece. I'm putting on chopstick. My lips, the baby chap. Can I help you, little Strumble? What are you doing? Okay. But that would be horrible. Knock on wood. Mr. Holden. Sorry, I did not sleep very well last night. You know how. Are you licking the chair? She's confused because I have my computer battery on the other side of the desk, on the left side instead of the right side. She usually steps off onto the battery, but she doesn't know what to do now. She's confused. Poor Cece. Mr. Holden took one more glance at the currently vacant building and sighed dramatically. When he turned back to you and Cove, his whole body seemed completed. There's no sign of them, and I still need to head over to work soon. Cove gave his dad a few reassuring pats on the back. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Really?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, only until I have to meet up with Terry and Miranda. That still work? The wide grin breaking out on his face, Mr. Holden watched it be fucking Shiloh moving in. Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have his nosiness enabled. That works. He moved to firmly place both hands over Cove's shoulders, fixing his child with a firm stare. Son, you are my true ally in this world. Mr. Holden stood up straighter, letting Cove go. He looked reinvigorated. Okay, with that settled, I'll go make some money. That's always been the one thing I do best. Mr. Holden headed off to the garage with a big wave goodbye. Cove smiled the whole time you both watched his dad leave. He definitely seems to have a better relationship with his father. I've always liked his dad, but I can understand Cove being really awkward with him. I really like him, have for a long time. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed lightly. You okay? Yeah, just not looking forward to waiting. Guess I'll be hanging around the street a while. it with you. Wouldn't abandon Cove there to wither on the side of the road out of boredom. Really? Of course, I like keeping you company, remember? He stared at you for a moment, smiling softly and thinking about his response. I like that too. Cove put his hands on your shoulders, his thumbs absent-mindedly moved in a soothing circle. The look in his eyes was much firmer. He was serious. Barry, you're my true ally in this world. That got a fair amount of chuckles from you. He grinned, the stoicism fading into amusement.
Thank you.
You're always good to me. You're lucky to have me, teasingly. Cove raised an eyebrow. The most lucky guy in all of Sunset Bird. The luckiest. For a moment, you weren't sure if Cove was laughing at your declaration, or that you momentarily forgot the word luckiest. Either way, you didn't mind. The smile on his face reached his eyes, and it made you feel electric. And then he let go of you. Cove stepped over to his front porch steps, lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his arms. Our watch begins. Nodding in agreement, you joined Cove on the front porch steps. You both sat there in a comfortable familiarity as you settled in for the waiting game on the new tenants. It's either going to be Shiloh or Nate, I feel like. The neighborhood was quiet and you sighed contentedly, closing your eyes and feeling the light breeze. And watch, it's gonna be like Cove's mom. It'd be fucking hilarious. Wrong on both counts there. Eventually, you both perked up at the sound of the car. A taxi followed the noise, turning onto your street. Cove's eyebrows raised at the sight, and he sat up straight on the stoop.
Oh?
That has to be them, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. Now that they were here, you couldn't help but feel just a bit curious. You wondered what kind of person would be living in the neighborhood for the rest of the summer. The taxi pulled to a stop as you expected in front of the now empty condo. It was on the same side of the street as your house, a few buildings further up. Without getting to his feet, Cove tried leaning and tilting his head to get a view of the passenger door as it opened. The single occupant exited the cab. Oh my god, he's doing the gamer lean. Huh? You could feel what Cove was in that moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was definitely not what you'd expected. Oh. No, definitely not. It was a young man, had to be close to your own age. He was dressed fully in an black, white, and gray outfit. Even his side-swooping hair matched the scheme. The only other pop of color was from something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission, a pair of dark brown eyes which you caught when he looked over at his audience. Hello, folks. Who might you be? What? Okay, I hate that they introduced Shiloh. Like, unless he comes back in one of the later moments, which I hope he does. I kind of hate that they introduced Shiloh and then, like, that was that, though. We're the neighbors. The smile already prominent on his face curled further. It was cocky, but you didn't get the impression it meant something at first. Hallelujah. You and Cove shared a familiar look with one another. He bewildered even further. The color-coordinated man left it there, however, and with a firm click he shut the door of his ride. Then he turned his back to you to retrieve a large, unsurprisingly black suitcase out of the trunk. Continuing on with his own business, he strolled forward and lightly tapped on the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking for them to roll it down. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the edge. You assumed he was thanking the driver for getting him there, considering he slipped them a tip during the brief chat. They shook hands, and then he pushed himself up and away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight around a corner. The new renter had officially arrived. He left his suitcase on the ground, out of the way of the street. Is this, Baxter? The other love interest you can have? He's drawn weird. I don't know, like, I think his neck is too thick for his head or something. I don't know. He left his suitcase on the ground, out of the way of the street, and sauntered over your way with the confidence of someone who had been invited to join. It's like his neck is too short or something, I don't know. Cove finally stood up to greet this person. You followed suit. Yeah, I'm Baxter Ward. It's excellent to meet you, neighbors. Okay, so Baxter is the other, boy that you have the option to romance if you have the DLC. It was Baxter and Derek. You were standing on the side he was approaching from. When Baxter got close enough, he offered his hand to you first. Just give him a little shake. Baxter gripped your hand firmly to give a satisfying shake. Hi Baxter, I'm Fairy. Hey Fairy, I'm quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. We could be good friends. Okay, just say you wanna make out. From your other side, Cove made a sudden sputtering noise. And you are... He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Cove shook his hand, still eyeing Baxter carefully. Cove? Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons. His eyes shone as he studied Cove.
Really?
Now wait, is that a nickname or your real name? It's just my name. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for the face I'm seeing. Cove. That's gorgeous.
What?
It's really not. And only I get to fluster him. No, you know what? He's taken. Oh, that's disappointing, but not surprising. I'm guessing he's yours. so fast. Barry is my partner.
I get it.
And that's crushing, but makes sense. I got here too late, obviously, though really I didn't mean to intrude on anything you have. Patently against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden there in his words, and he noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Baxter didn't even open his eyes to see your faces to know he had some feelings to do. He stood up straighter, striking a slight pose with the position of his feet. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing. Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not hard once you get the basics down. So it's really not. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as a cue to keep talking.
Wow.
Well... Sorry. He grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. If either of you are looking for a partner, I'm available. I'll pass. Cove peeked at you, smiling softly. You felt his familiar touch as he squeezed your hand for a moment. There's only one person I'd want to dance with. Sorry. I can accept that. Cove is the guy I'd dance with, definitely. Baxter smiled and nodded understandingly, letting the subject go. After that, there was a lull in conversation, and Cove attempted to fill it. Okay. Sorry, Cece found her fish. What made you decide on Sunset Bird? Oh, yes, well my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off for a semester from college and not living in the dorms. There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued.
Honestly.
Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but lucky for me, they picked the wrong street, considering the two of you live here. Baxter then preemptively lifted his hands up in front of his chest, giving the gesture for meaning no harm. He seems goofy. I don't dislike him. He just kind of seems like a little bit silly. It's nice not to be the only one my age around the neighborhood for an entire summer. Nothing more. That was a story you had heard before, the same one when Lonely Cove and his dad moved in all those years ago. Cove wasn't relating, still. You could have phrased it like that in the first place. I don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself, but they're not romantic come-ons. I see that you two are very much a committed pair. I'd like to be friends if we can, but that's all. It's okay. I don't... It doesn't bother me, because like, that's kind of how I talk with people. Glad we're working things out. Oh my god, are my glasses dirty? What the fuck? My glasses are dirty. Okay, that's what's happening. I don't know, she scrambled away. She scrambled away. Oh, you're literally right there. I was just talking about you. I haven't even been talking for that long and my throat already hurts. Jeez. Yeah, we're definitely only gonna do this one chapter. Shifting his weight to his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward. So, which condo is yours? How long have you been living together? Oh, no! Cove sputtered again and unintentionally a laugh escaped you.
That's...
We're both your neighbors, but we live in different houses with our parents. As of second nature, the two of you pointed to your homes, the buildings directly across the street from each other. Baxter's eyebrows raised at that. Your neighbors who started dating? What a couple of lovebirds. You're the backbone of romantic society. We're neighbors and childhood friends that started dating. Gotta keep the childhood friends in mind. Honestly, I hope you never break up. If you can make it work, there might be a chance for the rest of us. You knew Cove well enough to tell there was a little bit of amusement in his expression, but he sighed in exasperation. After that, you had no doubts about his claims of being complimentary. You were really starting to get a kick out of it. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer, but we can save the scheduled talk for later. I should get my things inside. He gave a small nod of the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile. Bye for today. Bye. Cove gave a small wave as well. Bye, Baxter. See you. Baxter then turned on his heels and strolled back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it to his condo. You and Cove were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared inside the house. With him completely out of the scene, Cove let out a long breath.
Well...
I don't know how I'm gonna explain that guy to my dad. He burst into a fit of laughter, trying to imagine the conversation. At least the job is done. We saw the new neighbor, and now we can go meet up with Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should get going. You gave Baxter's condo one last glance over your shoulder. Looking forward to seeing more. Baxter was different, but you liked him. Smiling, you hoped that he would become a good friend this summer. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed all thoughts of Baxter aside. You both started making your way towards town. You slid your palm into his, and Cove placed his finger with yours. His expression instantly became happier, and he lightly squeezed your hand. A little while later, you and Cove reached a main street in town. All of a sudden, you two stopped. What's wrong? I felt my phone vibrate. You dug your cell phone out and looked at it with a satisfied grin. There was a new message. Before you could read it, you were distracted by a small, amused noise from Cove. His head was slightly tilted to the side as he carefully looked at your old keychain. I believe you still have that. Of course I do! I loved it! You meant it. The intensity of your words had Cove blushing and looking away from you. I do, it's so cute! For a moment, you were both at a loss for more words. You were sucked into remembering that day we bought it for you. Cove was the one who spoke first again. I'm actually glad you like it. He looks back at you with a playful grin. Especially since it cost me a whole $6. That's like $30 kid money. It really is. Its matter-of-fact tone had you laughing deep. It took several moments to compose yourself enough to speak. I didn't realize that was the going rate. Was then, probably be more now. So you're trying to say that you were a big spender? In kid money? Yes, I'm definitely a high roller, remember? That had you both bursting into fits. Smiling, refocused on the task at hand. You opened the next text from Miranda, and all you saw was, I can see you. Immediately from where you stood, you started swiveling your head around. You couldn't spot Miranda anywhere, but she did send you more messages. I saw you holding Cove's hands. Scandalous! Where are you? Where are you? The message was sent, and you were back to looking around, scanning for any sign of movement and familiar faces. But they were still invisible. Cove looked at you carefully, raising an eyebrow. Yeah. At once, you hooked your arms around his neck, still holding your phone, and brought him even closer to you. He blushed and gave you a look mixed with amusement and confusion. Seriously, Fairy, what did that message even say? Before you could even begin explaining anything to Cove, you both snapped your attention to the yelling from across the street. And there you saw Miranda and Terry coming up from behind the backside wall of the grocery store. They both started waving widely to draw even more attention to themselves. Oh. With your grand entrance made, Cove seemed to realize the joke. He smiled with a sigh and you let him go for the moment, chuckling. Cove took a step in their direction and grinning. He put his hands around his mouth to better project his message across the street. Hey! Laughing in arm, the girls stopped only to look both ways and then rushed across.
Hi.
Oh my god, wait, she's so cute. Rushed across the empty street. Hi, I hope you weren't waiting too long.
Hey, buddies.
Oh my god, what? They're both so cute. Hi. That's it, just hi. I thought you knew better than to jaywalk. Even if it was an open road in a small town, it was still illegal. They took matching tones with an apologetic.
Me too.
I'm sorry, Fairy. Me too. Sorry. Alright, though you shouldn't do it, dude. I know, I was trying to make a joke. I don't fucking care. Hey, I'm so happy to see you too. Okay, there we go. Now that they were here, their joke on you was already long forgotten in your mind. Terry and Miranda giggled, smiling widely at your declaration. Terry then closed the distance between her and Cove and crushed him in a painfully tight hug. You're finally here. It's been so long. What took you? Did his best to eke out a reply with his chest being compressed.
Sorry.
Eventually she let him go. Terry looked at him with a beaming smile, but Cove was distracted, rubbing his arms. Standing there, Miranda shifted her weight to her other hip. She watched Cove patiently with a bashful smile. Welcome back. Thanks. It finally felt official. Everyone was together in one place. From here, you weren't sure how often you would have another afternoon like this again. They didn't either. Cove? Terry poked Cove square in the chest. You're gonna have to get me your schedule by this time yesterday. Not really possible, Terry, but I can say as soon as I know. So far, work hasn't said anything, but I can tell you I'm busy with Orca activities. Ah, classic. When Cove wasn't at his part-time job or pursuing his athletic and academic interests, he volunteered for the Ocean Restoration California affiliation, Orca. Tracks for Cove, honestly. The group focused on cleaning up beaches and removing pollution from the ocean. Cove always loved the sea. It didn't surprise you one bit he started getting involved with them. Agreed. I'll say I joined too, for learning. Their big smash event for the year is coming up. God! Their big smash event for the year is coming right up, isn't it? Yeah, there's not that much more to do before then, but I'm kind of looking forward to the fundraising push. Hopefully we can pull it off. If anyone can do it, it's you two. And even if it goes really bad, it'll still look good on a college application at least. That's true. Hey, guess what else? We don't have to stand here and say stuff. Let's go. I would like a meal now. Perking up, Cove nodded in agreement. Yeah, for sure. The four of you headed into town, happily chatting the whole way. The only decision left to make was where exactly to stop. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed by in a blink of an eye. When night fell, it was time to head home, and you parted ways with Miranda and Terry. You and Cove reached your neighborhood without event. It was late enough that your out-of-the-way street was dark and silent. Quick, Cove is giving me a piggyback! Honestly, the amount of piggybacks he keeps giving me is gonna blow his back out at this point. It was a long day out and about. You appreciated that you could rely on him to make things more comfortable for you. You tightened your grip on Cove and turned your head ever so slightly, peering at his face out of the corner of your eyes. You wondered why he felt so distant to you. He was out of character. For a while, Cove silently stared ahead and left you alone with your own thoughts. It surprised you when you did hear his voice all of a sudden. He still wouldn't look at you. It feels weird coming back to the neighborhood and trying to get into things like they're the same. And they're not. They've changed. They're still changing. Your mouth felt uncomfortably dry all of a sudden. It was true, the things that kept the people you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had to make their own priorities and their own path now that it wasn't set for them. You thought about your own immediate future. You had to choose in this very moment. You wanted yourself, you wanted to you wanted to dude, I don't even fucking know. Just travel around to different places. It'd all be happening so soon. Dude, I am like the worst at preparing. It doesn't help that I'm poor as fuck, right? So like, I can never prepare for anything, ever. Now you wondered what Cove had in mind. You'd heard him considered some things for the future, but it was never anything that would have counted as a real plan. Cove stopped in the middle of the street. He sighed and put you down. You were both outside of your houses. Cove looked at the ground for a moment. His mouth trembled, trying to settle on the right words to say. So, are you still thinking about what you want to do and stuff while traveling? Yeah. Cove closed his eyes and nodded as he composed his thoughts. He looked at you when he lifted his head.
I mean...
I decided on something. Well, kind of. He smiled slightly and rubbed his arm, and then his expression grew more serious. I'm not going to decide on a school or career, not this summer. I'm going to stay here, at least in Sunset Bird. I'll probably move out of my dad's place. I'll keep working my job, keep doing my volunteer stuff, and everything else.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll know what I want for myself by fall or next year, or maybe I'll never have a plan. Life will continue on with whatever's happening. Okay. I'm not gonna crush myself trying to have everything figured out by a timeline that someone else has said. I just can't do it. Dude, I still don't have shit figured out. I'm 22. Well, this is what I want to do, but I know it's very... off of this. His brow furrowed and his tone was tense. It was clear how much expectations were weighing on him. I know that's not very exciting, but it's the best I can do right now. He laughed self-derisively, but with the new way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. I wanted your plan sounds very you. Your head tilted affectionately, ever so slightly to the side. You watched him process your response. Cove was going to continue doing things his own way and in his own time. He exhaled, releasing some tension in his shoulders. Thanks for hearing me out on this. You knew him well enough to know that Cove wasn't feeling completely better about the way things were. No matter what's happening, I want you to know that you won't ever lose me. I won't really be gone. I'll still be here for you the best I can, whether it's long distance or whatever else. Cove's whole expression softened. His lips pulled into an affection.
It's okay.
Barry, you deserve to have everything you want in life. You sure, buddy? Couldn't help yourself. You couldn't believe what you were hearing. Looking at you fondly, Cove took a step closer. He then brought a hand to your face, cupping your cheek. Dotingly, his thumb lightly brushed your skin, a shiver shot down your spine. He spoke to you softly, wholeheartedly. He meant every word. Things are hard right now. It scares me, but it'll be okay. It'll be more than okay. Now that things are up to us, we can make our lives better than they ever were. Sure, buddy. Appreciate your attempt. You tell how hard Cove was to keep himself together for you. You hoped that he was right and things would be okay for both of you. Deeply, you met Cove's gaze. You nodded. At that, his expression morphed into a look of careful confidence. Clearly, he was still struggling with this topic, and you wondered what else might be on his mind. This was a start, I think, but it's not over, is it? We'll have to keep talking about it going forward. Yeah. Cove softly reiterated his comments. It'll all be okay. We'll still always be there for each other. Is that good with you? It is. Cool. That's cool. I'll see you tomorrow, Fairy. I'll see you tonight. He pulled you into an unexpected hug and knocked the breath out of you. It couldn't have been a more reassuring feeling. He returned his embrace and stayed that way for as long as
Good night.
could. Finally let go, giving you another smile. Sorry, they stretch. Okay. And Cove started walking there, but Cove started walking away, but you remained there, frozen in the middle of the street. You watched him and wondered how many more times would you be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow. You hoped for countless more times. Finally, you turned towards your house. You vowed to yourself that you would make the most out of every moment you had this summer. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So, hanging out, running errands, talks. I'm gonna assume the charity is the orca thing that they mentioned. Why don't I have, like, better curtains? Like, why do I have those thin-ass white curtains? Or bluish, I guess, whatever. You grabbed the large beach towel from off your bed and stuffed it into a bag. You had already packed your water bottle for your upcoming beach hangout session. You would grab sandwiches, this is the best. Grab nice sandwiches, some chips for the beach, you know, classic. Do that for the zoo too. Very rarely, whenever we would go to like the zoo or to the beach or something, would we buy food. We'd always just like make sandwiches and pack a cooler every single time. I don't know why, but I enjoy it. On the very rare occasion we went to the beach, that is. I mean, I don't like live by a beach, obviously. The stars had aligned and somehow everyone was free today. Miranda had set things up with several bubbly phone calls between you, Cove, and Terry to find a time to hit the beach. You were hoping that this would be a fun time together. Cove sat on your windowsill and kicked one of his legs into the air tidily. He already had his swimsuit on and his towel was bundled under his arm in a misshapen ball. Mood. He showed up earlier that morning with a surprising amount of enthusiasm. He was chatting as you caught up to his preparation. But seriously, I couldn't find my swimsuit this morning. I looked everywhere and it disappeared. I had no idea what I was gonna do. What happened to all your other swimsuits? I know that's not your only one. Cove looked away and shrugged. Might have some laundry to do. Anyways, I don't know why it was in the bathroom when I never put it there. Well, did you use it? Maybe your dad went in there and hung it up. He gave a small smile and readjusted the towel in his arms. You now could see that it had been folded at some point, but then rolled up and carried without much care.
I'm so glad.
I'm just glad I found it. It would have been crappy to lose my favorite trunks. It's nice to see Cove so happy and comfortable in what he was wearing. He walked over to your dresser and mused about how you had picked out your own swimsuit. Freaks ads in 5 minutes. Luckily, since you were average height, you only needed to worry about finding the right size. When it came to the shape of your body, fuck, you suck. Chubby. I'm squishy. I'm a squishy guy. There's a smooth feel to your build without any hard muscle, even if you flex. Well, that's a lie. My legs are fucking muscly as hell. You kept mostly the same shape you'd had throughout your teenage years. You were used to your body, and your body was used to your habits.
Are you okay?
Alright. Oh yeah, I was thinking about some things. What things? Myself and my body, really. The hardest part about finding clothes for me is, like, one, I'm chubby. Well, technically, I'm honestly, I'm just kind of fat, but, like, you know, it's whatever. It's not even that. Like, I don't weigh that much. It's just that my body is weird. So my stomach is big, but I don't actually weigh that much. I got my massive honkers, and then I'm really broad. So it's like almost impossible to find clothes that fit me. It's annoying. His eyebrow rose at your admission of self-reflection. And what do you think? What did you think of who you were? You considered your identity further. It was more than a single binary choice you made, but you were you, and that was what mattered. Yes. Yes. That me. I know binary. but I also binary, and well, I mean, we'll just say well endowed. Boobs were a large part of your frame. I hate them. Well, to be honest, oh, I use a binder sometimes. That's the thing. I'm okay with the size that I have, but like I still use a binder sometimes. So none of these are really accurate, as I will say. People had a lot of their identity wrapped up in their physical form. It shaped their self-image. I do have gender dysphoria, that's for sure. It was a fact you realized and faced. There was no misunderstanding of what you felt. The body you were in just wasn't right. You weren't comfortable, and that wasn't always easy to deal with. Mine, it's not like a constant dysphoria, but that's the thing. You had pretty much been unhappy with your body, even when you were younger. It felt off. That still hadn't changed. You didn't feel. See, it's such an issue, right? Because it's like I said, I'm okay with the size that I have, but I still will use a binder at some times. I'll just say I'm comfortable. Body was you, and it was a good one that you felt content in. Because like, I'm not always binding. But I bind sometimes. Whatever. Used to feel not as good when you were younger, but you had since grown into your body. You felt more at home now and less uncomfortable. Also, that whole thing about the reduction is crazy, considering I got one of those when I was 14. I didn't even wait until I was an adult. He focused on Cove again. He smiled at you and tilted his head, a question still in his eyes. He was waiting for you to come to an answer, but before you could, you had something to say to him. So what do you think of me? About how I look, I mean. Cove smirked a little, his eyes taking you in easily. Fishing for compliments, Fairy? You look great. Everyone knows that, including you, by the way. Unless that's changed. So what if I wanted you to come with me? You still should. I'm waiting. I said you look great. Cove shook his head. His hand went up to try to subtly cover his smile. I was kinda worried you were so in your own head because something was wrong. Guess not, I'm glad. Hello, Cece, welcome back.
Hey.
Hey, Fairy. Cove gave a bent smile, pointing to your arms. You're looking particularly shapely today. He answered not with words, but a solid okay sign with both hands and the same cheeky smile. Cove suddenly flushed when he realized how boldly he complimented you. He stood by it, even if he was a little red. We're taking. I'm sorry, the cat's back. I have to move so that she can come and sit here with me. We're taken a little aback. That came out of nowhere. You glanced at yourself. Like that? Yeah. We'll do a flirty stretch. You fluttered your eyelashes and slowly stretched your arms out in front of you towards him. Your sleeve fell down, but instead of fixing it, you let it stay that way. You looked Cove straight in the eye as you openly displayed your arms. He cracked a huge smile. Barry, this is too much for me to witness. Cove hopped up from his seat and fluttered his hands in front of you, gesturing for the display to stop, laughing the whole time. You thought on some level he might not have been fully kidding around with that. He was flustered. You gave the poor guy a break and put the goods back down. He exaggeratedly wiped his brow and let himself fall back into place on the windowsill. Finally, you felt that was enough of the topic for one day. You went back to your original goal before you got sidetracked. You needed to pick what you wanted to wear to the beach. What a Speedo with the top? Isn't a Speedo just a bikini bottom for men? Otherwise, honestly, my body confidence. Yeah. While you dug around in your drawers, you tried to think if there was anything else you were missing. With that taken care of, you held your outfit together and looked at the Cove. He was tapping his nose to the side of the walls as he waited. He vaguely wondered Sorry, I had to shake the cat. She slow blinked at me the entire time. He was tapping his toes on the side of the wall as he waited. You vaguely wondered if he thought that was a comfortable place to sit. You hoped so, given how long he perched on it. Regardless, it was time for him to go. You weren't going to put on your beach wear with him just chilling. I need to change. Cove smiled, content with being kicked out. Alright. Cove lowered himself off the window and strolled past you to get to the door. He lightly brushed his fingers against your cheek.
Bye.
Bye. I'll see you up front. Okay. You were alone, you got undressed and put your swimwear on. You also checked your beach bag for the final time, and it seemed like you hadn't forgotten anything. You left your room and hurried down the stairs, ready to meet Cove. You made sure to lock your front door and walked outside. Cove stood in the road, looking down and scuffing his feet on the asphalt. When you shut your heavy door, he looked up at you and smiled. Hey, Miranda and Terry are gonna be here in not too long, and Terry even texted me earlier saying she was mostly on schedule.
Well,
why don't we just head to the beach and wait for them there? We're both ready. That sounded like a good idea to you. You said as much, and Cove shot off a quick text telling the other two of them where you'd be. Cove gave you a thumbs up after the message sent. It was a familiar path to walk, and it wasn't long until you reached the shore. Cove laid out his towel on the warm sand. You set up your stuff beside him and looked out into the ocean. The rolling swells hit the shore rhythmically. You had all lucked out. It was a beautiful day. The sky was clear and the waves were good. It was a balmy summer day, but with a pleasant breeze to keep things comfortable. Essentially, it was perfect. Feel like heading into the water, maybe just walk down the shore, or do you want to do something here? What do you want to do? Maybe walk a little. At first, anyway. We can do that then. Cove nodded, accepting of the plan. He kicked some sand off his towel absentmindedly. Yeah, sounds nice. You took a deep breath and tasted the relaxing, salty air. Cove caught your eye and gave you a small smile. You chatted a little before a comfortable quiet settled over the two of you, content to watch the waves as you waited for the others. Luckily, it didn't take long until you heard shouts. You turned your head to see both Miranda and Terry running straight for you. Miranda was faster, making leaps and bounds across the sand. Terry followed in her wake, laughing with her towel clutched around her shoulders and blowing like a baby. Miranda started making her jumps more theatric and more precarious as she got closer. Cove waved them on with a big grin. Woo! Cheering on the antics. The two officially arrived at Cove and you were set up, looking completely ready for an ocean adventure. They were already in their swimwear and were raring to go. Hey, Terry, Miranda, welcome to our beach. Hi. Hello, hello. She beamed and Miranda nodded.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I am so pumped. Yeah, I'm really glad this worked out. What have you guys been up to over here in your town? Cove, Barry, have we missed things? Cove blinked and then shrugged when nothing he wanted to mention came to mind.
Oh.
Hello, Zoot. Okay, goodbye, Zoot. The usual. Terry laughed and mentioned a few things about her own parents. Miranda brought up her family and shared some of the wild things her older brother had done. Terry then started talking about her morning and how she'd almost overslept since she had stayed up too late last night. She bounced on her feet as she spoke. But don't worry about me being tired today. You know I ran on less back during school. Miranda filled in the group about her morning. Apparently everything had gone smoothly. She met up with Terry on the way here and you knew the rest. Cove offered a suggestion to the girls. Hey, let's walk while we catch up. Oh, yeah, definitely. Once everyone's stuff was settled on the beach, the group strolled over to the shoreline. The wet sand was cool under your feet. A wave rushed up and covered your ankles in the water. You flinched from the suddenness of it, but by the next wave you were acclimated? What? Assimilated? I don't think it's innocent. You took another another step forward and sank a little into the ground. Behind you, your footsteps were soon smoothed by the breeze. Your friends chatted as you all walked together. You took turns pointing out cool shells or pieces of sea glass. It was a relaxing dawn. Hours passed and the group had moved between different activities, some low-key and some more exhausted. For you, it was another break time. You sat on your towel and sipped in some water. Your friends were hard at work burying Terry's full body under a pile. Miranda used her arms to force sand up around Terry's sides. Cove worked on covering Terry's feet. Took another drink and closed your eyes. Eventually, a shadow passed over you, dampening the light that was still notable even behind your eyelids. You checked to see Cove had joined you there. He knelt down to dig around in a pile of assorted beach stuff in the middle of everyone's towel setup and pulled out the sunscreen. Took a seat next to you on his towel. He opened the bottle with a soft pop and began to reapply the cream. Hey. He ran his hands across his chest to work the sunscreen in, and you might have checked him out a little from the corner of your eye while still sipping some water. Want me to get your back? Oh, I'd like that. Okay, I'll do it. Oh, there's a zoot outside. Thanks. He scooted up behind your boyfriend and reached a hand around his front so he could squeeze a small pile of sunscreen into your hand. You rubbed your palms together, spreading the cream out more evenly, and began applying it softly to his shoulder blades. There you moved to the tops of his shoulders, nape of his neck, and down his spine. Cove was mumbling the entire time, but you couldn't make out what he said. He might not have even realized he was doing it himself. The tone of his voice and the look on his face got the message across just fine, however, he was happy you were too. After he and you finished up, Cove let out a comfortable sigh and looked off into the distance. Then he sighed again, this time in an exaggeratedly disappointed way. Wondered if he was going to sigh again, even more dramatically if he didn't say anything. I'll ask him what's wrong. You inspected his face to see if there was anything actually distressed about him, but he still looked just like he was exaggerating. You asked him anyway, since it was obvious that was what he wanted. Cove shook his head, comically despondent. His frown didn't match the sparkle in his eyes.
Don't worry about it.
I'm just becoming another jaded adult, that's all. Now you were really confused. You waited for him to continue, and his next sigh did not disappoint. It was the most ridiculously sad sigh you had ever heard. Then he smiled a little. Mermaids aren't real. What? That had not been what you were expecting, he continued. You know how much I liked mermaids as a kid? Well, merfolk as a whole, I really hoped that they were out there. I mean, the ocean's a big place, right? They could be somewhere. But the older I got, the more I had to accept it. They were just a fairy tale. He jerked his head over to the waterline and the rolling waves. They crashed against the shore and then drew back. This is a perfect beach for them. It's pretty and vast and never too crowded. If merfolk did exist, we definitely would have met one by now, or at least we would have heard of someone else seeing one, but nothing. He acted as though that result was a true bafflement. He let his head hang. I gotta let the dream go. It's hardly proof. It's not like this is the only beach in the world. Very tired. They can still exist, as you said. The ocean is a big place. Cove chuckled a little to himself, eyes tilted off into the sea, his face still low. Maybe it's for the best. Let's say a mer person did happen to wash up on shore one day, looked at you with a faux, doleful expression. I could have lost my partner to their magical underwater world. Oh yeah, I'd go with the mer person. Come with us too, just the finger thing. Cove grinned. He hadn't expected that answer. You're a nice person, Fairy, but what if they didn't want me? Would you seriously stay on land? You gave him a look. You meant what you said. It'd only work if the offer was for both of you. Are you sure that's the right call? If a beautiful, kind mer person falls for somebody, I'm pretty positive the sensible response isn't to turn around and say, no thanks, I'm gonna stay on land with a normal guy. Since this is all hypothetical, why not have you be the merperson? Cove turned his face to beam at you. He brightened immediately. Now we're talking. I'd be a good merman, right? I can see it. Imagine him trying to surf, though. It's like his little fucking tail fins. Just awkwardly clinging to the board. Cove's gaze was drawn back to the water with shining eyes. He was clearly imagining... Sorry. Hold on. He was clearly imagining some world where he was a merman who happened upon you here at this beach. You tried to picture what he could be thinking. It would be quite a lovely story. And then you heard Miranda screech. Your attention immediately switched over to your friends. You saw that Terry had gotten impatient and shifted her legs. The walls Miranda had been meticulously building collapsed into a wet heap of sand. She surveyed the damage critically. We're gonna have to start over at that part. Do you just want to give up on this now?
No way.
No way, the burial must continue. I'll try not to move anymore. Okay, if you're sure, I'll try to fix this. Miranda started to rebury her, and Terry shot her a thumbs up. She realized too late that moving her arm was a bad idea. More of the sand on her crumbled, and Miranda put her head in her hand. I pity. Cove caught your eye and started to drag himself up. It seems like we're needed. You agreed and followed him over to the girls. Miranda nodded at you both with appreciation. The three of you did your best to finish the job. Look, it's a pigeon. It's a pigeon. Cat's leaving. Are you gone? Are you out from under the desk? Okay. She's so small, it's hard to see her sometimes. Okay. You all. You all worked out a system of using just enough wet sand to help hold the rest together. With 3 people, it didn't take long for Terry to be entombed. Terry grinned massively and Miranda offered high fives. The pile was officially done. Oh yeah! Resembling the Kool-Aid Man, she kicked herself out of the ground with gusto. Oh, sorry, hold on. No, wait, hold on. I can do a great impression of the Kool-Aid Man. Hold on a sec.
Oh yeah!
Alright, there we go. Shit. I didn't realize I had it actually.
Oh yeah!
I didn't know I had it set to a button. Sand went flying in all directions, and a Terry-shaped imprint was left behind. Miranda yelled again and Cove chuckled. There probably wasn't a better way to get out of it. The 4 of you continued to have a good time. You went on a shell hunt. Miranda managed to find the biggest, while you found the most colorful. Cove caught a tiny crab. You did a bit of everything. There were impromptu games to just soaking up each other's company. However, after a while, you all had run out of water, drinkable water anyway. It was decided that you'd head to your and Cove's house. Things were gathered, and you started to cheerfully walk up the road. What next? I don't have anywhere to go, so it could be wherever. Same, I guess we can keep hanging out? Terry snorted and readjusted her grip on her things. Doesn't sound too sure there, Cove. Yeah. By this point, you could see your house. It hadn't taken long to make the trip. The conversation continued with everyone throwing out suggestions. Are people hungry? She looked from face to face in inspection. Cove and Miranda shrugged in concern. No one was overtly opposed to it. However, you weren't really starving. It wasn't quite a mealtime. We could get dessert. Miranda put a finger to her lip and thought. With a smile, her voice became more confident. Yeah, that would be fun. Terry considered it and then shot Miranda a thumbs up. Sounds great to me. I could definitely go for that. I think that's a good idea, but there's nothing sweet at my house. Your friends glanced at Cove and his place. He shook his head immediately. That doesn't have anything good either. I mean, unless you want dessert flavored protein shakes. No. She cut in and held her hands up as if she was trying to ward off something evil. Cove smirked.
Not bad.
It's not that bad.
Nope.
Nope.
Well,
there has to be some kind of sweet shop around here. Let's look it up. Terry nodded. Terry nodded and started to dig around in her bag. I like the way you think. Terry continued to rummage in her bag and grew increasingly frustrated. She puffed out her cheeks and knelt down, setting the bag on the ground. Both hands free, she was finally able to fish out her phone. She raised it up in triumph for a brief moment of celebration.
I'm on it.
I'll search for something good. Terry got back to her feet, hefting the bag over one arm, tapping away at her screen in the other. But she assessed Cove from top to bottom. No shirt, no shoes, no service. Cove glanced down at his bare chest and feet, having not even registered it prior. He chuckled a little. I'll grab something. Where do it, Pigeon? Pigeon, what are you doing? Okay, hold on. I have to clear out the bottom half of this nightstand for the fucking cat. Otherwise, she's just gonna sit here and judge me. Yeah, she's one of those kind of cats. More bottles of lotion for some reason? There you go. Don't want to get there because there's stuff on the floor. Okay. Right. Yes. Classic Pigeon. Oops, sorry. There you go. Okay. I'll grab something. Cove moved over to his house. You looked towards yours. I'll just wait outside. I got that cover up, so I'll be okay. You watched Cove disappear into the house. Terry was in the mindset of scrolling. Terry was deep in the midst, of scrolling through food options. You shuffled over to where you could see, and Miranda did the same. Cleared out the bottom part of that nightstand for nothing. You didn't even want it. No, what are you doing? That's Cece's fish. Something tells me she doesn't care. Do you want the catnip? Catnip or fish? No, you want the fish. Do you care what you get right now? Do you want to play? Okay. I have to play with the cat for a second. Let's play with the cat. Okay. There's ice cream. People love ice cream, especially around here. I don't really feel like ice cream. Cool, because I don't either. She flicked her finger up and another ice cream place showed up. Melty Moo Moo's frozen treats with an unfortunate cartoon mascot. I like ice cream, it's just not for today. There has to be something else. Yeah, like, tres leche or something. You thought on it and Terry kept scrolling. You heard a door open and Cove reappeared. You were about to be surprised at how quick he was, but then noticed he had just thrown on a t-shirt over his swim trunk and slipped on a pair of sandals. Of course. Duh. Hey. Everyone else exchanged their respective greetings and then looked back at Terry's phone. Terry scrolled further and then made an interested exclamation. Ooh, what about this place? They sell crepes. That's something you don't see every day. Look how fancy they are. She shoved her phone in your face. It seemed like a cute shop. It didn't show any pictures of the actual building, but the food seemed good. It was one of those places that put a lot of effort into presentation, with branded wrapping for the crepes and well applied toppings. Weird, I've never heard of it. I haven't either. Mysterious. Crepes are so good. They are. She nodded her approval as Terry admired more. Were you done? I thought you were done playing. Okay, she wasn't done playing. I'm sorry, I'm like tilted awkwardly. The cat's playing with this fucking toy. I'd go. It's not too far, but we could drive. Terry cheered at the success of a plan made, and you all walked around to Cove's car. He had to run inside once more to grab his keys. Road wash me on the third car. Awesome. You noticed a thin coat of sand and dust on Cove's car. It had probably been a while since he'd washed it. With a smirk, he carefully wrote, "Wash me."
Very
finger.
nifty.
Good work. I wonder if he'll notice. The car beeped and unlocked. Cove ran up to you with his car keys in hand. His hair slipped into his face and he brushed it back. Shotgun. Rude. She clambered into the passenger seat without hesitation. You didn't argue and climbed into the back with Miranda. Terry activated the directions on her phone map and acted as their navigator, directing Cove to the crepes. The GPS tried to get Cove to turn into a non-existent road once and wanted him to do a U-turn instead of just taking a left turn. But with Terry looking at the actual path, it went smooth enough. You were led to a small stall in a parking lot rather than a full building. That explained why there hadn't been pictures of the creperies interior, I think. And why it was new to you despite living in this town your entire life. It was a completely new structure that popped up recently. There was a window you could walk up to and one of 4 cars to drive up to. Cove parked with a laugh.
Come on.
I don't think I needed to put a shirt on for this, but I still want to try it. Let's go.
What?
Do you not trust us to eat in your car? She gestured to the drive-through option. Cove shook his head with a snort. I trust some people here, maybe, but wouldn't it be more fun to actually check it out? Everyone acknowledged his point and piled out. Terry tried to tease Cove a little, but Miranda started talking about the last time she had crepes. Apparently they'd been a dessert explosion, topped with multiple sauces, powdered sugar, and what Miranda was pretty sure had to be cake icing. I wish I would have crepes so long. That's sweet.
So great.
Literally, it was so good, but I regretted it so much. I couldn't finish it, and I was really tired. Couldn't imagine. Could never be me. You can do it this time, Randy. Okay. Cool. There were some laughs. When you got up to the menu, you realized that there were more than just crepes. Are those... There were definitely crepes. Many crepes. However, the stall also had a lot of different drinks as well. Teas, smoothies, milkshakes. Jackpot, honestly, though. She grinned and held out her fist for a fist bump. Miranda high-fived it. The two stared at the awkward, vaguely turkey-shaped hand configuration they had made and then slowly put their hands down. Cove's mouth twitched into a smile. You stepped up to order first, glanced back at the menu. Get both, obviously. I'd like a crepe and a drink. There was a woman who looked a little older than you taking the order. She smiled back at you, ready to hear the specifics of your purchase. For the crepe itself, you wanted strawberry. Filling and toppings, you picked everything. And I want everything. Give it all to me. Whipped cream. Condensed milk. Condensed milk's pretty good. Cream cheese, yeah. Chocolate chips, chocolate syrup. Oh, yeah. Just get everything. Give it all. And that was all. After you picked the size, you were asked what you wanted to drink. You ordered iced green tea, a black tea. It was strawberry smoothie. You could also add a mix-in or toppings for the drink. Oh my god, I could add boba pearls. It's fine. Whipped cream, chocolate syrup. You paid and stepped aside to let your friends order. Like, I like boba, okay? But I like boba and other drinks. Just sounds really cursed to me, right? Like, I don't want boba and like my milkshake. That sounds really, really cursed. And I don't know why. Cove got a lemon crepe with powdered sugar on top and the mixed berries. He also got a plain strawberry smoothie. Terry went crazy with toppings. Although she ordered a plain crepe, she had it smothered with whipped cream, cream cheese, chocolate chips, chocolate syrup, and bananas. Me too, Terry. Miranda opted for a frap with caramel syrup and condensed milk. The two of you stood off to the side as you waited for your treats. Mine's gonna take the longest to make because I just wanted everything in it. But in my defense, crepes! Yay! I heard what you ordered, Fairy. Glad I'm not the only one to go for a drink and a crepe. I couldn't pick just one, and why not? Exactly, it's gotta be good. Fairy, man, your crepe is gonna rock! It really is. High five for topping appreciation. Agreed, agreed. She held her hand out expectantly. Bro, come on. Turkey, turkey. Terry stared at your hands. She blinked. She looked between Miranda and you. Is this just a thing now? I don't know what you mean. Miranda's voice was surprisingly serious, while her face looked like she was seconds away from laughing. Terry shook her head dramatically. Order for Fairy! Oh, I've gotta get that. Grabbed your order. The others didn't take much time after that. With the goods collected, everyone admired their treats. Terry dug right into hers, and Miranda's gave hers a tentative sip. Terry nodded acceptingly with her mouth completely full. Miranda tilted the frap over to her with a grin, and Terry sipped it and clearly loved it. She raised her crepe over to Miranda. You could tell that there was an intent to make it look nice, but with all the assorted toppings piled on, only so much could be done. Miranda took a huge bite with gusto and sighed happily. Terry seemed satisfied and took another slurp of Miranda's drink. They had both only gotten one thing, probably because they knew they'd end up sharing. Fair enough. Share with everybody. Held your order up a little, bringing it to attention. Your friends looked at you, curious. Anyone want some? Yeah, dibs. You can't call dibs on someone else's food, except that I did. Everyone can try it if they want. Thanks, that's so nice. Miranda took the first round and then, with a smirk, passed on your order to Cove instead of Terry. Aw, Randy, my dibs! Sorry, you can't claim fairies. You can't claim fairy stuff. Fine, I can wait for it. Chuckling, Cove seemed to greatly enjoy his taste and didn't pass it on to Terry until he stopped chewing slowly. Finally, she accepted your order with gusto and took the taste. Gusto. It's so good, thanks, Fairy. You gave your reply in between sips of Miranda's frap and munches of Cove's crepe. With that, Cove started to eat his treats in earnest. You saw him take a huge gulp of his smoothie, and then without swallowing, he added a bite of his lemon crepe. Cove? Terry tore off a piece of her crepe and held it out to Cove. Care to make a trade? Sure. Instead of continuing to loiter in the parking lot, the four of you started to walk down the sidewalk. There was a lot of sharing going on, with crepe bits and toppings being passed around. You wouldn't have been surprised if Terry ended up drinking more frap than Miranda did. He kept going down the way, eating, drinking, and chatting. You hadn't realized just how far the group had wandered until you ended up at the now leaving sign. Apparently you were about to just walk right out into the middle of nowhere. Terry took her mouth off of Miranda's straw and stopped sipping the frap. Impossible! Preposterous! How are we already at the end? I always forget how tiny this town really is. Cove chuckled a little and swallowed a chunk of Terry's crepe.
I guess.
Kinda is, huh? It didn't feel that small when we were growing up. Definitely felt bigger then. There was a time when Sunset Bird had felt huge. It seemed as endless as the ocean. There was always some street you hadn't wandered down, something new for the tourists. Now, you would realize it was just a pond in this big, big world. No, I definitely have that, because, like, I've lived in the same place my whole life, so I'm like, the place always, you know, it always seemed, like, massive as a kid, and now I'm just like, dude, I hate it here, there's nothing to do. Let me out. Let me free. Seeing the definite and only reinforced this. Here was the boundary that proved your hometown could be walked out of with ease. I guess this means we should probably head back. One doesn't just walk into nowhere land. We're not only one, Terry. There's four of us. She's got a point. Terry scrunched up her face, not wanting to acknowledge the bad joke. She decided to ignore it. It stinks having to go all the way back. Yeah, but it's not like there's anything out of that direction. And if we did keep going forward, it'd be an even longer trip home. You stared off into the stretch of road as Cove agreed that he didn't want to go out any further. Can we take a break here first before we turn around? We've been walking for a while and someone finished my drink. Right in cue, Terry loudly sucked air from the straw. It was so good. Miranda looked at her, but Terry remained unrepentant. In the end, though, it was agreed to hang around the side before heading back to the car. It didn't take long to finish the rest of the food and drinks. Everyone gathered up the trash and stuffed it into bags and pockets for now. The group relaxed on the grass, keeping account of all the cars that drove past. It was not a high number. 14. The newest passing car drove into town from somewhere outside, but as the vehicle came by, it slowed down and you watched as it ultimately rolled to a complete stop. The black car parked right by the now leaving sign. Everyone exchanged a baffled look. Oh, is it Baxter? But then the tinted window rolled down and the driver peered out. As soon as you saw his hair, you recognized him. No one else you knew presented themselves so distinctly. Hey, neighbors! Cove also jolted with recognition. He passed it on a cordial smile and waved politely. Afterwards, he put his mouth back over the straw of his long, empty drink, as if trying to act cool. Yeah. Surprising though it was, you were happy to see him. It was an interesting turn for the day. You shot him a friendly grin. And you thought about the odd picture this made. A fancy black car pulled over to talk to a group of teens, mostly still in beachwear. Brenda was incredibly confused and shrank back to watch. Terry tilted her head in an unspoken question. Cove made a quick gesture pointing towards Baxter. A light bulb went off for Terry.
Alright.
Ah, that's the new person in the condo. The B-man, right? Yeah, Baxter. Oh, I wasn't sure if I'd ever actually see him. Her voice was quiet. Miranda usually got shy around new people. Terry was quite the opposite. Incredible, this is perfect. Terry hopped up from the grass and ran to Baxter's car, all full of excitement. Behind her, Miranda picked herself up and dusted imaginary dirt off her clothes. She sent a searching look to you and Cove, to which Cove shrugged. Miranda nodded and, with clenched fist, hesitantly followed Terry. Terry bent down to talk to Baxter through his window. She blasted through introductions, and Miranda put it in a shy wave. Cove looked at you. He clearly still had no intention of going over. Come on, let's go and see him. Cove pouted. His cheeks flared out into a childish puff. I don't want to. I don't know what to say. You can go. I'll just wait until he's gone. Really should come. You can do it. You want to be the only person who doesn't go to see him? Well, why can't you stay here with me instead? You sighed. He was definitely going to be difficult about this. Some days he really was the same grouchy 8-year-old he met all those years ago. Really hate him that much. No, I don't hate him. I'm just weird around him. I know his forwardness bothers you, but think of him like Terry. She's super friendly and loves to chat with new people. She's doing it right now. Terry doesn't hit on me, Terry doesn't hit on you, if that's what he's even doing. Baxter says serious things when I don't think he's actually very serious. That's what bothers me. He'll be alright. He's tried to do less of that with you, and we'll all be there. With an unnecessarily whiny groan, he relented. Fine, let's go. Slowly, progress forward was made until you two arrived at the driver's side car window. Baxter smiled welcomingly. Hello. Hey. Cove greeted him mildly, his expression cautious. Howdy, Baxter. Baxter gestured to Miranda and Terry. I just rented this car for my stay here and was coming back from a bit of sightseeing when I spotted your crowd. Then these two were kindly introducing themselves. Yep, it's only polite. Speaking of polite, Baxter is giving us a ride. I was asking him to. What? Baxter shrugged Baxter shrugged, guilty, seeing Cove's traumatic reaction. I don't think there's meant to be a comma after guilty. I think there's meant to be one before guilty, but whatever. The offer is open, and we're taking it. Okay. Regardless of anything else, you didn't have to walk back. That's what counted, and you were grateful to Terry for arranging it. Alrighty, plan made. Let's hop in. You excitedly opened the passenger side door and buckled yourself in. The car was pristine, and you were right near the new car scented air freshener. If he rented it, it would be pristine, usually. Baxter had the air conditioner on cold, but low, so it was pleasantly cool inside. A nice relief from the summer sun you had been baking in all day. Your friends clambered on in the back. It definitely seemed the slightest bit squished back
Does
there.
that sound alright?
Oh god, smooth voice, goddamn, Baxter. Welcome to my vehicle. I hope everyone is comfortable, and if someone could point me in the right direction, we could be on our way. Terry went back to navigator mode and outlined their journey. It was basically a straight line with one turn at the end into the parking lot. Baxter nodded from up in the driver's seat and pulled back into the road. Luckily, the street was still dead empty. It took no time at all for Baxter to park right next to Cove's car. There wasn't even enough time for a proper conversation to start. The occupants didn't seem to mind. There were smiles all around when Baxter parked next to Cove's car. Woo! Miranda clapped quietly as Terry cheered. Cove chuckled nervously. He leaned over the divider and gave Baxter a lighthearted push on the shoulder. He hadn't been expecting it, but quickly laughed and smiled at you. The celebration seemed to amuse him. We've arrived! That was easy. Terry flung open her door and climbed out. Everyone else exited the car as well. The group thanked Baxter with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Baxter got out too. Everyone congregated again in front of Baxter's and Cove's cars. Cove looked at the back of his and frowned. He'd finally discovered the wash me you'd put on it. I wonder who did this. You snickered along with Miranda, who realized you'd been caught.
Ooh.
It's a mystery. Right. Terry bounced over to Baxter and offered her hand for a handshake. He accepted it easily with a charming grin. You're a pal. You're too kind. It was no trouble whatsoever. I'll be keeping this car all this summer. If it suits you, you're welcome to take my number and give me a ring whenever you're in need of another ride. And that goes for everyone else. It goes for everyone here, sorry. I have a car. Terry busted into laughter and Miranda fidgeted. She did not know how to deal with that. Baxter really went fast and he noticed her discomfort and smiled with a soft tilt of his head. I'd be happy to help again, but that's the only reason I offered. If you don't need it, you can pass on it. I mean, I've got Cove. But, yeah. He beamed widely at your response. Baxter pulled out a pen he had with him for some reason and jotted his number down. He passed the little paper to you and you accepted. When her giggle subsided, Terry put a hand to her chin with brows furrowed. I wonder, would that option be available right now? You could valet us somewhere cool. Cove was taken aback. He put a hand on the hood of his car. Weren't we going back to the neighborhood? Wasn't Baxter going back to the neighborhood too? Why would we go somewhere else? Because we can. We're in the square. Miranda squirmed nervously and then committed to picking up. We could go to the park near my place. It's a really nice place to hang out. You and Cove shared a look. The big park was pretty nice. Let's do it. Baxter tapped the side of his face and thought.
Doable.
That sounds doable. He glanced at Cove and then switched focus to you. Well, we have two cars. If some people want to go to the park, I could still take the others home, but if everyone's going, it wouldn't make sense for me not to. Continue the hangout. Weren't ready to tag out yet. You came to a decision and turned to Cove. Let's go to the park. Alright, park time it is. He smiled a little. Terry cheered and Miranda nodded happily. You felt like you made a good decision. To the car! Again! Which car? There are multiple. Watch to see if Cove or Baxter had an answer. Cove sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He tapped on his car's hood nervously. We can go in Baxter's, I guess. It'll be less of a pain than bringing both. We're all going to the same place. You okay with that, Baxter? Certainly. I meant what I said. When you need a lift, I can give it. Neither you nor Terry brought up any objections, and so the gang climbed back into Baxter's nice ride. This time, Baxter offered to turn on some music. After all, it would be a little bit of a drive to the park. Yeah, I guess play what you normally would. Yeah, I would like to see what kind of stuff a guy like you listen to. I hope the playlist lives up to the expectations. Alternative music? Yeah, that's fine. plugged his phone into the car with an aux cord and turned on some alternative music. With the music taken care of, Baxter put the car in drive and pulled out of the parking lot. The lot was practically empty, but you noticed that he was careful anyways. During the trip, it changed from hard rock, punk, and even screamo. Despite his personable demeanor, he didn't seem to like upbeat tracks. I vibe. I vibe with hard rock, punk, and sometimes screamo. Not really. It took a while to arrive. By the time you got there, the sky was golden with the orange streaks of sunset. Everyone got out of the car and started to stroll along the paths. He walked by the basketball court and some picnic tables, taking in the sights. Miranda seemed amazingly content, the location helping her relax in the company. She led the way, sometimes stopping here or there to point something out. Baxter turned to her and nodded along.
Not bad.
Sorry. That is killing me. I've never been here, but I definitely see the appeal. Man, this is Randy's stomping ground. She's been coming here forever. Seriously, Miranda, have you ever had a birthday party that wasn't here? You missed out, Baxter, because everywhere she has a blowout party at the park. I imagine balloons everywhere. Miranda looked down, suddenly shy again with the attention on her. She let out an awkward laugh. Yep, every year. The group followed Miranda along to one of the picnic tables. She took a seat and Terry slid in beside her. You spent the evening chatting amongst each other. Everyone got to know Baxter a little better, although you could tell Cove and him still hadn't fully clicked. At one point, Miranda found an abandoned soccer ball and started tossing it around. To me, Miranda threw the ball to her. Terry caught it with a smile. Think fast. She chucked it at Baxter, who only had enough time to squeak. It bounced off his chest, and he stared at it, dazed. He blinked as if he needed time to process what exactly had happened, but then grinned dangerously. He rushed after the ball, and rather than throwing it back, he surprised Terry and everyone else by lobbing the ball high into the air. Bent your neck back to watch its ascent inevitable decline. Baxter hooked it with his foot and launched it up again. There were oohs and ahs from Terry and Miranda. Baxter gave them a very proper bow. When it finally fell to the ground for real, Cove was the one who picked it up. He was impressed, and he wanted it. He wanted it in, sorry. With that, everyone was drawn into the game. It was unspoken that whoever did the fanciest trick won. Most of the gang was not particularly practiced with throwing a ball, so not many of the tricks were actually good. However, there was still a lot of laughter, and you got to see Miranda pull off a round off where she threw the ball with her feet, so that was cool. The sunset eventually darkened into night, and the streetlights turned on. Your group's chosen picnic table laid in a bubble of light. That one, I guess. The occasional bug cast a shadow as they flew by. It's a little strange being here so late on a normal night. Usually that only happens if there was a party or an important game or a fireworks show. Fireworks! Her yell started Baxter, who was throwing the ball nonchalantly from hand to hand. He missed catching it and it sailed sadly back to the ground. You looked at Terry for her loud outburst. I just remembered there's gonna be a fireworks show tonight. It's in the city. At everyone's questioning looks, she huffed and tried to explain further. Some celebration for the opening of something. I don't remember what. I don't think we could get into the actual event anyways. But we should still be able to see the show if we get close. You can't keep explosions in the sky away from the public. Cove raised his eyebrows and jumped his fingers on the table below him. You want to change locations again? Wasn't the last 2 times enough? Terry rolled her eyes and then shook her head. To her, it was obvious. Don't be a wet blanket, Cove. What about you, Fairy, Randy, Baxter? Don't you want to see fireworks? There's fireworks? Yes, they are fireworks. Alright, whatever. What's one more scene change? Yush! I knew this was a good idea. Turn 4 sets of eyes locked to Baxter, to James Baxter. As the driver, his answer made or broke the plan. He chuckled softly. In for a penny, in for a pound.
Honestly.
I'll go. Genuinely, there's nothing better to occupy my time tonight. We better hurry or we might miss it. Cove rolled his eyes but laughed. Everyone headed back to the car yet again. Terry brought out her phone to navigate to the city and Baxter stepped on the gas. We're on your way. Baxter drove past buildings aglow in warm yellow light that cut through the navy black night. One office building was bright LED lights that cycled through a hole of rainbow hues. It was difficult to get through all the traffic on the road, let alone find parking this late at night. Luckily, Miranda had eagle eyes when it came to scoping out a spot. She pointed to a sedan pulling out and Baxter parked within seconds. Not wanting to miss the show, you all raced down the waterfront walkway to find a place with a good view. What about here? Cove peered across the rails into the distance and shot her a thumbs up. It was relatively quiet, isolated, and you could see skyscrapers. That was a good sign, based on where Terry thought the event was. Yes, this should work just fine. She stopped and tried to catch her breath. Her hands on her knees, Miranda leaned against the wall between establishments as she recovered. Cove took a moment to breathe as well. Stretching his spine back, he looked up at the sky in wonder and let out a relieved sigh. Think we missed anything?
No way.
Not a chance. Nothing's happening and we can't be so late that we missed everything. Maybe it'll start soon. And boy, this. We had no idea where the fireworks were even supposed to be. For all you knew, they'd be right in front of your face and way too loud. Boy! Oh my god, it's my boy! It's my boy! My long boy! After so long. Anyways. Or alternatively, the fireworks might be too far off in the distance to see clearly, hidden behind the tall buildings in the skyline, and that might ruin everyone's fun. Terry led Miranda to sit down on the oval slabs along the path. Miranda took a seat and began tapping her knees together as she waited. Terry, meanwhile, crouched more than sat. Baxter smiled politely and looked from you to Cove. He seemed to be waiting for one of you to speak first rather than wanting to directly start a conversation. Something seemed to strike Cove as he tried unsuccessfully to hide a smile. We're all still in swimsuits.
Sinful_Fox1 just redeemed throw things at me.
The slow turn. Anywhoozles. Alright. Roaring Beachwear in the middle of the city in the dark while waiting for a fireworks show was clearly the joke of the day for him. Cove snorted once and then looked back up at the sky. Oh my god, there they are! Oh, they're not gay fireworks. That's so unfortunate. I'm playing such a gay game and then there's no gay fireworks. Could we make the argument that these are pan fireworks? They're the right colors. They're in the right order. Well, that's kind of orange as opposed to yellow, but you know. A flash lit up the sky with a brilliant green. Your eyes flew off the building in the distance and silently watched with bated breath. You heard a second boom, and a red firework lit up the night. Ooh, the show's starting! It's so pretty! And they came running over to get closer, positively beaming. Terry pressed herself to the waterfront fence, getting as close as physically possible without just going swimming again. More fireworks went off, shooting out hundreds of tiny sparkling lights. The colors stood out starkly against the dark of the night. Oh god, that reminds me of the fucking 4th of July. It's like such a pain because so many people in my neighborhood will set off fireworks. And they do it. They do it from mid-June to the very end of summer. And I'm like, how the fuck do you have so much damn money to spend on fucking fireworks, dude? Like, I think they're pretty, but my god, I don't want them set off in the neighborhood 24/7. Last dirty again. This pair gets dirty so often. I don't know if it's just because, like, the frames are smaller or what. The biggest ones washed your surroundings with their hue, turning your world blue, then red, then golden.
Welcome.
Did I deliver or did I deliver? Miranda's eyes glittered and she lightly bumped Terry with her hip. Good job. Terry stumbled at the friendly nudge but was pleased with the compliment. She grinned back. Miranda lightly swung her hips to the opposite side to give you a bump as well. It was friendly and soft. We did it. He smiled at her and nodded. Comfortable with how near it was. I mean, I don't like being super close to them, but like that seems like a good distance to me personally. Despite how unorthodox the impromptu fireworks plan had been, you were ecstatic it worked out. Luckily, you arrived in time, and it was shaping up to be a particularly colorful fireworks show. The rest of the group huddled around the railing to take in the show as closely as possible. Miranda stood close by, Terry's hands gripped the top. Cove laid his arms across it while leaned forward, and Baxter rested his elbows on the rail, putting his back towards the fireworks. He seemed to have more fun watching the others than the actual show. Ooh, she pointed out a golden firework and beamed. Oh, that's so cool. Terry held up a hand for a high five, and Miranda obliged her. Terry whooped and shot you a smile. What color do you think the next one will be? Without giving Baxter a glance, Cove answered him immediately. Green. It was orange. Baxter chuckled, but wasn't interested in calling Cove out for being wrong. Is that your favorite color? Green. It's one of them. I think that's nice. It matches you. Is yours black? That's one of them. Cove smirked just a little and left the conversation there. Cove looked away from the fireworks and grinned at you. He was glad to be spending time with you and tilted his head at the spectacular multicolored firework above. I think that's been my favorite so far. He shot you another look and nodded, wanting you to move up closer. In front of him, you could see the night's lights reflected in the water. You took a moment to watch him, and the fireworks reflected in his eyes. Cove grinned like a kid. Cuddled the boy. Pressed yourself against his chest and snuggled into him. He readjusted his position and then wrapped his arms around you, holding you close. He rested his chin on top of your head comfortably. You let yourself relax against him and continued to watch the fireworks above. Cove's gaze, oh my fucking god, and I have to do like 6 more of these. Cove's gaze drifted from the show of dazzling lights straight at you, and he sighed dreamily. You didn't know when you'd last seen him so blissful. The spectacle continued to light up the all-time by bringing more fireworks out at a time. The colors danced across the sky and reflected over the water. You reached out a hand and watched as it was tinted golden while a big boom sounded. Fireworks were a normal summer tradition, but this was admittedly an unconventional approach. Showing up in the city last minute to watch a display from a technically private event, that made this feel special in a way that just planning to go to a public fireworks show never would. Terry's idea may not have left you with a lot of time to prepare, but it sure led to a unique situation. It was clear this was an unforgettable night. As the finale sounded, blazing the sky with unbelievable beauty, you remembered thinking that there might never be a night exactly like this one again, not for the rest of your life. You planned to hold on to the feelings you had in that moment for as long as you could. Oh, I only have to do 4 more. Oh, good. Sorry, I'm enjoying this game. I'm because I'm so tired. I'm just like obviously stumbling over my words and everything. Okay, why is that? Why is that? Okay, whatever. From the moment you woke up, you knew that today was going to be busier than usual. There was a list of errands that needed to be finished before the day was done. First up was visiting one of the biggest farmers markets in the area. It was open 2 weekends a month during certain parts of the year. Hey, I mean, farmers markets are good. You get the freshest shit. Can sometimes be a little expensive, but you know, farmers gotta make a living. No big deal. It was rare that you and your family were able to attend, so your moms liked to make the most out of every minute of it. And you realized it was not just them feeling that way when you heard a whistle from your left side. And now this is a swanky show. Vegetables have never seemed so highbrow. Seriously, they don't mess around with their products.
Isn't that great?
Isn't it exciting? Dude, I still cannot believe that my moms have aged. Like, look, a mom's even getting gray hairs here. But fucking Mr. Holden McCock still looks the same that he always has. Like, what the hell? Liz crossed her arms. You could tell she was amused. We couldn't have picked a more perfect trip. It's been too long since we've had a true family outing. Her teasing tone said more than she actually did. Your next door neighbors had joined you on this day, and that's what made it a true family outing. The three parents laughed approvingly. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught Cove looking at you sympathetically. Some things never changed, and some jokes never died. Long accepted that. The trip could be fun. You smiled, trying to imagine how many stalls were set up. You were curious what hidden gems were waiting for you to discover. Among them. Well, I'm ready to get started. I've got plenty of dishes in mind I could use ingredients for. Before your moms responded to that, they glanced at each other and smiled. Yes, that's a very good idea, Griff. This place is much larger than it seems. It's difficult to visit each part in a single day. I'm sure we can make a decent dent together at least. Actually, there are so many of us this time, we could take different sides to the market.
Sounds good.
Divide and conquer, eh? That sounds brilliant. Everyone watched your mom's surprise. No one had considered that an option, but your mom flashed the group a dazzling smile, continuing with the thought. Though it's a little unfair that there are 4 stars. There are 4 stars family members, and only 2 Holdens here. So I'll go with you boys to even out the odds. No! Don't steal my boyfriend from me, Mom! She's taking him away. She's kidnapping him. This is so rude. That's fine with me. Cliff scratched the back of his neck and slowly met Cove's stare. They both seemed unconvinced but weren't sure what to say about it. Don't worry, we'll be apart for only a few hours, and then we'll have something to talk about at the end of it. Father and son ultimately nodded. This wasn't an argument they were going to win.
Alright.
Alright, I don't get the point, but freaks... Oh, never mind. But I also don't mind spending the first part of the trip with Barry and Ma. Ma clapped her hands together at that. Wonderful. Are the teams ready to go? You know, let's go. Delighted, Ma hooked an arm around you in a little side hug.
Thank you.
You grinned. Thank you, Fairy. Taking the lead, Mom walked over towards Cove and Cliff, who were still eyeing at her.
Let's go.
Come on, boys, we're heading out. Sure. Okay. Cove looked at you softly and found himself pulled forward, stopping in front of you. His expression flickered for a moment, hesitant. Bye. Cove lightly took one of your hands in his and gave it a small squeeze. He dipped his face forward, wanting to kiss farewell. When instead he stopped midway, his whole body stiff. He jerked his gaze back at your mom, and you realized that she had grabbed the hem of his shirt. She gave it a small tug before letting go.
No.
Time's a wasting, Cove, and I've known you long enough to be aware that you're one to linger. If I don't stop you now, you'll only drag your feet on parting ways more. The 2 of you can snuggle and make out as much as you want later. We have important shopping to do now. Cove gasped at what he felt was a truly obscene thing to say. His face burned red, but that was ignored by him. He spoke with an unimpressed roll of his
Seriously?
eyes. You don't need to literally pull me away from Barry. I'm not that clingy. I am. Mom sniggered with a shake of her head. Cove's eyebrows raised over the reaction, and he turned to Mom. She went at me his eyes as she whistled innocently. Liz smirked ear to ear, and Cove whipped his head towards his dad. Mr. Holden couldn't offer anything more than an apologetic shrug. It was only then that it dawned on Cove that everyone did think that he was that needy. Finally, he dared to face you with wide, pleading eyes. Who said you were allowed to say things like that to him? You stood in his defense, shooting them all a stern look. They were okay, no, I didn't mean it like that. No, I guess yellow, right? Yeah. Cove is totally capable of being independent when he wants to be. You spoke very matter-of-fact and fixed a stern gaze on the group. Cove, meanwhile, beamed at having your support. Without thinking, Cove took another step forward, feeling drawn to you. Also, again, Mom grabbed the back of his shirt. She tried suppressing her laughter, but a few chuckles escaped. Actions speak louder than words. Cove's mouth twisted as he struggled to come up with something to say in his defense. He was newly embarrassed all over again. Yeah, well, so what? That admission had Liz, your mom's, and his dad bursting into laughter. Cove grimaced and walked several steps from the group before stopping. He only wanted to move on, so much that he was physically moving away. He smiled softly and waved goodbye, when he noticed Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile of his own, and he seemed to
See
feel
you
better
later.
of it. See you in a few hours. Take care of yourselves. At that, Mom picked a direction and set out into the market with Mr. Holden and Cove following behind her. Sorry, I'm trying very hard. Okay. Grinning, Ma sent them off with a big wave. Liz gave a daintier goodbye wave herself. It wasn't what you'd imagined, but that didn't matter. There was a whole market to explore, and you couldn't wait to find some good stuff. When they were gone, Ma cheerily turned towards you and Liz. Yeah? What the fuck was that? Was the dog poking her head into the cat door and gagging at me so that I would acknowledge her existence. Anyways, when they were gone, Ma cheerily turned towards you and Liz. She put her hands on her hips. Do you think there'll be any nice ginger around here? We'll have to find out. You nodded in agreement, keen to truly get the trip going. Ma led you both into the busy market. Some time past browsing, there were only a few stalls to stop at. You had fun chatting and laughing, pointing out various things to Ma and Liz and vice versa. At one point, Ma stopped suddenly. She put a hand on her belly and gave a half-hearted smile. I think I should have used the bathroom before we left home like the two of you responsibly did. Just need to pee? Yes, Liz. I'll have to visit the ladies' room now. You should wait here. Ma craned forward as she struggled to pinpoint the direction she needed to. She gently brushed your comment away. There's no need to worry about me for this, or waste time standing around. Keep on shopping. Like, actually, I might need help finding my way. Can you please come, Lizzie? You and your sister had to share a look over that. Why do that of all things? Ma, if anyone should go anywhere on their own, shouldn't it be you? You're the one needing a detour, and you're the parent here. Ma giggled, unfazed by the resistance. Liz, meanwhile, tipped the brow of her hat up, watching Ma skeptically. Soon enough, Fairy will have to handle doing these kinds of errands on their own. This makes good practice. What? Ma hooked an arm around Liz's and pulled her
Have
along.
fun.
Have fun. We'll find each other again later. Excuse me. Bye. It was all you could mutter as Ma and Liz waded into the crowd. They were out of sight within moments, and what started as a group outing rapidly became you entirely on your own. Immediately overwhelmed. You weren't prepared at all to be flung out here on your own. Just walk around, okay. Resigned to your fate, you picked up where you left off browsing the stalls. One hooked your attention. While most stalls were selling various garden-grown foods, this one had an array of homemade fudge. Oh, there were even vegan There were even vegan versions of every option. Yes. Well, okay. It was fun getting to peek at the fudge options, but you weren't enticed enough to buy any. Ponder for a moment. Okay, no, I'm buying the fudge. I'm buying the fudge. You sidestepped past a few other people and got yourself right in front of the counter for a better look. There was a wide spread, dozens and dozens of delicately cut squares of decadence. The owner smiled and approached you to explain their shop. The fudge is sold in boxes of 4 pieces. They either can all be the same, all different, or any mix you like. Are you looking to buy any today? Fine, I'll share. The whole selection was too good and not to share. I also want to get myself a box. Your mind was already filling with thoughts of sinking your teeth into delicious fudge. There was no way you were walking away empty. Okay, and yay, I can get all 3. Looking at the treats made you think of Cove. You grinned, hoping he liked what you picked out. Yeah, I could use some fudge. I'm glad you came to the right place then. For yourself, you picked... I want all of them. Okay, caramel swirl. Definitely. Cookies and cream. Chocolate peanut butter. And honestly, maple walnut. For the group, you picked... we'll just go safe. Milk chocolate, dark chocolate, white chocolate. White chocolate peppermint. For Cove, you picked... I don't know. Caramel swirl. We know he... Yeah, white chocolate. Chocolate toffee. I feel like he'd like chocolate toffee. And also... The shop owner carefully put your order together. You couldn't help but try to imagine how Cove might react if you presented this to him. Everyone else was definitely going to be happy when you regrouped later. You paid and there was no stopping the large grin going all across your face. Pivoting on your heels, you wove your way back to the center of the path. Pondered for a moment what you should do now. None of the stalls were catching your eye. What did grab your attention, however, was a head of familiar seafoam hair sticking out above the crowd. You knew instantly it was Cove. He hadn't noticed you yet, but he was walking in your direction. Held a couple bags tightly in his hand. Strangely, you couldn't spot your mom or his dad anywhere. Ah, this was all a plot to get me and Cove shopping together. Cove, over here. He instantly stopped dead in his tracks. Alert, Cove's head snapped up and his eyes searched the crowd until they landed on you. His whole demeanor brightened at the sight. Fairy! He weaved through passerby awkwardly in attempts to get through as fast as reasonably possible, nearly stumbling more than once. Run into his arms. You took off full tilt toward Cove as he continued his own approach. You stretched forward as the distance closed. What you were doing clicked and he easily scooped you into his arms as you jumped toward him. His bags crashed into your back, but you didn't mind. Give him a smooch. Your lips planted themselves against his and you could feel him chuckle, but he settled into it and returned to the gesture. Hello, Pigeon! and returned the gesture. You stood there together, kissing each other in the middle of the farmer's market for a nice moment. Too soon you had to separate. There were things to discuss. It was undeniable that he was shopping by himself. You stared at him, confused. Where's the rest of your group? Cove crossed his arms defiantly, bags twisting in front of him. Your mom took my dad, and I ended up alone. Why are you here by yourself? Mom was abandoned me
What?
too. Can't believe this happened to both of us. I can. They planned it. They had to, but I don't know why. Are they pranking us? I don't know either. And you meant it. You couldn't fathom what your moms were up to. Cove shook his head, trying to clear his mind.
Well,
My only thought is like, maybe they're trying to plan some kind of surprise for me and Cove. So they're just doing this instead. I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, I guess things are just up to us now. Yeah. So his gaze wandered off as if one of your parents might simply appear if he kept checking. And you could tell he was still processing the situation. He scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. Do you want to forget about whatever's happening and go shopping together? Definitely. There was little care in your mind for what your moms had planned. You were ecstatic at the thought of spending the rest of the trip with
don't
them.
worry about it.
Even if we have to make our own fun, we're gonna have a good trip. Cove smiled at you encouragingly. It made you feel... Nothing, it was a terrible... a little bit more hopeful. You weren't alone anymore, and you could already feel yourself becoming better prepared to get through the rest of today. So, where to first? I don't mind going back the way I came if it's new to you. It's not hard to miss stuff even if I've gone past it. What have you gotten? Cove shuffled his bags around and started pulling them open so you could peek inside each one. You recognized the array of things he picked up around the market. Mostly got typical things I can use pretty easily so far, nothing super exciting. There were a few cucumbers, some lemons, and sweet potatoes, among other things that were wrapped up so you couldn't discern what they were. What Cove bought had made sense, but it was far from a complete collection. You glanced around at the nearby stalls. Want to start over there? Cove followed your eye, and as you pointed at one of the larger stalls, it was filled with several kinds of staple fruits and
Come on.
vegetables. Yeah, let's go. Once a few people finished paying and moved, you and Cove got yourselves directly in front of the shop. There were so many things to pick from. Give me the fruit, apples. I'm not really a fan of oranges. Peaches, strawberry. No, I'm getting all this stuff. So you can make some pretty tasty stuff with that. And then potatoes. I don't care about anything. I don't like citrus. Let me make that clear. I don't like citrus. I think it's gross. Okay. Happily, you paid and waited for Cove to make his purchase. Ready to go? Cove grinned, dissatisfied with his new choices. He had added another bag to his small but growing collection. You nodded. Oh wait, before we start moving on and everything, wanna hold hands? Of course. There was no way you could say no to that face. Delighted, you laced your fingers with his without hesitation. Cove squeezed your hand back. With renewed eagerness, your boyfriend nodded his head in the direction you had been going towards.
Alright.
Okay, now let's go. Together, you and Cove wandered the market on the lookout for any stalls that caught your attention. Cove was walking around with a spring in his step, talking about the various meal ideas he had in mind. After a while, you had to go greater distances to find something of interest. Several of the stalls were selling the same goods. It was only a matter... It was only a matter now of which you wanted to buy from. You continued ambling down the path until Cove stopped suddenly, literally pulling you away from your thoughts. Cove? You followed his eye line past the crowds. Immediately, you knew what grabbed him. Homemade jams and local honey. Agreed. The stall was glittering with quaint glass jars stacked high, each encasing gels of varying colors. Cove's eyes were practically sparkling at the sight. His feet automatically began to take him there, likely without being fully aware he had made an unexplained detour. When you got closer, you were surprised there were even more varieties than you thought. There were even different honeys based on what type of pollen the bees used. Cove's focus seemed torn between a bottle of blackberry jam and one of clover honey. You want some honey? Honey? Dumbfounded, Cove nodded in response. His face was burning red. You grinned, way too pleased with your own joke. You thought things over for yourself too. Oh, man. Oh. Okay. Oh, can I have all of it? We'll take Clover Hunt. Yes, I totally can. Give it all to me. Thank you. Okay. You paid and the shop owner started putting everything started putting together your order. They carefully packed it in a few bags with paper. Thank you very much. I like that most of the stalls I've gone to, I've just gotten like, oh, everything. I'm gonna be so poor by the end of this. Amused, you watched Cove give in and just buy both the clover honey and the blackberry jam. He also went all in, getting spring flower honey and the plum jam too. The shop owner thoughtfully wrapped each in a brown paper to protect them before pinning them away in a bag. He handed the purchase to Cove.
Thank you.
You both stepped away from the stall. Cove didn't fail to notice the look you've been giving him since he agonized over his toast toppers. Hey, this doesn't go bad for a long time, so why not suck up? I could have chosen one if I wanted to. Sure, and I get it. Why do you think I got so many too? Good then. I just got all of it. I got literally every flavor. I've never even had rhubarb, and I got literally every fucking flavor. As you began to stroll, Cove looked up at the sky. He smiled. It was sort of unexpected, considering all of this was technically an errand and unexpected changes often upset him. But he was happy. Cove liked doing this kind of normal thing. You could tell that Cove especially enjoyed doing these kinds of things with you. He's annoyed. So I could just be like a complete fucking dick about everything. And that's just wild to me. You blush thinking about how comfortable doing this with Cove felt. It felt more than normal or mundane. It felt right. We're so domestic. Cove took a sharp intake of air and started coughing for a moment. Afterwards, he looked at you and your teasing grin
You're
and
right.
chuckled. That is true. I like it. Later, when you spotted a less crowded area, you took a break from browsing. Cove started rummaging through one of his bags just to check on how his goods were doing. A smile grew on his face as he went on to the next. You chuckled, knowing that Cove wouldn't let anything go to waste. There wasn't a single doubt he was going to eat it all. You held a hand in front of your face as you squinted upwards. The sun had moved quite a bit. You'd been at the market for a good while now. Neither your feet nor your arms were sore right now, and Cove looked to be doing fine too, but that was something that could be helpful. There was a price to pay for this much shopping, and it wasn't always just in money. Give me a pity back, right? We'll just quietly enjoy the break. There was a breeze you just barely noticed in the air, and you contentedly sighed, happy that the weather was cooperative for the market and made things even better.
Hey,
Hey, wanna ride? Staring at him quizzically, you raised an eyebrow. Cove chuckled again, and his cheeks turned a light shade of pink. He tried again. I'm gonna piggyback ride. You can take a little rest. I don't mind. Mom, can I carry your bags for you? Seriously? After I just asked to carry you? Yes. Fine, you win. Or it's actually kind of a loss you're willing to take. No, it is a win. Thanks, Fairy. Cove bundled up his bags into two groups and held them out for you to take. You accepted, but had to temporarily put all the bags on the ground. He chuckled, watching you shuffle the bags around so each arm wasn't carrying
thank you.
much. My arms would get sore so fast, but I have massive muscles and need to carry everything inside at once, mostly because I don't like making multiple trips. Scruggles! Why are you crouching? Just like stopping. You know I'm self-conscious about my crouching. Thanks for doing this, really, it's nice of you. No problem at all. Standing up straight with the bags, you were all set to get going again. You grinned, happy to do this. And with that, you and Cove continued your trip through the market together. Ma and Mom had both texted you during the trip, though only to say that they'd hoped you found some good stuff and that they'd see you later. There were no answers on where they went or why. You and Cove continued to wind your way through the bustling market, the list of outstanding items steadily shrinking while bags grew heavier. Eventually, Cove realized that he hadn't checked his own phone in a while. The two of you came to a stop in the nearest alcove where you'd be out of the steady stream of people perusing the stalls, and he pulled out his phone. Cove pulled out his phone. You watched his eyes dart over the screen as he read the waiting messages. Not important, I can reply to that later. He wondered his verdict under his breath. And Cove's face scrunched up with confusion. Wait, I've got a message from my dad. Listen to this. Cove, I wasn't part of this plan. I didn't know what was going on when I left with Barry's mom. Where are you? He said that ages ago. I didn't hear it come in. He sent another one since then. Says he hopes I'm alright and that he's not bothering me. Lewis once said everyone's going to the parking lot soon and we can meet up there. Lowered his phone, eyes narrowed. The same conclusion that was settling on you had landed on Cove's phone. So it was on purpose. The crowd of people passing by stayed as noisy as ever, a sharp contrast to the silence that had fallen over you and Cove. He was rubbing the screen of his phone against his shirt, wiping away dust and debris. He continued scrubbing the screen long after anything could have remained. The action of poor substitute for pushing away the awkwardness of the moment. There was no malice behind the plot. You were quite sure of that. Your moms must have had their reasons for doing this, and it hadn't harmed you in any way. It can be really weird, huh?
Are you okay?
His voice was gentle. Yeah, really. That's good. Abandoning us without a warning wasn't really a cool idea, even if they meant well, which they probably did. Looked you straight in the eyes. Not making a big deal out of this is nice. I'm not exactly thrilled personally, so if you do want to complain to me, you can. You can be kind of annoying to me. Why can I be so mean to him? No! I don't have anything to complain about. Nothing. Ever? I don't know. His mouth hung open and then he laughed.
Way.
I mean, like, I'd be upset that they just kind of ditched us, but like... Come on. You've got to have plenty of stuff to complain about just from the stunts I've pulled myself, let alone what's happened today. You cracked again a grin at that. Despite yourself, you could certainly be a troublemaker. Are you okay? Okay. He could certainly be a troublemaker when he wanted to be, but he could also be so kind. For a moment, he stepped away from you, face turned. Cove closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His brow creased, then furrowed deeper into the scowl, his arms tightly coiling. So they did do something stupid. I knew it. His voice had taken on an exaggerated quality, but what truly distinguished it from Cove's typical speaking tone was the abundance of rage. This is such a chore. Parents are so dumb. Why do people have to go places with family members anyways? I hate them. Got it instantly. It had been years since the boy with the bowl cut had been in town for the summer, but Cove had never forgotten it. To this day, he continued to unleash his impersonation whenever the moment felt right. Sometimes he wondered if the act had grown more exaggerated over the years, or if the kid really was always that ridiculous. Wow, what is wrong with you? I'm not wrong, actually. If you were as smart as me, you didn't know that. Cove gave you a lopsided smile, letting the joke rest for now. Come on, we should probably go meet up with the group. Yeah, I was wondering, like, why it's like trying to play off that he's angry, but then there's like this like cheerful bopping music of what's going on. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You didn't dally any longer, slipping back into the crowd and making your way towards the entrance of the farmer's market. It didn't take long to reach the parking lot. Your parents, Mr. Holden and Liz, were already waiting there, and they waved at you both as you approached. Your own family seemed to be in pretty good moods, in contrast to Mr. Holden. He stared at Cove with open concern as you got closer. Hey, bud. Hey, Fairy. How are you doing? We'd be doing better if we hadn't been abandoned in a farmer's market by our families. He saw your mom's frowning at his response, Mom glancing from Cove to Mom with blinking eyes. Just because Fairy is really laid back doesn't mean you can just leave them out of your plans and expect them to go with it every time. Ma hung her head, ashamed, and Mom had a hand pressed to her cheek. You could tell that they were quickly regretting.
I'm so sorry.
Her words were full of emotion. Mom squeezed Ma's arm. We're trying to make the errand more of a trip, less of a chore. Ma nodded. We didn't think you you, Cove, and Liz wanted to be stuck trudging around a market with your parents only, especially not in the summer. But you're always very thoughtful and don't like to leave your moms behind, so we did ourselves. It was only going to be for the market, not the other stops, I promise. Still, you're right, we could have just told you and let you make your own. I really am sorry, neither of us were
I'm
on you.
really sorry.
All gas, no brakes, and we should have known better, sorry. Ma ditched me too after pulling her urgent potty break stunt, if that helps. Went off to do my own shopping, as it seems safe.
Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't check back in with you. I wasn't thinking and just tried to blow it off. We quietly took in their stories of what happened. Over to the side, Cove was talking to his dad. Thanks for telling me something was up, though I feel bad for missing the warning when you sent
You're
it.
welcome.
No trouble, sport. I learned my lesson about making surprise plans. Cove smiled at his dad, Mr. Holden, laughing, clapped Cove on the back. Yeah, you remember that one time he invited Cove's mom to the summer without telling anybody?
Not bad.
Wow, we're really being outplayed today. You realize you hadn't been the only onlookers to the Holden's moment. Your moms were exchanging rueful looks. Liz had her arms crossed over her chest, patiently watching it all unfold. Yeah, looks like it. We better find some way to catch
In
up.
that case,
Maybe we can do Fairy's chores for the next week? Mom jabbed Ma on the shoulder. You might be onto something. Fairy, how do you like the sound of that? They looked at you hopefully. Make it 2 weeks. Mom laughed despite your totally serious words. I hear you. At the very least, we can make sure everyone stays together for the rest of the stops we're making today. You all nodded at the
Yes.
suggestion. We won't let you down. We'll be the best sheepdogs ever, guarding the flock and watching all strays.
funny.
We could at least be shepherds. You chuckled, your mood lifting in spite of the bumpy morning. It was going to be alright. You turned to the entrance of the farmer's market for one final glance, pressing it into your memory under the light. You thought on what you'd picked up at the market and how you were going to enjoy it later. Some things you could only get from local suppliers like this. That was another perk about coming along to the market today. Actually, you realized this would be a good time to bring up the fudge you got to share while everyone was listening together. Hey, wait, before we go, I've got something for everybody. The announcement grabbed everyone's interest, and they looked over at you, each curious about what you had in store. You dug your hand into the bag and pulled out the specially selected treat. I saw this amazing fudge stall, so I got a box for us to share.
Aww.
Aw, that's so sweet of you. The Holdens were wearing matching grins at the prospect of free dessert, their family resemblance more noticeable as they mirrored each other's expression. I just tried to sit up and slipped. Oops, I'm fine. Sweet is the right word for this. Thanks very much, Fairy. Yeah, thank you.
You're fantastic.
Great, can't wait to bust it open. We should save it for tonight. You can't properly enjoy a treat when there's still chores to be done. Besides, we don't want to make a mess with it melting in the sea. The others murmured their agreements and nodded, reaching a consensus. You stowed the box away safely for now. Cove then what? Up next to you, an eager smile on his face. You could tell from his expression that he was up to something. Thanks again for getting fudge. It was really cool of you. You knew he hadn't come over just to thank you individually, not with that huge smoke. I got something to share too, but, well, only really with you. I guess I'm not as nice. Oh well. You kicked up a scheme of your own? He laughed. Anyway, well, I sort of picked something out with you in mind. You held a hand to your chest, staring at Cove as he explained further. Since your moms decided we should shop separately, I figured I could use the time to get you something, just as a little surprise. He reached into one of the bags and retrieved one of the wrapped up objects. You accepted the unexpected present, and he looked on excitedly as he tore off the paper. It was a glass, a bottle, a small batch of lemonade. You didn't need to taste it to know that it would be nice. It was a boutique product. It was heavy in your hands, the container and smart metal cap reaffirming the quality. Even the label, constructed from coarse paper rather than a flimsy sheet of plastic, was distinctive. You were practically bouncing in anticipation, and he smiled sweetly at your reaction. It's not a big deal, but I just thought you might like it. So here's the thing. I don't like lemonade. I don't like lemonade. I don't like sour things. So, I can freeze it. There's an idea. We could freeze it and eat it, and it'll be tasty. You're always getting me things, so we're a real pair. His eyes began to widen. I got something for you too when you weren't around. There was a burst of laughter, first from your mom, followed by a chorus of chuckles from the other three. You'd forgotten that they were still hanging around. Unfortunately, they hadn't paid you and Cove the same courtesy and had been listening in on your conversation. You weren't even apart for the whole day, and you both still used that as a chance to get each other little gifts. Mom clasped her hands together, eyes
Good
bright.
job.
That's so lovely. A day? It was less than a whole
Right?
morning. Yeah, we weren't apart that long. True, I didn't even want to think about what happens when you spend a real time apart. That's my boy. Reached back into the bag where you had first retrieved the box of fudge for everyone, shuffling it aside to take out another one underneath. You chuckled coolly, aware that the others were still watching you. The first one was for you, but that's not all I got. I bought a second bunch of fudge that's just for you. And then a third one that's just for me, because fuck you guys. It was my fudge. I paid for it. Cove's face lit up, his grin stretching from ear to ear, the laughter that came from the others. The laughter that came from the others who were fully tuned into your little show didn't appear to reach him.
Seriously?
Really? It's only for me? Cove took the box of fudge in one hand and claimed one of your hands with his other. He used the hold he had to lead you closer to him while he lifted the hands to his mouth and peppered kisses over your knuckles. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He looked at you with shining eyes. At this rate, it wouldn't just be your little group that knew that you'd been treating him. The whole parking lot was going to learn about it. Behind Cove, you could see Mom watching you both with a smile of hilarity. See, this is why he's so attached. You've spoiled him. You shouldn't make fun, ma'am. It's clearly mutual. Besides, I don't hear you complaining when I'm spoiling you. Mom pinched Mom's cheek, making her laugh as she batted the hand
True.
away. True. Liz clapped her hands together with the air of a teacher calling for attention. Since the other adults aren't acting like grown-ups, the rest of us are going to have to pick up the slack. It's time to get back on schedule and continue with the rest of the errands. Playtime is officially over. Maul laughed while Mr. Holden grinned awkwardly. Mom hung her head in an exaggerated display of mock defeat. Kids are tough, and I can't even call them kids anymore. Liz tut-tutted with amusement at her mother. Cove shrugged, staying a neutral observer, but the small smile on his face revealed that he was enjoying the confusion. You laughed, glad that everyone was getting along. That's right, we're all grown-ups now. With that, your trip to the farmer's market was closed. It was time to move on. There were too many of you for one car, so you and Cove had wound up in Mr. Holden's car on the way over. You figured it made sense to do the same for the next leg of the journey. You sat next to Cove in the back. Immediately after the click of the seatbelt in its lock announced that Cove was safely strapped in, he began to unfold the box of fudge he'd been given. You're gonna eat it now? Uh-huh. He nodded eagerly, not taking his eyes from the container. He lifted the top off and longingly admired the selection inside. White chocolate, it always tastes great. That looks like cookies and cream. That's a really cool flavor for fudge. This one, they had one with caramel. Wow, it's gonna be so nice. Can you tell me what the little flecks are? It's toffee. Yay! I picked ones that he liked. I was worried. I was like, I don't actually know. I went with white chocolate because white chocolate is like a safe option, right? But I didn't know what else to go with. Once Cove had finished bestowing praise on what you'd picked, promptly started sampling this selection. He was smiling, licking his lips, and having a grand old time. You could also tell from the way his nibbling was turning into munching that the box wasn't going to survive the trip to the next stop. You were right. Cove had tried to savor the treats, claiming just one more until there was only one left, and the statement was finally forced to be true. He finished the last one true. He sighed contentedly.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Fairy. Those really were great. You're welcome. He set the picked clean box to the side, then rested his hands on his spoiled tummy. Cove wasn't going to be hungry for a while after that. From there, he sat wordlessly, gaze drifting to the window. You knew Cove well enough to spot the signs of when he was physically present, but mentally somewhere else. The way he would fall quiet, staring without seeing, the long blinks, all of which he was doing right now as he looked at nothing in particular. He licked his fingers absent-mindedly quickly, getting the last of the melted fudge off his hand. Is it too late to ask for a taste? Cove straightened up at the sound of your voice, his pose stiff. He turned away, his hand smacking over his mouth instead. We were miles away for a second. What were you thinking about? Well, I was just thinking about how nice you are. Oh my god, that's gay! How nice I am? Yeah, fucking gay! His face grew redder as his hands clenched around the top of his knees. You stared at him, hoping for an explanation, but Cove simply ducked his head. When he spoke, his voice was barely more than a whisper. I'm lucky I get to be with you. I feel lucky too. He peeked at you from the corner of his eyes, still too shy to look at you directly. You smiled at him affectionately, eliciting an equally caring smile from Cove in return. He felt content, secure in your relationship with Cove. We'll enjoy the drink. You twisted it off the cap and brought it to your mouth. Even before the first sip reached your the scent tickled your nostrils. You took a swig. It was refreshing. The perfect way to hit the spot after a long morning trawling through the market. This is great. Thanks, Cove. He grinned at you, pleased that his pick had been well received.
You're welcome.
You spent the rest of the day completing the remaining errands all together as a group. Ma had been true to her word and ensured that you spent the rest of the time with the Stars family and the Holden family in one place. It had been a wonderful time, a lovely high note to end on. Cool! Another placid summer day was drifting by. Your daydreams were chasing each other, none sticking around long enough to become a firm plan, but you really didn't mind that right now. Tapping worked its way into those dreams. Focusing more, you realized it was coming from your window. A grin popped on your face as though it had been waiting all day for this moment. Heading to the window, you can see Cove outside. His habit of climbing this way really was a true Covism. He'd rather scale your house than wait the couple extra minutes for you to come down. You offered Cove a hand to help him. Once he was mostly inside, he took it to help study the last bit of his entrance. Though considering how many times he'd done this, he hardly needed help.
Hey.
Hey, Fairy. It's you. You think my mom should invest in some bigger windows? I'm sorry. Cove laughed at that and took one last look at his exclusive entrance. He hummed with a teasing look on his face. It'd make my life easier, that's for sure. Cove's voice came up quietly with a strangely pleased smile on his face. Something happened? Cove opened his mouth to answer, only to have your phone vibrating cut him off. You both turned to where it rested a little further up on your bed. It was still face down, so you couldn't tell who was calling. It's okay. Your attention shot back to Cove, smiled at you
Don't
awkwardly.
worry about it.
Go check, it could be important. I'll wait. Thanks. You shuffled forward and scooped the little noisemaker into your hand. You flipped it over and checked the caller ID. It's Miranda. Oh, you should answer it. I want to say hi too. With a nod, you accepted the call and sent it to speaker. Hi, Miranda. Hi. There was something off about her tone. Cove met your gaze, and you saw the same confusion.
Have you heard from Terry?
Or did you hear about her from Cove? No, she hasn't called me, but Cove is with me right now. Hey. Oh, hi, Cove. Is that what you were going to say? He shook his head no before realizing that it wasn't a good enough answer when one person couldn't actually see it. No, Terry hasn't called me today either. Is something wrong? At that, Miranda couldn't hold herself together any longer. The muffled sobs from the other side of the line were unmistakable. Terry doesn't like me anymore if she ever did. What? That doesn't sound right. You're probably her best friend out of all of us. Yeah. Why do you think that? She sniffled, and there was a pause as you could hear her shift the phone to her other hand. Terry was here the other night watching movies with me. We were up super late. She realized her parents probably went to bed so they couldn't pick her up. My mom and dad were definitely asleep then. Dad works early. I tried telling her it was okay to spend the night and she could text her parents what happened, but Terry really didn't want to. Glanced at Cove. He looked equally unsure as you about where this story was going. And it sounded like a friendship ending situation. I suggested things to make it easier if she was nervous, like she could sleep by herself in my room while I stayed somewhere else. Yeah. And I said we didn't have to sleep at all. We could have kept watching movies until one of our parents woke up. I wouldn't have minded. I know not everyone can do sleepovers, but Terry wouldn't even tell me what was wrong or what I could do to help. I thought we could tell each other anything. I guess I was wrong. Did she stay in the end? No, we got too loud in the kitchen and my dad woke up. He offered to drive her home when he heard what was wrong. She texted me apologizing for having my dad to do that when he needed rest, but that was it. She isn't talking to me anymore. You could hear every bit of the tears and heartbreak in Miranda's voice. This continued to be a shock for your neighbor, but Cove recovered and spoke gently. I'm really sorry.
I mean...
There's no way Terry wanted to make you feel this bad, or that she's just done with your friendship because of this. Miranda's sniffling continued. You hoped she had plenty of tissues handy. It'll be okay. It had to be. You couldn't imagine any alternative. Miranda's voice sounded a little bit more collected after finishing her story, but you knew that the crying was far from being done. I thought she'd have reached out to one of you by now. Maybe she's not talking to anyone. Yeah. Sorry for bothering you and Cove about this. Hey, we're here for you. Right, you can tell us these things. Thank you. Her shaking voice finally conveyed a little optimism, or at least relief that she wasn't dealing with it entirely on her own.
Is that alright?
If you do hear from her or anything, could you let me know if she's alright? We can. Thanks. Let's talk later, okay? Bye. 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 Oh. That didn't really seem like an especially productive point to end the call, though you also weren't sure where to go from there. Looking to Cove, his face seemed as lost as yours. With no alternative, you hung up and put your phone back on your bed. Cove crossed his arms, a frown creasing his face. He began to pace the length of your room, clearly trying to put the pieces together in his head in a way that made sense. Biting the inside of your cheek, you stared at the ground. Hearing Miranda so distraught like that was not easy. What about Terry? The uncertainty was tearing you up. The empty state of your head before learning this was not helping you now. You couldn't put two thoughts together, and flopping back on your bed, you stared into space. You should probably try calling Terry. I wonder if she's like grounded or something. Cove's voice managed to drag you back to some grounding. You stopped pacing, but you still saw a perturbed look on his face. Yeah, I'm worried about her too. He bounced up and moved to his side, ready to act on whatever plan you two could come up with. Cove started with the easiest thing. He pulled out his phone and called Terry. Cove let it ring, and ring, and ring, and ring, but Terry didn't answer. There wasn't even an option to leave a voice message. Your shoulders slumped, and Cove looked even more troubled, if that was possible. He turned to you as if for some lifeline. Should we try calling? I'm gonna send a text just like, hey, I was trying to reach you, call me, or something. Yeah. You took up your phone once more. Unfortunately, after another set of what rings, the line went dead. No answer, no voicemail. Picking up, you saw Cove visibly deflated. He rubbed his arm, eyes distant, openly struggling with the whole affair. I don't like this at all. They're fighting. We barely know anything, and we're supposed to just wait and see? Despite it only being a minute since he texted Terry, Cove checked his phone again. He was desperate for progress, for something, and you frowned as you watched him. There was nothing you could think to say. All you could do now was hope that Terry was alright. It was up to her to reach back out now. Glancing at your phone in vain, you considered sending a text message too, if that would even help. This was making you feel all twisted up. You could see the same sort of discomfort on Cove's face. There was something consoling in that, at least. Words drifted from his mouth like a feeble breeze. It'll be fine. It's gonna be okay. Yeah. You could hear it in both of your voices how much you wanted to give and receive reassurance. You tried to believe the sentiments, weak as they were. Should we?
Well...
What do we even say if we do hear from him? Pacing resumed as he attempted to answer his own question. We should probably tell them to talk to each other instead of only us, maybe? He slowly came together to another halt, like fear winding down. You should find out Terry's side of the story. Nothing could be done until you knew what she thought of this. That much was certain. Cove nodded slightly in agreement. For several minutes, you both remained there in silence, drowning in your thoughts. Eventually, Cove turned around. I'm gonna text Terry that we already know what's going on. Maybe she'll have an easier time talking to us because she won't have to pretend or explain. I was way too overwhelmed, honestly. Just like, okay, you do you. Upset, your voice got caught in your throat as your thoughts were pulled in too many directions. Cove took your silence as a go-ahead. Cove's fingers worked furiously, yet carefully. He was giving his full attention to his words. Cyril rolled up next to him and looked, trying to watch what he was writing. Mushy cat, mushy cat. Cove rapidly typed out, "Hey, Fairy and I really want to talk to you. Miranda told us what happened. Please reply back." And sent. It was done. We'll just have to see what happens now. Hopefully she gets back to us pretty soon. Me too. From just his face, you could tell that wasn't going to do much for him. He was going to be stuck thinking about this until Terry replied. A small noise escaped his lips. All the frustration at the situation crumbled away from his face, and he spoke softly. Thanks, Fairy. I'm glad it's not just me with all this happening. Cove took one last look at his phone and then put it away. His averted smile was meager but earnest.
It's okay.
We can just forget about it for a while. Terry will talk to us when she wants to. Smile just a little bit. Even with this slight lessening of tension between you and Cove was working wonders on your shaking heart. The last thing any of you needed was more division among your friends. A silence started on in what felt like hours, but it likely wasn't that long before there was a knock at your bedroom door and Mom peeked in. Just wanted to check in on you. Oh, Cove, when did you get here? When she saw you were here, she opened the door all the way. Mom was standing there as well. She slipped past her wife to come inside your space. What's going on? We're okay. Just Miranda called earlier. She and Terry are fighting, but none of us know what's going on with Terry. Parents exchanged a meaningful look, though its meaning was lost to you.
I'm so sorry.
That's too bad. I'm sorry there's trouble with your friend, sweetie. Is there anything we can do to help? Out of the corner of your eye, you saw Cove rub his arm awkwardly, unable to add anything. No, we're just waiting to see if Terry calls or texts, or if Miranda does. Well, we can at least help you take your mind off things while you're reading. Another great idea, Lonnie. We can get the whole gang together for some quality time. Mom gave you a soft smile and nodded. This will be good, especially since it might help make up for what happened at the farmer's market. Yes, it'll be wonderful. I'll go see what Liz is up to right now. Excited, she fluttered a few steps away and then stopped. She pivoted on her heels and raised a single finger, flashing a big smile at Cove. And of course, Cliff will be welcome here too. Knowing your family was always there for you, that couldn't be underestimated. In fact, it meant everything to you that your moms cared so much. I really appreciate this, thank you. Yeah, thanks, that's nice of you. You're both very welcome. Don't sweat it, not so kiddos, leave things to us. Just relax and we'll call you when it's all together. Cece, where'd you go? I need to adjust my sit. And I need to make sure I don't run her over. And now I'm on top of that before. Oh, even better, it's tangled in the wheel. Okay, we're good. Crisis averted. You nodded and your moms dispersed for now, springing into action for their impromptu get-together. flopped down on your bed, feeling like you could sink into it and disappear. Meanwhile, Cove took a spot on a chair off to the side. You sighed at the same time, and Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. He gave his phone another quick check, and his eyebrows furrowed. Still nothing? Yep. This is crap, huh? Yep. Cove chewed the inside of his cheek as if to mimic the stress that was clearly eating away at him. Cove, what's wrong? What's really wrong? One disagreement doesn't make you act like this. That got a pointed pause in his movement. Cove was carefully trying to put his thoughts together. He spoke in a fragile voice. The people you care about, when they're unhappy with each other, there's nothing you can do. At least when you're in a fight yourself. You have some responsibility, some control over it all. I wish it didn't have to happen, but that isn't possible, so oh well, I guess. His attempt at giving a nonchalant shrug after that was pitiful. Pitiable. Makes me feel horrible too. In your lap, your hands momentarily curled into fist. This kind of powerlessness, it wore you down. You looked to Cove and were reassured by his understanding nod. There was a question you had to ask. Is it because of what happened with your parents? Cove ran a hand through his hair, a strange smile spreading across his lips. For him, this pain struck close to his heart. Just as quickly as it had come, his smile was gone, lost amidst his faraway gaze. Yeah, you got it. It's like my parents. Despite knowing him for so many years, Cove had never spoken of the years before he moved to Sunset Bird, where his parents separated, in any detail. He whispered his thoughts distantly, mostly almost unconcerned with whatever you could hear them, with whether you could hear them or not. They used to fight all the time. I think they got along when I was a baby. I mean, they have to have wanted to be with each other at some point, but when I was old enough to remember anything, it was already bad. There was always something wrong, and I could never help. I just wanted them to be happy. You tried to imagine your mom's breaking up, and the very idea scared you, but Cove had endured that for real. Sorry.
Don't worry about it.
It's okay. Despite that revelation, Cove gazed reassuringly at you. Okay, but then they get along now, so maybe they just weren't good as like a romantic couple or something? Maybe it was just like oh, we're better off as friends. Sorry, kiddo. Ha 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 ha. Despite that revelation, Cove gazed reassuringly at you. It's not like that anymore. Things are so different now, I don't even really think about it. Again, the sorrow reasserted itself. When he continued, you could barely hear him. Though I guess it's pretty obvious I haven't forgotten either. He crossed the room, picking up a little bit of speed, and Cove's eyes widened. He shot out of the chair and stood waiting for you with an nonplussed look. When you collided into him, wrapping your arms around his middle and knocking the air out of his lungs, all mystery was gone. Cove's feet. You returned the gesture longingly. Exhaling, you pressed your cheek into the warmth of his chest. Tension stuck inside you, released like a river flowing into the ocean that was Cove. The firmness of his hug had told you Cove didn't plan on letting go anytime soon. You both needed the comfort and closeness for just a little bit longer. When he finally did, he kept hold of your hand. The two of you took a seat again, this time side by side on your bed.
The
day was a lot, huh? Yeah, it was. Resting the side of your head onto his shoulder, you glanced up at his face. Cove watched you affectionately. And that gentle gaze, you finally felt like everything was going to be okay. No matter what happens, we can make it work. His mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. You chuckled, resting your head comfortably back on his shoulder. I think so too. He couldn't sit still anymore. Cove leaned in, delicately pressing his lips to your forehead, and you raised one free hand to lightly touch your jaw. The breath got caught in your throat. When you remembered to breathe, blood rushed to your face, turning your skin a deep red. You tried not to think about how hot you were feeling, because after everything that happened today, you were just grateful for the moment. And for a while, you stayed like that. A comfortable quiet fell between the two, and the sun and the sun fell with it. Warming calm. The warming calm ended when Cove gasped sharply. He spun, half expecting to find him nursing an injury, but instead found him staring straight ahead. What?
Oh my god.
I think my phone just vibrated. Check it out. Right. Patted his pockets, fumbling in his panic, and yanked his phone out. The force of the action nearly catapulted the device out of his grip entirely. But he caught it just in time. No, your phone is in my shirt. Okay, there we go. His eyes honed in on the screen. It's Terry, thank God. She says she's sorry. He looks back to you, his eyes wide as his nerves started to fray once more. What should I say? Tell her to call us. Okay. He flashed you a shaky smile as he began to type. He suspected that he'd had similar thoughts himself, but wanted the reassurance of a second opinion. Cove's phone buzzed nearly as soon as the message was sent. It's Terry again. She's talking to us. She asked about what Miranda said, but wait, you leaned in watching the conversation unfold on Cove's screen. She's actually gonna call. Cove held his breath as he waited. Though he was good with people, he'd never been at ease managing conflict. His phone rang out. Cove jammed the answer button. He switched the phone into speaker mode, allowing you to participate in the conversation. But despite his immediate reaction, his voice lacked the same result when he spoke. Hey. It was tentative, a white flag fluttering in the wind. Terry is here too. Hi, we've been worried about you.
Hey.
Hey, buddies. Terry's voice was very recognizable without her usual quick pattering energy.
Are you okay?
I don't know. Probably not. Cove tensed with his free hand coiling into an anxious fist. Can you talk to us about what happened? Don't you know already? Miranda explained some of it, but it doesn't make any sense to us. We heard Terry sigh over the phone as she unburdened herself. Pretty much, I was at Randy's house, we decided to watch some movies she super liked and I'd never even seen before. Turns out there's a lot of those. We watched one, then another, and another. We were having so much fun. Each time one finished, she had another one to share with me. I didn't really think about the time. I only wanted to say yes to Randy and watch her movies. She spoke wistfully, but her words were full of affection. It was Randy, you know? I wasn't thinking about my schedule or what time it was. I get it. Then I finally saw the time, and oh no, it was way too late. I already knew I couldn't stay. She took a deep breath, her voice becoming softer when she resumed talking. I was so stressed out, I just couldn't deal with it. Miranda wanted to help. She kept coming up with ways to make it better and trying to figure out why I was so upset and stuff. I was trying to answer her questions, and there were so many, but I couldn't really answer all of them. I didn't even know why some of her ideas didn't work with me. It made my head ache. I still had the first problem, and Randy there trying to help blasting all these questions and suggestions at me faster than I could even think. I see. She gulped, audibly sniffing. I got frustrated and told her to just leave me alone, but then she wanted to talk about why I wanted that, and we started having a fight in the kitchen. It woke Randy's dad up. I told him about how I wanted to go home, but my parents couldn't get me, so Mr. Eckert offered to do it. That's nice of him. Terry groaned. I know! Except because I definitely couldn't stay then, not after throwing a racket and turning it into a big deal. But I feel awful and embarrassed. Why did I yell at Randy and hurt her feelings, even if I made her dad lose sleep by waking him up and having to drive me home. What do you say after that? I have no idea. I don't know where to start, and I don't want to make it worse by saying the wrong thing and fighting again. Just say, like, I'm sorry for my reaction last night. I was frustrated and felt overwhelmed with the questions. Just say something like that. So, I'm not talking. Terry, Randy isn't mad that you didn't want to stay or that you thought. She just wants to feel like you can talk to her. I mean, you can say whatever you want. She'll listen. Not talking to her at all is pretty much the only wrong way to go about it. Terry lamented mournfully on the other end of the line, but he had a point. Unless she faced Miranda again, there would be no resolution. looked at Cove, hunched over his phone, staring pensively into it, and searching for a solution. This couldn't be solved with the other key party missing, but what if you brought them in? Your phone was still free. What if we called Miranda? That way you could talk to her but wouldn't have to do it alone. Cove brightened up, the concerned furrow in his brow, which had taken root when Miranda first called.
Well,
that could work, Terry. Are you up for it? She made a noise that wasn't a word, but nevertheless conveyed her hesitation and worry. When she brought it to a close and decisive exhalation, as if pushing all negative thoughts from her body. Alright, I'll do it. Also, I think I'm gonna skip the fundraiser moment, just because I'm gonna be honest, I really don't care that much about it. And then just go to the last moment. Also because I'm fucking tired. Cove nodded. Now that you've received approval from everyone else, you pulled out your phone and called Miranda. You set it to speaker and waited for her to pick up. Luckily, she did.
Hi.
Hi, Fairy. Her voice was still distant, as if her thoughts were elsewhere, but it was loud enough for your needs. Hi, you're on speaker. Terry is on speaker too, on Cove's phone. Oh. She paused while she digested this information. You watched the phone screen, hoping that she wouldn't hang up as a result. Oh, really? Yep, it's really me. Can you hear my voice all the way from your house to theirs and then mine? I can. You and Cove exchanged looks, waiting for the wall between them to break and wondering who would be the one to do it. As the quiet dragged on, you caught Cove chewing his cheek. He must have weighed up the same question as you, whether to encourage the conversation along or leave Miranda and Terry to resolve it themselves. The answer came in the form of one sniff, followed by another from Cove's phone. Sorry, Randy, I hope you still like me. What? You're the one acting as if you didn't like me. Her tone was defensive, no doubt a result of her wounds from last night still being raw. No way! Everyone likes Randy. You're wonderful. Your eyes met Cove's. His phone was tilted towards you, capturing the call indirectly. You moved your phone closer to his, hoping that the signal was strong enough to convey every nuance of tone. Cove did likewise, bringing his cell right next to yours, even bumping against it as he shifted his grip. I didn't know what to say. That was the only reason I wouldn't talk to you. If I had known the answer, I would have told you right away. Miranda murmured on the other end of the line. You didn't want to stay. Anything I tried to do bothered you, and you could have told me you didn't know. Yeah, I think I was angry at myself. I did a dumb thing, and I didn't want help with it. I wanted to be mad and just deal with it myself. It made me keep doing dumb things. Oh. When she spoke again, her voice was quiet, as tender and vulnerable as the
I'm sorry.
Staying up late, watching stuff, was all my fault. I had to find a way to fix it. That's what I thought anyway. But I should have given you space. I'm sorry for being so pushy and sensitive. Hardly. Miranda Eckert having a flaw? I've never heard of such a crazy thing. Miranda let out a ghost of a giggle. Cove cleared his throat. Maybe you should call each other now? Sorry.
Sure.
Can do. Thanks for giving me the kick in the butt to do this already. Randy, Mandy, I'm gonna call you right now. Bye, Fairy and Cove. She hung up after squeezing in another quick bye, though not giving you or Cove room to respond in kind. Miranda laughed, the noise tinkling gently like winded chimes in a summer breeze. I'm also not doing the fundraiser when I'm tired, guys.
You're really nice.
Thank you for listening and helping. I'm gonna hang up now so I can answer Terry's call. Bye. Bye. Good luck. Bye. Talk to you soon. Miranda hung up, still chuckling softly as your call ended. The room felt emptier without the voices in it. Cove expelled a sigh that crashed through the newly fallen silence. He dropped his arms to his sides, letting his head hang down like a puppet at rest. Thank God. Simply happily, my friends made up. Cove scratched into his face, his expression cloudy. I think I need to find better ways for dealing with conflict, because that was awful. I think we did okay, given the circumstances. Cove meekly smiled as he rubbed at his eyes, weariness creeping over him, and mumbled his next words. We can talk about it another day. Conflict resolution methods? Huh? Oh, no, forget it. Your eyebrows rose, and then a light bulb went off in your head. Before Miranda called in, he said there was something he wanted to say. Cove's original visit had been thrown so off kilter that it was a struggle to wind your memory back to when he first turned up. Now you did, though he remembered that he had been perfect when he arrived this afternoon. Was it good news? Cove brushed his hands against his now folded arms shyly. Well, yeah, maybe. I'm not sure exactly if it counts as news or even good. It just is what it is. I'm happy about it, though. You were curious, but you didn't want to push Cove if he didn't want to speak about it. You don't have to say anything, but if it makes you feel good, I think it is good news. Cove chuckled awkwardly, a hand creeping up to ruffle the hair on the back of his head.
It's
fine if you want to hear, I can tell you. He shifted on his feet, as if a different posture might give him the support he needed for the conversation. I didn't want to make it a big deal, but I just know what my sexuality is now. Oh, a real subject change, huh? He chuckled. True, it was unexpected, but you were excited that Cove had come to understand himself more, and glad he wanted to share that with you. That's great, tell me more. Cove drew a breath, straightening up. I'm demisexual, so most of the time I don't really have those kinds of feelings, physical ones and stuff. It's only in some situations when I'm already really emotionally and romantically connected to someone that I start to ever think about anything sexual, and it's only with them. I hadn't heard the term until pretty recently, and it just made a lot of sense. Once I knew what it meant, I had a word that fit how it felt.
Yeah.
And I'm pan-romantic because I've never had a preference for any specific gender or anything, so yeah, that makes sense. Hey, we got similar. We got very similar. I'm not demisexual. I'm just plain out asexual, but similar. Cove looked down at the floor, being so open and direct about a matter that personal, which you were sure he'd spent a long time trying to figure out, seems to be kind of weird for him. Despite that, there was a small, proud smile on his face, and when he looked up again, his gaze was steadfast. Have I ever pushed you and made you feel uncomfortable? Cove shook his head easily. No, I overthink things and I get embarrassed about stuff, and you know how I am. When I actually don't want to do something, it's pretty hard to make me. That was definitely true of Cove. He had proven many times over the years that he wasn't afraid to dig in his heels.
Well,
I like what we do together, and so I'd be glad if that didn't stop. There Cove went getting bashful about things again, but you felt good, and you could feel that way because he was feeling good too. Okay, thanks for answering. All this talk of Cove's sexuality made you reflect about your own. I'm not actually sure. Hold on, I'm not 100% sure what this is gonna be, so I'm gonna go ahead and save. No physical interest. There was only one person I'd ever had romantic. But specifically when it came to how you felt towards men, I'll say, not physically interested, but I'm very happy in my romantic relationship with Joe. How you felt towards women, same, not physically interested, but I'd be very happy. And towards the fellow NBs, technically NB, but okay. Not physically interested, but happy to be in a romantic relationship. Well, since we're talking about this already, I've realized some things since we talked about it back then. Yeah, I can definitely listen. I'd like to know if you want me to. You articulated to Cove how you experienced attraction and romance. Cove let a beat lapse, in case you had more to say. You didn't, so he tilted his head with a likewise but smile.
I get it.
I don't know if it makes sense to you, if it makes sense to say something like that is cool, but really, I think that's great for you. You smiled, knowing that he was doing his best to be encouraging. Thanks for understanding. He nearly smiled again. It felt good to know that the two of you could talk so easily about these matters. Cove closed his eyes. A contented sigh slipped out of him, and he stretched his arms overhead. You felt his tiredness deep in the marrow of your bones. It had been a tiring day. Now everything was neatly wrapped up, for today at least, and you earned an earnest rest. You'd had some good talks, and come out of it not only knowing each other better, but yourself
Hey.
too. Hey, we should probably head downstairs soon if your moms are still waiting for everyone to get together. Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's yeah, pan-romantic, asexual. I said that I'd only been attracted to one person in my life because, like, this character, I think has only been attracted to one person in their life, that person being Cove. So I think that that's a fine answer. Obviously, I myself have been attracted to more than one person before in my life, but I'm trying to think of it like my experiences and the character's experience, and the character has only been attracted to Cove before. So I think that's fine. With a renewed spring in your step, you led the way out of your room. You got downstairs to find the others already assembled and waiting.
Hi.
Hello. My god, Liz got tall. Hey, good to see you both.
Hey!
Hey, here we are, trying to corral everyone into a group, but the two of you were already upstairs this whole time. And of course we were together. You paid Fairy to stick with me, or did you forget? The statement was meaningless to your family, who looked at each other for answers in vain. Mr. Holden, who got the message loud and clear, seemed embarrassed. He chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his head. Ouch, son. You always know when to remind me of that one. Uh-huh, can't let you live it down yet.
Hmm?
Can we hear exactly what this secret is? The suspense is killing us.
Right.
Alright, I'd better get everyone up to speed. He held up his hands, palms out, pacifying his audience, or perhaps holding them up as a shield in advance. The first day I'd met Fairy, I'd been worrying about Cove being alone for the summer.
Well...
There weren't a lot of kids around, and he wasn't exactly on the best terms with me at the time. He glanced around at your family, gauging their responses. I felt like this was my one shot, so I kind of offered them $20 to be friends with Cove, and added that they couldn't tell him about it. Liz gasped. Mom was staring incredulously at Mr. Holden, while Mom's eyebrows had retreated to her hairline. You and Cove, already knowing the story, were the only ones unaffected. But after a while, I really did honestly forget it even happened. He raised his hands together, now level with his shoulders. Not a bad idea, you thought, if Mom felt inclined to throw a cushion at it. That's such a weird fucking word. He'd probably managed to block it in time. I know that's bad, but I've had so many grand ideas over the years, it's hard to keep track of them all. Cove smiled, placing his hands on his hips and shaking his head at his father's antics.
Seriously?
I can't believe you, though also, I totally can. Your moms were less indulgent, the shock had ebbed away to displeasure. Mom's foot was tapping rapidly as she frowned at the next-door neighbor, while Ma had her arms crossed over her chest and her lips pursed. I'm sorry, Fairy, and I'm sorry to your parents, too. That was way out of bounds. Don't worry about it, everything worked out. Your moms gave each other that look where they seemed to communicate with eyes alone. Alright, well, that's that then, and it won't happen again.
Absolutely.
It definitely won't. Good. Oh god. It was a little surprising that they were letting him off the hook, but on the other hand, it was a long time ago now, and you were sure your moms remembered those painful early days of Cove's arrival too. Mr. Holden wasn't a potential bad influence anymore, so a lecture would be pretty moot. Instead, your mom gave him a lenient
In that
smile.
case?
Now that it's settled, why don't we find something to do? Nods of agreement cascaded through the group in a couple waves of that suggestion. Mr. Holden's shoulders slumped with a release of tension. He brought his hands down, tucking them away in his pockets. How about cards? There was a murmur of interest from the others. I can't do like the soft voice that I want to give Liz like a bit of a softer voice, but I can't do it right now because my voice isn't letting me. I'm trying to go like, how about cards? No! Was fine with me. Most of the group was eager to play, but Mr. Holden was demurring. I think I'll sit this one out. Where's the fun in that? Join in, we're not too angry with you. Yes, and I know there's a lot of people, but we can make it work. Mr. Holden shrunk into himself, embarrassed by their attention. Dad, you love playing cards. We do it at our house all the time. Yeah, remember the first time I played over there? Those were serious games. We made bets with real money and everything. Dad? Mr. Holden broke under the combined force of everyone's attention. Cove and Fairy were adults now. You deserve to know the truth. I used to throw the card games so you could win. I put up a good fight, but I always made sure to lose a lot more rounds than I won. He toyed with the end of his ponytail, clearly distressed at the second grade secret he was revealing today. I know people wanted to be taken seriously and fake wins don't mean as much, but I couldn't help myself. It's so much better when everyone else got the chance to be victorious. Kyra knew and went along with it. Cove laughed in disbelief that this was the thing his dad stressed about hiding after the other stunts he'd pulled over the years. So what? Lots of parents do that. I hadn't guessed it, sure, though looking back it makes sense. That's right, what's the big deal, Cliff? You can finally take the kids' gloves off and give them a run for their money. Maybe even actual money in your case. Mr. Holden smiled coyly, his gaze lowering. I'm not sure that's a good idea. And why not? He waved his hands expansively, the movements fluid and vague. It's just, actually, I am something of a card shark. I used to make lots of fast cash off these games. Casual players don't have a shot unless it's a game of pure luck. Cove's jaw hung open, his wide eyes fixed on his father. Really? There was a touch of amazement, even admiration, nestled among the shock. The other members of the Stars family exchanged looks, ranging from Liz's disbelief to Mom's intrigue, with Moss somewhere in the middle between the two. You can't simply make a claim like that and expect us to go along with it. Let's see you back it up, Sharkman. Mr. Holden gave her a crooked smile, his demureness quickly being replaced with the confidence of someone very skilled or very misguided. You sure about that? Definitely. We've got to see the so-called non-casual player in action. Well, I might be able, though who knows? Maybe I've gotten rusty. His coyness continued to rile the gang up, and he was getting a kick out of it now.
Please?
Come on,
All right.
please. Alright, I can dust off the old tricks. Great. So it looks like I'm rocking as good as I am. Cove beamed at his father while Mom clapped Mr. Holden on the back. Liz started off to get a deck of cards while the rest of you settled in for the game. Hands were dealt. Mr. Holden wasted no time proving his words true, wiping the floor with all of you. You played several rounds, even switching games, but none of you were a match for him. That was how the alliance came to be forged. The rest of you joined forces against Mr. Holden only, trying to try increasing the odds of beating him. With your combined efforts, you pulled out a few victories, yet it was still a challenge. He was clearly a professional. These were his skills, and now, rusty with disuse, you couldn't even imagine what a deadly opponent he had been in the past. Despite that, you still had fun. Working cooperatively actually fostered a sense of camaraderie with the others. Mr. Holden didn't appear fazed by this strategy. You actually wondered whether the increased challenge made it more interesting for him. You spent the rest of the afternoon together with your family and the Holdens, having fun. It was an interesting evening for sure, with many discoveries for everyone. Hey Jean! What are you doing? You're just wide ass on my bed right now. It was freeing, and yet simultaneously you felt more tied together than you had been before. Yeah, I don't particularly care about this one. Okay, I'm sorry. So we'll just go to drive. Like a lazy cat, you stretched your arms above your head and yawned, blinking your eyes sleepily. The day was warm and pleasant, and you were lounging on the couch in the living room, finding it difficult to do much in that moment. Your moms and Liz had gone out shopping, looking for some new items for your sister to take back and decorate her college dorm with. They had asked if you wanted to go with them, but you declined. For now, today was all about relaxation. Cove had dropped by to spend some time with you, content to join in with doing nothing. The two of you had been chatting idly as you lazed around, talking about the other things you had planned for the summer. I'm absolutely stretched out across them. They're sitting casually, and I'm just like, oh! I am long a cat on couch. You had your feet propped up on one of the armrests, and used Cove as a comfy cushion beneath your head. Totally settled in. Usually they're at my feet though. Whatever. Cove gently wound his fingers through your hair as you rested on his legs, equally at ease. The day dragged on, and you found yourself yawning more and more often with weird conversation. Wow. It almost dozed off completely when suddenly a buzz rang out, disturbing the silence. Your phone was on its charger in the kitchen, so it couldn't have been that. Cove pulled his own phone from his back pocket and checked the screen. His movement had jostled you, so you tried to readjust your position to get it right again. It's my mom. After leaning forward and setting the button on the coffee table in front of him, Cove hit the speaker button. Hey, what's up? Fairy is here too.
Hi.
Oh my god, look at her hair. It's so pretty. Hi, Cove. Hello, Fairy. Kyra! Hey, Mom 3. You knew your forwardness was making Cove regret putting it on speaker, but you were alright with that. Kyra! No! Okay. Cove, baby, I wanted to ask if you had a plan for all of your junk. Cove made a small, outraged grumble, giving you a sidelong glance. That's not junk, it's important. Though you couldn't see it, you could tell by the sound of her voice that Kyra was smiling. But is that a yes or a no about the plan? He looked over at you, his mouth pulled into a tight smile. Still thinking about it, Barry, I'm gonna take the phone off speaker so me and Mom can go over this. It'll be quick. Cove carefully moved you from him and took the phone from the table before pushing himself to his feet. He hit the speaker button again to turn it off and continued the conversation with his mom as he headed towards the door. The lock clicked behind him as he exited the house, and you sank back onto the cushions, idly trying to decide what to do next. After electing to grab your own phone from its charger, you resumed your position on the couch, tapping away at the screen. Your mind drifted away from thoughts of Cove onto his phone call with all the many ways your device could distract you. It was an effective enough way to kill the time, and you had managed to do various little things, but the door opened again and Cove returned. He gave you a smile as he approached, so you figured the conversation couldn't have gone too bad. You watched as Cove strolled over to where you were still sitting, crossed his arms against the top corner of the couch, resting on them while bending forward to lightly kiss the top of your head. I'm back. He met your lips with his, closing his eyes and letting you kiss him longer than the one he had given just prior. Sorry. Is everything okay? Everything's fine. Just turned his head suddenly, running a hand through his hair, letting out an exasperated breath. He seemed nervous, but you couldn't imagine why. It's fine, not anything to worry about. You raised an eyebrow at his tone, moving your head to the side to try to meet his eye. That doesn't explain what's going on. So fucking tired. He shrugged and gave you. He shrugged and gave you a tight smile, trying to play whatever it actually was off as unimportant. There's nothing going on, just stuff I can deal with later, some other time. He was transparently avoiding the truth, and you stared back at him seriously. An indication that you weren't going to ignore what he was doing. Eventually, he broke beneath your stare, hanging his head in his hands and throat. Need to make another trip to my mom's place. There's some stuff out there that I'm gonna use, so I'll have to go pick it up. It wouldn't make sense to ship it, and I couldn't bring the stuff back with me last time since I flew. Oh. Suddenly, you understood what the phone conversation had been about. Cove was going to drive to his mom's house in Nevada. When will you go? Mom thinks it would be best to do it now while I'm still kind of free, but Cove pouted, giving you an unhappy look, and you could see the prospect was already taking a toll on him. I don't want to. I was just there and for even longer than usual. Why do I have to leave right now when it's our last summer like this? Always so dramatic. Looking up again, you met his bright aquamarine eyes, finding a sad smile tugging at his lips. Oh! Suddenly his eyebrows jumped, and his eyes lit up like a lamp. You could come with me? What? You should come with me. I mean, I get the two of us live right next door to each other, and my mom lives in another state. My trips there are usually to spend time with her, just the two of us. But this time it won't be like that. All I'm gonna do is drive over, stay for a night, and then pack up the car in the morning and turn around again. Most of the time will be spent in the car, so it'd be good to have another person there. Okay. Plus, you'd have the chance to see my mom again and her place. Maybe we could even find something cool to breakfast on the way. To break at on the way, sorry. You couldn't stop yourself from laughing at his enthusiasm. He blushed a little, reining himself.
Please?
I just feel like it could be fun. Please, could you think about it? I'm not sure if you said no. Oh, that's a little bit. I want to go. A road trip sounds fun. I'll have to let my moms know, but as long as we've got nothing else important on the days we pick, then there's no reason I wouldn't be able to go. He grinned from ear to ear, thrilled by the news. He put both his hands on your cheeks, kissing your face all over, having to bend down so far to do so. But he didn't mind it at all. And then he wrapped his arms around your neck, letting out a happy sigh.
I'm so glad.
This is just so great. I'll call my mom back and let her know right now. You spent time together going over your schedules and making plans for when you could take the trip. You needed to fit it in around Cove's work schedule, but she brought up on his phone to double check. Luckily, it was only a 2-day trip, so finding a couple free days in a row wasn't impossible. It was long before the dates were finally set and all the plans were made. A short trip sounded like the perfect way to spend some time. Listen to music, eat snacks, and enjoy the open road. No matter what you thought about things, the morning when you were due to leave arrived. It was cooler than usual, the sun barely peeking over the tops of the houses. You stood outside your house on the footpath near the road, waiting for Cove. You were feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep and an early wake-up. With your travel bag clutched in one hand, you watched as Cove finished packing up his car. He had organized all sorts of things, water bottles, snacks, and who knows what else. Cove insisted he had everything under control and didn't need help. At least you could rest easy, knowing that it was all taken care of. As you waited, you glanced over Cove's car. You knew it well. It used to belong to Mr. Holden, and when Cove had learned to drive, it passed to him. His dad had taken the opportunity to get a newer one. It was pretty old at this point, but it served them well so far. Hey, my dad's car is 15 years old. You just hoped it had enough life left in it to survive a trip as long as the one you were embarking on. The slam of a door closing made you jump. You snapped back to focus and saw Cove was walking towards you. He dusted his hands off on his pants and tilted his head towards the car. That's it? Ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready. He smiled and stepped aside, giving you space to situate your own bag where you wanted it. Once everything was safely inside, he glanced back.
All right.
We should get started. It's gonna be a ways to go. Woo! Let's get the show on the road! He chuckled at your enthusiasm, shaking his head slightly. Two of you climbed into the car and buckled up, Cove in the driver's seat and you sitting shotgun. His eyes moved
Thank
to
you.
Thanks again for coming on this trip with me. Of course, it's no problem. After checking the mirrors and starting the engine, you pulled out of the driveway and the trip began. In a small sigh, you got cozy in your seat and watched the familiar houses in your neighborhood pass by. Cove reached over to turn on the radio, a crackle of static mixed with the odd snippets of song filled the car as he flipped through the stations. Mr. Holden's car was in good condition, but it was older. There was no way to plug in a phone to play music, so the radio had to do. Eventually, he settled on classic rock station before sitting back and resting both hands on the wheel. Is this okay? Yes, you know what I like. He smiled happily with the answer. Time flew by, and with the scenery outside your window became more and more unfamiliar. None of you spoke for a good long while, but the quiet was comfortable. You'd become all too used to each other's company over the years. Eventually, Cove broke his silence, clearing his throat softly before he spoke. It's been too long since you and I spent time with my mom. I know she still comes to the neighborhood sometimes, but it's not even once a year. I'm always going to hers. I'm happy the two of us are doing this. Yeah, me too. Elbow resting on the windowsill, you gazed out at a world that was slowly coming to life as the morning rolled on by. The sun climbed higher in the sky, forcing you to adjust the visor overhead to keep it out of your eyes. Hey, do you mind reaching back for me? Cove gave you a sidelong glance as he drove, indicating with a nod of his head and a tiny smile. I want some chips, the salt and vinegar ones. I don't know how you do that. He huffed impatiently, keeping his eyes on the road. I like them and want to eat them. You shouldn't have a problem with letting me since you don't even like it. I don't. It's the vinegar. It's the vinegar. I can't do it. I can't eat the vinegar. It's too gross. Stretching out the seatbelt to give yourself space, you twisted in your spot and reached into the bag holding the snacks. It took a bit of effort to sort through the collection of goodies stuffed inside, but eventually the bag of chips crinkled beneath your fingers as you pulled them out and sat back in your seat. Here. Thanks, do you mind opening it? His eyes lit up at the prospects of the snacks and you shook your head in amusement, popping the top of the bag. You want me to feed them to you? His eyes widened, the hints of a blush creeping over his cheeks. But he steadfastly continued to face the road. No, that's okay. Should you just pour you into my hand? Yeah, sure. Thanks. Cove held out one outstretched hand. You did your best to have the chips fall into his palm, but some did end up on the floor. After that, you rolled up the top of the bag and stowed the chips safely in the back again. Alright. I'm just sat here chewing gum awkwardly. When you turned to the front, it was to find Cove crushing the fistful of chips into his mouth, crunching loudly. He wiped his hand on his pants absent-mindedly before gripping the wheel and spilling crumbs all over the place. You couldn't stop the amused sound that escaped you, and when Cove raised a crushing eyebrow, you simply shook your head. The hours drifted by much the same way as that, with the two of you snacking and chatting as the day stretched on. It was fairly calm and was fairly calm and quiet, traveling along the open road, and you found little in the way of interruptions. At one point, you passed a "Welcome to Nevada" sign, and Cove gave a tiny cheer. He was in disbelief that the two of you were seriously all the way in another state like this. Eventually, you had to stop for gas and made a detour at a small diner to grab a proper meal that didn't consist of chips and candy. After refueling both the car and your stomachs, the drive was back on just as the sun began dipping beneath the horizon and bathing the sky in a wash of orange light. Cove informed you that there wasn't much longer left to go and you were almost there. When night eventually fell in a blanket of darkness, the drive finally came to an end. Cove pulled into the parking lot of Kira's apartment building, the glow of the car lights disappearing as he turned off the engine and let out a heavy sigh. We made it. We're here. The two of you exchanged tired smiles, having successfully and safely completed one half of the trip. Relieved to have actually arrived and eager to get out of the car and stretch your legs. You took the stairs up to the building together. After a knock, you were abruptly met by a flash of green hair as Kyra opened the door and immediately took her son in her arms.
Cove.
There he is, my gigantic baby boy. She squeezed him for a moment and then pulled back so she could examine his face. You even taller than the last time I saw you? Cove gave her a fond look as she patted the tops of his shoulders proudly. So that every time I'm here, it doesn't even make sense right now. My last visit wasn't that long ago. Kyra simply laughed before letting him go fully and ushering the two of you into her apartment. She turned to you, a wide grin pulling at her lips. Barry, it's so nice you came along with, and as a bonus, you both arrived in one piece. Yeah, it's good to see you. It's been a long time. Kyra beamed at you both, and while you would have loved nothing more than to settle down and rest after the drive, you could see she wasn't going to let you go that easily. So, how was the trip? I admit I was just a pinch worried. See, hopefully this joking we barely made it. Cove gave you a dry look, a small smile tilting his lips. We handled it just fine. Kyra clapped her hands together, the bracelets around her wrists jingling. I'm so proud, I can hardly believe how mature you both are. Where did all those smarts come from? I don't know what the fuck she's on about. Cove ran a hand over his hair with an awkward chuckle. I don't know, maybe I got some from my parents. His mom looked at him deeply, her eyes glistening as she shook the sentimentality off with the wave of her hand.
Any whoosies.
You have to be half asleep already, huh? I don't want to keep you up much longer. Early morning and any whoosies. How do you want to deal with the sleeping arrangements? I've got my own room and Cove, so the living room couch isn't bad. Or you can use my bed. I'll just sleep on the floor in the room. It doesn't matter for one night. We're adults. Just let us sleep in the same bed. What do you mean? Kyra laughed out loud, startling you both. You raised an eyebrow at her outburst, giving her a quizzical look. Oh yeah, you'll just stay on the floor. You couldn't handle that much back when you were 13 with both your parents in the room. Oops. Oops. Cove blushed a dark red and gaped, completely unprepared for her to pull out that embarrassing moment from the past. Mom! He's had a long day. It's cruel to tease the poor boy so late, even if it is true. Cove hung his head in defeated embarrassment while you and Kyra chuckled together. You're right. I'm just so happy you're here. I'll sleep on the couch in the living room. Cove shook his head, dismissing the idea immediately. You're the guest. I don't want to take your bed. Well, I still don't want to take it from you, and I said it first. Two of you narrowed your eyes at each other stubbornly. Kyra took that as her cue to step in. My house, my rules then, and you know who I have to side with. I'd like you to take the bed, Fairy. Right. I mean, come on, like, Cove's probably gonna end up crawling into bed with me anyways, right? You hesitated a moment, but it seemed you had to accept the hospitality. With a sigh, you gave in. Alright, cool. So, would you be okay with me sleeping on the floor in the room? I'd rather be there than out in the open in the living room, even if there is the couch. Kyra giggled softly, drawing attention back to her. All funny stuff aside, you need to get some sleep for tomorrow. It seems like you're setting yourselves up not to get any. Oh, that sounds really... But, just I don't know. But I'm a mom, I have to say these things. Come on, we're not little kids having a sleepover. We're responsible adults, right, Fairy? Very responsible. She's worried about the premarital hand-holding. I think it's getting to them. Oh no! So stupid. She gave the two of you a suspicious look, and you stood up straighter, trying to prove your point. I'll leave it at that then. For now, just remember that the walls are thin in this apartment. If you can't settle down and sleep, I might have to separate you. We'll be good. Perfect. Kyra clasped her hands together, her bracelets softly sinking against each other again. It's only getting later, so I better let you prepare for bed. She nodded towards the hallway and gave you a small smile. I'll play hostess for a second, show you where the bathroom is first, Fairy, and where you'll be staying the night. Thank you. You hoisted your travel bag back over your shoulder and followed behind Kyra and down the hallway. Cove shuffled along beside you, disappearing into the bedroom while his mom had you go to the restroom. The apartment was small but nicely decorated in soft blue colors with plenty of artwork hanging from the walls to give it character. It was stylish and exactly what you would have expected from someone like Kyra. After being shown the bathroom and wishing Kyra a good night, you headed into the room and found Cove already there. Like, there's plenty of room, he can sleep in the bed with me, that's fine. He changed into a sleepwear for the night as well as set aside his glasses already. Looking around, you found the bedroom to look much the same as the rest of the apartment. But with small ocean elements that you were sure Cove must have enjoyed when he stayed here. All in all, the room was pretty and clean, though it mostly looked like a hotel guest room than a bedroom. Cove only spent a few weeks out of the year there, so it made sense that it wasn't especially limited. Aha!
So?
I did hear a little thumpy wumpy. It was you! What do you think? It's pretty nice, huh? My mom always keeps it clean and everything, even when I'm not here. That's sweet of her. Yeah, she's good like that. He seemed pleased enough with the response and gave you a small smile before opening the zip on his bed. When you went back to the room, you jumped in bed and under the covers, just as Cove was shuffling into his sleeping bag on the floor. You waited until he was settled in before you flipped off the lights, and a soft glow from outside peeked through the blinds, casting shadows over the floor. You closed your eyes, blocking everything out. Night, Fairy. Night, Cove. Sleep well. The room grew quiet as the two of you wound down for the night, and you found yourself listening to the sounds of the city outside the window. See? Sorry, I just looked over and Cece just like flopped on top of Pigeon. What? No, you're fine. Go ahead. Go snuggle. Pigeon practically raised Cece. They're like best buds. The noise out there was so different from what you were used to back home. Cars zooming past and people out having fun instead of crashing waves and the ocean winds concluding your house in their embrace. Cove shifted around in his sleeping bag, making the fabric ripple loudly. About grown this thing. I should have checked it earlier, but the trip was kind of short notice. Why don't we share. It's big enough. Cove inhaled deeply, the fabric of his sleeping bag crinkling loudly as he fidgeted beneath. Told my mom I was gonna stay on the floor. You frowned, wondering when that had ever stopped him before. Did you really plan on going through with that? No. He hesitated a little, the silence stretching between you. You couldn't help but smile to yourself. You knew him well. The sleeping bag rustled again, and through the dim light, you saw him stand and head towards the bed. He took in a deep breath as he ran his hands across the top of the blanket, gathering his nerves as his eyes met yours. And then he paused, head tilted to the side, as if silently asking permission. It's alright. You shuffled over to make room for him as he pulled the bedding up and crawled beneath the covers, leaving the two of you close together, but not quite touching. He exhaled a heavy breath as he laid down on his side, his head getting comfy on the pillow next to yours. You had a strange feeling in your stomach, like it was doing little somersaults, but it felt good to have him close. Good. He raised his fingers and delicately brushed the tips over your cheeks, drawing a shaky breath from your lips. His touch was warm and feather-light, making you feel tingly all over. When his eyes met yours again, you found yourself lost in them, the world becoming still and silent around you. Then he froze, his muscles tensing as he closed up like a clam and his breath hitched in his throat. He attempted to whisper something, but it was completely lost to you. With that having to suffice as a warning, Cove jumped out of the bed and crouched down on the floor, his head held in his hands as he took in a few deep, stuttering breaths. You bolted upright in bed, staring down at him with a mixture of alarm and amusement. Are you okay?
I'm always like this.
Oh. I thought it'd feel like it did before when we were younger, but it's different now. I'm sorry, Fairy. Really sorry. I'm just so... He panted deeply in and out as though he just finished running an entire marathon. After finally studying his breathing into a normal rhythm, he crawled back into his sleeping bag and huddled down on the floor, his back turned to you. Sorry. I think I get it. He usually needed at least one trial run before he could take that kind of stuff forward. Always try again another night. He made a small noise, acknowledging that he had heard you, but said no more. With the event over, you laid back in bed alone for the night. The next day dawned, bringing with it the sounds of birds chirping happily outside the window. You opened your eyes slowly, letting them adjust to the light as you tried to recall where you were and remembering the unfamiliar sight of Cove's second bedroom. The early morning sun filtered through the blinds, telling you it was about time to get out of bed and start getting ready for the day. The sound of Cove shuffling around the room drew your attention, though you weren't surprised. He had always been a morning person. Sitting up in bed, you let out a yawn and stretched your arms above your head. Considering the long drive the day before and the late night, you were feeling ready to get the day started. Though you weren't as perky as him, his energy was infectious. Good morning. Pulled yourself out of bed, grabbing a fresh change of clothes and your toiletries before heading to the bathroom. After all that, you met Cove back in his room. He was sitting on the floor when you entered, sorting through a bunch of stuff in a box, determining what to bring and what to leave behind. Okay.
Hey.
Hey, can you pull out the stuff in those drawers? You nodded, though he hadn't even looked up from his task, so you knew he wouldn't have seen. Heading over to his drawers, you started the task of taking out various items and setting them on the ground in front of Cove. After a while, it'll be okay. I'm gonna be honest. I think Cove got so awkward last night because he got a boner. Because his reaction was more than like his usual awkward reaction. I'm like 90% sure that he got turned on. And that's why he was so nervous about it. I don't know. I don't know. After a while, it became clear to you that Cove was acting strange whenever you went near him. He was flinching over your presence. It happened a few more times before you couldn't take the awkwardness any longer. You dropped the stuff you were holding down in front of him and raised a questioning eyebrow. Is everything
I'm sorry.
okay? Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry about last night. Again, quietly tweaked the second part of his thought about not staying in bed with you. I know you try not to mind or be mad at me, but I wish I didn't have to make you accept me backtracking all the time. He swallowed thickly, struggling to find the right words to explain himself. I do think it felt nice, really, I'm just also not bad, but good in an it's just also not bad, but good in an inconvenient way. Laying together like that, being so close, it gets too high, you know? I think I was right. I think I was right. His cheeks flushed with color and he immediately trailed off, his eyes firmly fixed on the floor. Do you... I don't think that my character knows, like, is fully understanding. It was too intense for you, huh? Maybe I'm the one who should apologize. His eyes widened, a pink tinge creeping onto his cheeks before he could duck his head enough. Before he could duck his head enough to hide it. Just don't worry about it. You don't need to do anything. Let's get back to packing. With it more or less resolved, you went to grab some more items as Cove focused on the box in front of him once again. No, I fully think that he got turned on and that's why he got so nervous. Just that phrasing and everything, it makes me think that, like, it got too hot, like... That's a little sus, buddy. There's nothing wrong. It's fine. Oh, hey, look at this. When you turned towards the sound of Cove's voice, you found him digging through one of the drawers beneath the bed. Here's something I definitely need to bring. Neat. Craning your head, you got a better glimpse of what he was holding. An old yellowing book. When he opened it up, there were a few dried, pressed flowers between the pages. Those had been gifts you'd given to him for his mom's place, something for him to remember you by and make his time there less lonely. He kept them the whole time. It's adorable that you care so much for them. He sighed, glancing between you and the items in his hands. They bring back some good memories. A faint blush of color crept over his cheeks, and he looked away quickly.
Nice.
These are special. It was important having a piece of you with me when we were apart. I feel the same way, that's why I gave them to you. Cove smiled, pleased that the feeling was mutual, but then the expression became more amused. And did you keep the souvenirs I brought back? Of course! His grin grew to completion. Thanks. Another hour passed by in silence, and you were happy to see you were making great progress with Cove's room, with only the closet left to sort through. You took a moment to take a mouthful of water from your bottle and perched on the edge of the bed, feeling productive. Cove glanced over at you and paused, putting down the tape gun he had been using to seal up his boxes. He raised an eyebrow. You know, it's really strange to see you sitting in this room. Why? He frowned a little, his eyes distant and his voice quiet when he spoke next. During the visits to Mom's, when I was sitting alone in this room, I'd sometimes think about how you weren't here. It was a weird feeling at the time that you just weren't around, and now that you are here in this exact place, it's... I don't know. I don't know how to explain the feeling. He shrugged it off and smiled a little, as though he'd said enough already and didn't want to risk sounding silly. Life is pretty confusing, is all. Breaks you of ads in 5 minutes. I missed you so much when you were gone. His brows crinkled as he looked at you solemnly, his eyes bright with emotion. I missed you too, all the time. Made you feel better to know that somehow, you know that when you were stuck at home missing his company, that he was missing yours too. Looked away satisfied, heading over to the closet and the last of the items to be sorted. Before long, every box, closet, and drawer had been thoroughly combed through, with the items either neatly packed in boxes or organized and returned to their proper place. With a sigh of relief, you glance around the bedroom and the work you've been done.
All right.
We're done. Good job to us. I'm gonna change out of my PJs for the drive. Yeah. When the two of you headed out into the living room, ready to get everything finalized and hit the road, you found Kyra in the kitchen pouring a cup of tea. Cove headed towards her, leaning casually against the counter that divided the two spaces. Hey, you didn't have to get up so early. Are you crazy? Of course I have to see you off before you go. You can't sneak away while I'm out cold. She beamed at him, and in all honesty, seemed more than happy to be up and getting ready for the day. Oh, do you want some breakfast? I've got some... a loose mixture of mainly rolled oats or cornflakes together. Oh! With dried fruit pieces, nuts, and seeds. Oh. Okay, sorry. I had to Google what muesli? I'm probably not saying that right. What muesli is. I've got some muesli or eggs and toast. Oh, and some kind of fruity cereal that you used to love. That's okay. We should really eat on the road. Kyra smiled sadly, a little disappointed, but she seems to understand that your time was running thin. I thought you might say that. In that case, I've packed you some snacks for the road.
What do you think?
Even if you don't end up eating them, take it anyway, just in case. You can always feed them to Cliff when you get home, and tell him I said hi. Cove laughed and shook his head, knowing his dad would love nothing more than to polish off whatever food Kyra had prepared.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mom. You really didn't have to. I'll definitely eat whatever you pack. Better save some for me too. No promises. Kyra giggled, hiding her mouth behind her hand. There's plenty for both of you. She returned your smile with one of her own, before putting her cup of tea aside. Well, I'll help
Sure.
you get the car packed. Sure, thanks. The three of you gotta move on, taking the boxes from Cove's bedroom and heading down to fill the backseat of the car, until there was barely an inch of space left in the back and trunk. With all of you helping, it only took a couple of trips to move everything, and you were done before you knew it. Then it was truly time to say goodbye. You convened back inside the apartment. Convened. Sorry, the fuck? You convened back inside the apartment where Kyra looked over the two of you with a quiet smile. It was great to see you both. Thank you for coming. She gave each of you a hug, and you felt a little sad that you hadn't been able to spend more time with her. It was good to see you too, Mom. Loose skin. Okay. Cove embraced her in return, the two of them holding on to each other for a few seconds longer. I'll miss you, but I'll visit
Of
again
course.
soon. You better. Hey, we should make plans for you to visit us too. I'll let you know when it's settled. I'd love that. Kyra bundled all the stuff she prepared into a bag and handed them over to you. You took a quick peek at what she had packed. There was fruit, nuts, seeds, hard-boiled eggs, and some veggie sticks. Ooh, I actually really like veggie sticks.
Cool.
Oh, good to see we've got some fresh food options now. The snacks I brought weren't. Kyra shook her head at him and let out a soft laugh, as though she wouldn't have expected anything else. Hey, I mean, I'll happily take fruit. I'll happily take veggie sticks. Yum yum yum. They're like, if it's what I'm thinking it is, they're like chips, but they're made out of vegetables. Like literally, they're just like, yeah. Unless she just cut some veggies in the sticks. Yeah, veggie straws. Oh, they're so good. Veggie straws. I seriously hope you're feeding yourself better than that at home. Yeah, of course, just not on trips. I can live with that then. She looked over him fondly, her eyes at last focusing on his face and filling with emotion. I'm going to miss you,
too.
baby. Me too. Thank you for letting us come. No problem at all, you're welcome anytime. She put an arm around you both, pulling you in tight to her sides for one
Bye.
final squeeze. Have a safe trip. We will. With a last goodbye, you exited the apartment, though Cove hesitated for a moment in the door, his expression distant. You weren't sure what he was doing, though you tentatively took a step towards him. Everything okay? Your voice seemed to bring him back to earth, and he shook his head to clear his thoughts, his green hair swaying from side to side. Yeah, let's go. With that, the two of you headed back down to the car, ready to make the long trip home. Soon enough, you were on the wide open road with a car full of Cove's things and only one destination, Sunset Bird, California. The drive went as smoothly as could be expected, with the morning slowly creeping into midday as the miles flew by. The day flew by in a whir of open road and sunshine, and before you knew it, it was early afternoon. By that point, you had already crossed the state line, and Cove announced that he planned a little stop on the way home. He was quite pleased with himself as you arrived at the precipice, the Redwood National Park. Shaded beneath a canopy of enormous redwood trees, you drove along. When Cove parked the car, you pushed the door to get out, and the first thing you did was look up. Enormous redwood trees surrounded you on all sides, their massive trunks shooting straight up into a canopy of foliage overhead. Sorry, what the fuck was that? There were too many of them to count, stretching on and on as far as you could see. You squinted against the sunlight that was peeking through the leaves and dancing on the paths around you. It's great, huh? He smiled at you from over the roof of the car before glancing around the place fondly. Remember the trip our families took here that one summer? It was cool going on a journey and seeing the forest in person, even if we didn't stay very long. I guess we can stay for even less this time, but oh well. Seemed like a good time to stop by. Who knows when we'll get another chance. His voice got a little softer at the end. It seems to be bittersweet for him, being in a place he was so fond of, but not having the time to appreciate it fully. It was a beautiful place to stretch your legs and take in some fresh air. Thanks for bringing me here. Cove smiled, shoving his hands in his pockets and tipping his head. No problem. The two of you walked around for a while, completely dwarfed by the sheer scale of the redwoods. It kind of put your view of yourself and everything in a strange perspective. You took in a lungful of clean forest air, listening to the sounds of birdsong and the cool breeze rustling through the underbrush, taking advantage of the space to move around freely. However you felt about being there, it was a totally different scene than sitting in that old car for hours and hours. He intertwined his fingers through yours, smiling at you as he relaxed into your touch and rubbed the back of your hand softly with his thumb. Being here again, you couldn't help but reminisce on what else had happened during the trip you had taken here all that time ago. There were a lot of things that had reminded you of it recently. You looked over at Cove, who seemed to be lost in the peace of the place, and wondered if any of it had crossed his mind. Smiling at the sight, you thought back on what had been a highlight of that long-gone vacation. You know, we spent the night in the loft together. You managed it then. I was stupider then, sorry. You had to crack a smile and left the little debacle from last night behind you again. There was barely enough room for the two of us, but it was fun. Cove chuckled and shook his head at the moment. It was memorable, especially when I got caught up there by my parents. He laughed, and soon enough you were joining him. It had been pretty embarrassing for him at the time, but you were glad he could look back at it and laugh now. You continued chatting about the trip a little while longer, about the things you had seen and done and even eaten. A lot of the memories Cove had of the trip were similar to your own. But you were also surprised to hear a few other things from his point of view. So much had happened that there was no shortage of things to talk about. The place certainly had a nostalgic quality to it. Your spirits were light as you ambled past information boards and picnic areas, but before long you decided it was time to bring the short trip to an end and head back to the car to get on the road again. Cove sighed when you finally reached the vehicle, jangling the keys in his hand before unlocking the doors.
Well,
I wish we didn't have to go, but we're going to be responsible and not stay longer than we should. How grown up of you. He smiled slightly, and with that, the two of you jumped into the car, buckled in, and he put it in drive. We're getting closer and closer to town as the sun started setting, though we're still far enough away that the radio stations were unfamiliar to you. Cove twisted the dial. We haven't actually gotten a still in a hot second. Like, this entire time, we haven't gotten a fucking still. It's crazy. Cove twisted the dial this way and that before stumbling onto a channel with a song he seemed to like. That was a rare gift from the fates in a sea of static, strange radio jockeys, and grating tunes. His face immediately brightened at the sound of it, and he drummed his fingers along the bottom of the steering wheel happily. Sitting back in his seat, he bopped his head and shimmied his shoulders in time with the tune, all while mouthing along to the words. Occasionally, he even lifted one hand from the wheel to gesture with his fingers for a specific line. Cove raised a pleased eyebrow at your vocalization. Emboldened by you, Cove decided to speak his words rather than lip syncing. Your voices mixed together, slowly creeping louder and louder as he belted out the words to the song. Every now and then a word would be sung wrong, and by the end you were both laughing too much to continue. The song ended, and Cove reached over to start cycling through the radio stations again. Upon finding nothing tolerable, he flipped the dial off in defeat and leaned back in his seat with a sigh. You rested your head on your hand and stared out the window as the sky darkened, watching the landscape slowly melt into more familiar views. Miles went on, and any energy you had earlier was beginning to drain away. You imagined home and your family. You'd be there together soon. You know, I spent all these years living in Sunset Bird and taking a few weeks each summer visiting my mom in that second room. It's not gonna happen anymore. Not really.
I mean,
I can still see my parents, but the way it all works between us has changed forever. Paused, the silence stretching. A serious look settled on his face, his thoughts far away. Worried about how things will be in the future. So many things will be different. I hope I'm ready for it. Cove's mouth pulled into a tight line, and he gave a small nod. You got the feeling that he understood how you felt. Cove stared straight ahead down the long, long road. The path looks like it'd never end from where you were, but that wasn't true. Eventually, he found a few more words
I'm so
to say.
glad.
I think it's good we were able to do this trip without any parents or chaperones. It was just us. We did it all. I don't know. I feel a little more independent now, a little more ready for what's ahead. I'm not sure I'll ever be ready. Thought of leaving home, mom's, it's scary. Cove sighed solemnly. Topic seems to wear on Cove, and he made an attempt to find something else to speak on. So I'm kind of sad about getting back. I'm gonna miss having you right there tonight. Cleared his throat quietly, though said nothing more. You smiled to yourself a little at hearing him say something like that out loud. I'm gonna miss it too. And with the feelings confirmed as mutual, the two of you fell into a comfortable silence. The sky outside grew ever darker as the hours passed by, the stars blinking on like tiny fireflies painted onto a canvas of blue. The scenery continued transitioning between open roads, industrial areas, and beach towns, becoming increasingly recognizable as time went on. You felt somewhat disconnected from the world around you as you watched it through your window, your tired mind growing easy. It was a strange, reflective feeling, but peaceful nonetheless. Soon enough, the world would return to you, and you'd find your feet firmly on the ground. It couldn't be helped. The adventure would end, life could continue, but your memories would linger on. Okay, again, I don't particularly care about charity, so... And then the summer ended? Yes. Moths bounced against your window, attracted by the light of your room. A siren call in the slowly darkening sky. Just as the day was coming to an end, so too would summer. Liz would be moving back into the dorms before long. Luckily, Lee had been able to come stay for a short trip before her own new journey began. She'd officially been accepted to her first choice college a few weeks ago. That was her last chance to see you all in person before you flipped through the plans for the next few months, realizing that you didn't even know when you'd next have the opportunity for everyone to be in the same place again. It was hard to think that you'd likely be seeing even less of your cousin going forward, but you were delighted that she was pursuing her dreams. While you were still with each other, your family was going to have dinner together. As ever, the Holdens were tagging along too. We went to that tropical place last time. Let's go to the Chinese restaurant this time. It was somewhere your family had always enjoyed going ever since you and Liz were tiny. That long-standing connection made it a fitting location for a final meal out before Liz and Lee set off again. Technically, you were getting ready to go out, though your mind was only half on the task. It was a pleasantly warm evening, the kind that epitomized the vacation feeling. You were in no mood to spoil it by rushing around. It was strange to think that summer was coming to an end, yet you wouldn't be returning to school. That pattern had been in place for as long as you could remember, and had come to feel like a natural rhythm, as inescapable as the coming of the tide. This was the first time that you were going to be able to set your own tone. Whatever came next was entirely up to you. You didn't know what you wanted to do. There were so many options, all with advantages and disadvantages, and this was the first time you'd had to make such a momentous decision. You felt as if you stood alone at a crossroads in this changing world. Who could know what the right choice would be? Mom called up from downstairs, tearing you from your thoughts as she told you it was time to head off. You hurried downstairs, hoping that the evening would be sufficient to distract you from your anxieties. Everyone piled into the car. While it was marketed as being suitable to hold 5 people, in practice it made for a very tight fit. Your mom was sitting in the front, were fine. You, Liz, and Lee were squished in the back, Lee in the middle, wedged between you and your sister. Shortest in the middle, but Mom was an excellent timekeeper. Thanks to her efforts, you pulled up near the restaurant on time. Cece, why are you making yourself so wide? The process of getting out of the car was slightly easier than squeezing into it, with much less coordination required to release seatbelts than to secure them. You gave Lee a hand as she clambered out from the middle seat, then headed into the building as a group. A waiter greeted you as you entered. Ma let him know how many of you there would be in total, and he went to arrange a table that met your needs. He returned promptly to guide you to your seats. You slipped into your chair. It felt all wrong. No matter how you shifted in your seat, comfort eluded you. Everyone else seemed fine as they settled into their own seats. Your drinks order had just been taken when the Holdens came through the door. They were pointed in your direction, though with Mom waving an arm in the air, it was hardly necessary. Cove and Mr. Holden came to join you at the table. As greetings were being exchanged, Cove took a seat opposite to you. It had been left empty by unspoken acknowledgement that you and Cove would be wanting to sit together. Mr. Holden sat beside you. It's great to see you. Glad you could make it. Hello, everyone. You wouldn't believe how hungry I am. You came to the right place then. There was some laughter, though Liz groaned playfully, shaking her head at Mom's sense of humor. Growing up, she'd have complained, and Mom would have responded by making another comment. Liz had mellowed over the years, but she still made a show of despairing at Mom's jokes. Her reaction to them had become a joke in its own right. Menus were soon passed around, and a temporary hush fell over the table as everyone read. It didn't last long, punctured by comments about what people had eaten here, and light chatter about what people were considering tonight. Once the waiter had disappeared with your orders, Cliff piped up.
Okay.
So, I've got some good news. Kyra's making a trip out here tomorrow. Cove nodded, turning from his father to the rest of the table. Yeah, we talked about it and figured this was a good time for everyone.
Very nice.
That's great. Everyone reacted positively to the news, though Ma looked
That's a
wistful.
shame.
If only we'd known. Here we are having a big meal without her. If we'd waited one day, she could have joined us. Mom patted Ma on the back, gently nudging her from the realm of possibilities and what-ifs and back to the evening that was going so well. Chin up. Me and Liz will still be here tomorrow. We'll just have to throw another get-together and keep the fun train chugging along. Ma smiled warmly, taking Mom's hand in hers. That's true. There's plenty to celebrate right now, but there will be more good news and good times on the horizon.
Right.
Right, and speaking of, that's not all we've got either. My ass is so numb. Mr. Holden's eyes were alight as he sat up straight in his chair, face angled towards his son. He barely let a beat go by before nudging Cove with his elbow, pushing him to follow up on the announcement. He was the very picture of a proud papa. Cove shied from the limelight, ducking his head down and staring at his lap as he spoke. Well, it's just, I've switched over to working full-time instead of only part-time. Plus, I've been looking at apartments. There's a few I can choose from. Cece, I don't think Pigeon wants to cuddle you. That was very rude. Pigeon got up and ate, and then when she got back onto the bed, she went somewhere else. And poor Cece just got up and walked over to go cuddle her. So Pigeon got up and moved. He flicked his gaze up at everyone around the table, a smile creeping over his face. I'll be pretty busy going forward. Apartments was moving. Cove was going to move out of his dad's house. After 10 years, he wasn't going to be your neighbor anymore. Mr. Holden gripped one of Cove's shoulders and gave it a loving shake. His excitement couldn't be contained. Incredible, Cove's actually going to make it to adulthood. It's a miracle. Mr. Holden leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling in mock wonder.
I'm so glad.
I wasn't convinced I'd be able to rear a kid all the way to this point, but thankfully I lucked out and got the best boy a dad could have asked for. Dad. Cove blinkered his vision with his hands on the side of his face, temporarily blocking his father from sight. Despite his genuine bashfulness, which left him unable to meet anyone's eyes after all the attention thrust his way, he was happy.
Thanks.
Thanks. I was really lucky too. You're a good dad. Aw, come here. Mr. Holden threw an open arm around Cove's neck, pulling him into as close of a hug as the seating allowed. He rubbed his cheek on top of his... He rubbed his cheek on the top of his son's head while Cove chuckled, accepting the affection with good humor. He looked around at the faces of the company here. You'd been on this journey with everyone for years, seen them falter and grow, and they had to watch you go through the same. Now you were striking out on a new path. Cove was leaving his family home. Liz was heading back to college while Lee was starting at hers. We're all heading in different directions. To different destinations, some near and some far, but it wouldn't be long until you were all going your own way. You looked down at your lap, twisting the napkin in your balled fists. It was one thing to know this was going to happen theoretically, and quite another to be faced with reality. Your family and friends had given you stability no matter what life threw at you. Realizing that they wouldn't be there in the same way was like putting a foot down on a stair that wasn't there. Your heart plunged as you sought to find metaphorical grounding. Cove brought some attention to himself with a clearing of his throat and a small interjection. I'm gonna stretch my legs while we're waiting for the food. Sure thing, bud. With a tiny smile, he nodded at his dad, but the lightness to his expression faded when he moved to face you. Wanna come? He was attempting to be subtle, but there was very obviously something on his mind, something he wanted to talk to you about alone. You looked up. Okay, Cece. Fucking scary ass cat. You looked up at him listlessly as he rose from his seat. You weren't sure if you felt like talking, but having an excuse to get some space didn't sound like a horrible idea, so you nodded. Take care. Those parting words, the two of you walked about the place. He was trying to get as far from everyone else as possible without actually exiting the building. What did you need to say? He hadn't admitted that was what this was about, but he didn't need to.
What's wrong?
Well, I was gonna say something about all this stuff my dad brought up, but are you okay? He peered at you, and you could tell his concern was earnest. You were being distant, and he had noticed. No.
That's...
Are you worried about things ending? He continued to look deeply into your eyes. All you could focus on was the aqua blue of his iris, the concerned crinkle of his eyelids. You know, I'm anxious about it too. You gave him nothing to go off of, but he could somehow still tell he wasn't far off. Cove's expression dropped. There was something horrified in his eyes and sorrow in his frown. Even when I'm not across the street anymore, you can always call or text. I don't care how late it is. We'll talk every day. I'll make sure we do. Clenched his hand around his wrist tightly. I don't want to lose what we have, Fairy. His voice was quiet, barely a whisper. He paused to take you in, and then his voice came out louder but faint. This really matters to me a lot, more than anything else. There was steel in his eyes, a rare firmness that you didn't see from Cove often. You continued to feel upset. Your feelings had been dragged out, and you had no chance of calming down now. You couldn't help but feel you were losing him. Cove was
I'm
leaving.
so sorry.
I don't want to make you feel bad by bringing this up, just I don't know what I wanted. But I felt I had to say something about this, if not now, then when. Out of the corner of your eye, you noticed a nearby table of people were staring. Cove's outburst had attracted attention. The eyes on you just made things worse. You felt overwhelmed, smothered by everything going on. You couldn't handle this. I need some air. Alone. Cove seemed pained, but he didn't protest when you brushed past him and left the restaurant. There was nowhere else to go but out. You stepped out onto the sidewalk. A couple cars drove by the main street, and the breeze hit your face. You took a few deep breaths now that that conversation was no longer suffocating you. You weren't quite sure what to do next. Gaining space had been the only plan. You patted your sides on reflex and pulled out the spare key for your mom's car. Walking fast, you went down the sidewalk to the part of the street where your parents had parked. Remembered going past a particular building on the way into the restaurant and managed to backtrack your way to the car without incident. You unlocked the car with a shaky push of the button. The headlights flashed. You pulled open one of the back doors and tucked yourself inside. You shut the door and the car beeped when you locked it again. While putting the key away, you switched it out for your phone. There were concerned messages from your family. Were you okay? Was something happening? Another text came in from your sister. At that moment, you didn't respond to any of it and held down the power button. You looked back at your phone and stared at the black, blank screen. You could see part of your face reflected back at you. Then you dropped your phone on the seat. Your eyes burned and you blinked slowly. You felt warm tears drip down your cheeks. Your breath hitched. Suddenly, or maybe not so suddenly, as this had been building for a while, you started to cry. You did your best to reflect on the situation and sort yourself out. A few minutes passed by. You breathed in the quiet. The car started to get warm, but you didn't feel like turning it on to get the AC going or roll down the windows. Picked up your phone from the cushion and pushed the power button. It took a minute to boot up. There were plenty of additional messages. Planned on checking out your family's texts later and tapped onto Cove's number first. You knew that you didn't actually want to be away from Cove. Sure, you needed some space, but that could only last so long before you wanted in with you once more. Hey Cove, can I see you? I'm at the car. Let me know. Cove texted back quickly, almost instantly. Okay. That was a relief. Another message followed shortly after. What? When you looked up from your phone and out the windows, nothing stood out as obviously Cove-shaped, but he wasn't easy to miss. You were about to ready to text him when you saw a shock of green out of the corner of your eye. Cove stood up. He'd been sitting on the pavement, leaning against the car door. He straightened out and smiled carefully. He pointed towards the closest car door and raised his shoulder in a weird question. He wanted to know if it was okay for him to hop. You nodded, not seeing the point of keeping him awkwardly outside. Cove walked around the other side of the car opposite of you. He put his hand on the door handle and pulled. He tried to open the door and obviously wasn't expecting it to be locked. He pressed the unlock button and he smiled after he heard the click. He sat down and then quietly closed the door behind him. For a moment, he faced straight ahead. His hands flinched when he got halfway through putting on his seatbelt before he realized that he wasn't actually going anywhere. He dropped his arms and the seatbelt slithered back up into the side of the car. Neither of you seemed to know what to say now. Eventually, Cove turned to face you. He seemed serious. Everyone cared when you left the restaurant. They all wanted to be here, but I promised that I'd look out for you. He gripped the side of his cushion and regarded his lab. Like Liz, she told me I'd better not be making things worse, or I'd never be considered a trusted adult for the rest of my life. Yeah, everyone's here for you, even if it's just me in the car. Okay? Cove stared deep into your eyes. You noticed he had some redness around his. You can do it. We can do it, Fairy. Make a good life for ourselves, no matter how hard it seems. We can do it. He gripped your shoulders, and you knew that he was doing his best to project confidence. He wasn't sure about himself, but he was trying for your sake. You know what you're doing, and you don't have to. Cove ducked his head, he fiddled with a bit of his hair. But I think I do. I'm not hiding it. I really do think that you're going to make it. There's no way that someone like you wouldn't. Sure, buddy. You could feel his belief in you. He might have been uncertain about his own future, but it was clear that he saw something bright in yours. Cove then studied you from his shoulder with a soft expression. He twisted his body to the side and held up his open arms. You raised your eyebrows. Pulled yourself towards the middle seat so that you could reach him properly. You had to climb over one of his legs that he had resting across the seats. He turned so that he was completely sideways in his seat, back pressed to the car door, and made space in front of him for you. You settled down against him and leaned against his chest. You wiggled into it comfortably. He wrapped both of his arms around you and rested one of his cheeks on the top of your head. It was very snug. He kissed your forehead gently and relaxed into him. You breathed him in, the scent that was uniquely Cove, oceany and citrusy. He made you feel secure and precious. Despite the cramped back seat of the car, Cove was very comfortable, and his reassurance was nice. He was right there, and he cared. It was hard to dwell on future troubles when he was doing his best to comfort you. Hey, Fairy. His voice was calming, and his eyes were full of his fondness for you. His mouth quirked into a crooked smile. I have a great plan. We can just stop thinking about the future and all of that. You had no idea what he meant. He didn't acknowledge your confusion and continued. I'll still get that little apartment, and you can move in too. I'll stay as close to here as possible, and I'll get a new job on the shopping street. I'll sell pretzels. He lightly stroked your head as he spoke. On the word pretzel, he traced a loop-de-loop shape that you had a suspicion was supposed to be a pretzel. You can probably find a job there too. You can also sell pretzels. We'll be business partners. And then we'll do that forever. We'd never have to worry about what to do or where to go or letting our lives change ever again. What do you think? It was just so ridiculous, you couldn't help but laugh even when you could feel your eyes water. Oh, that plan sucks. Cove gave you a bent smile and looked theatrically confused. I wonder why you aren't on board. It seems like an amazing solution to me. He was clearly just joking, and you sighed affectionately. Amazing is certainly a word for it. Cove glanced away from you and regarded the window straight across from him. He let out a breath. It can always be the backup plan. He was half kidding. He focused on watching his face as he spoke. Barry, he started to speak but drifted off. Sorry. All the sounds of the world outside were muffled and distant. In that space, in that moment, it really felt as though there was no one except you and Cove. Cove softly ran his hand up and down your arm. It felt reassuring. Finally, he was able to continue his thought. No matter what, you can count on me whenever you need something, or even if you just want it. We're becoming more independent, but you're never actually alone in this world. You consider the thought of living with Cove in his tiny apartment in the pretzel plan, just in general. I'd be fine living with you if that could ever work out.
Really?
Really? I'd like it too. Cove beamed. You felt much better than you did 5 minutes ago. It was your ray of sunshine. Cove turned red but met your eyes. He was happy, even though his blush took over his face. I guess we should be able to head back without carrying the weight of all of this. That's important, after all. He paused with a smirk. You anticipated a joke, or at least an attempt at one. Our hands will finally be free for other things, like eating our meal, so that'll be nice. Looking up, he smiled, pleased at how everything turned out. With that, you happily stepped into the world again. You made sure to grab your phone and the key on your way out. Cove's stomach rumbled after you locked your mom's car back up. Looks like we're heading back just in time. Yeah. It was a short walk back to the restaurant. It felt like you blinked and then suddenly you were retaking your place at the table. You felt nervous. You didn't want to explain what had happened yet. Liz took in your appearance with a grateful expression. To your surprise, she seemed alright with letting your disappearing act go. Thank goodness you're back, Fairy. You have to back me up here. A hair elastic is called a hair elastic. It's a hair tie! Even just coming into the argument, you could tell they were just joking around. Neither Liz nor Lee was making I call them hair bands. So, like, Neither Liz nor Lee was taking this semantic discussion seriously. They're called hairbands. The fuck you mean? None of these are correct. None of these are correct. They're called hairbands. Can you use both terms? Traitor. Your mom's laugh, and you felt your discomfort subside a bit. Ma caught your eye. Are you alright, Fairy? You nodded. Throughout the next few minutes, you found yourself drawn into different conversations, each one where everyone checked on you in their own way. The warmth of everyone's love comforted you. You decided to tuck this treasured feeling close to your heart. You wanted to remember it for a long, long time. Night fell soon after everyone finished their meals, and before you knew it, you were standing in the parking lot saying your goodbyes and packing up the cars to go home. After the last of the chores were done, your family spent more time together. The rest of the night felt like it was going by in a blink of an eye, and somehow the time came to retire to your room to sleep. You pulled your covers up under your chin and settled down for the night, getting warm and cozy. As your head sank into your pillow and you closed your eyes, your mind drifted back to everything that had happened that day. You can see it all now behind your eyelids, as though you were experiencing it all over again. And then the image of Cove popped in your head, and you smiled softly to yourself. If Cove could do it, then you didn't see why you should be allowed to. You made up your mind. As quietly as you could manage, you put on your shoes and slipped out of your room, closing the door behind you softly. Heading slowly down, you took care not to make the floor creak, especially the boards right by the bathroom. Those definitely squeak. The stillness of the night made even the slightest sound seem so much louder to your ears, and you were very aware of your mom sleeping nearby. Upon reaching the bottom, you tiptoed towards the front door. Slipping out into the crisp night air, you shut the door and took a relieving breath. Excitement rising, you dashed across the street towards Cove's house. The road too was surreal at this hour, familiar and yet strange. It might have been eerie at another time, but with how eager you were, you hardly cared. Fucking neck hurts so much, oh my god. You attempted to find your way from the normal footpath to the side of the condo, but the limited light was making it difficult. You knew for sure which window was Cove's, and lucky for you it was on the first floor. Unlike Cove, you wouldn't have to do any building scaling. All you needed to do now was make it safely over the fence and past the bushes without being caught or injured. Sneaking closer, you glanced over the hedges towards Cove's bedroom window, finding it cracked open. Perfect. You wouldn't have to knock and worry about him not answering. It took some effort, but eventually you managed to clumsily push yourself over the fence. Slipped a little at the end and snagged your sleeve on a branch in the shrubbery, but you brushed it off quickly and darted over to the window. You buzzed with a nervous excitement as you approached it in the dark, and successfully made it all the way here unseen. Lifting the window up so it was fully open, you pushed yourself halfway through, your legs dangling into the underbrush below. It was a little awkward, as a small shelf was right in the way. You had to take care not to knock over a couple of plants, but you made it through the window. Once safely inside, you dusted yourself off and looked back to close the window gently, with only the soft glow of moonlight and Cove's fish tank there to see the way. You gave a small wave to the special fish you got to name Mule. Then, straining your eyes through the dark, you crept towards Cove's bed, barely making out his sleeping figure. By the sounds of his soft breathing, you could tell that he hadn't heard you come in, and a small smile tugged at your lips. Looked so peaceful as he slept, you decided you didn't have the heart to wake him. Instead, you took a seat on the edge of the bed and watched him affectionately, matching your breaths to his own deep breathing and smiling back. You weren't sure that what you were going to do now that you were here, but you were happy to be near Cove all the same, even if he was fast asleep. Your gaze drifted around the darkened room, even though in daylight hours you would recognize that the darkness made it seem just a little bit different and intriguing. Your eyes stopped for a moment on the fish tank against one wall, and you watched his precious pets float around for a moment. Finally, he settled on the window. Maybe you should just head home? You contemplated it, trying to make up your mind until Cove stirred and rolled over, bumping right into you. Huh? You turned just as his eyes fluttered open, still heavy with sleep, and he looked right at you.
Sorry.
He pulled his covers up under his chin and rolled over again the other way, settling back in. You snickered quietly to yourself as he sat there. He could figure it out on his own, and after a few more seconds he did. Wait, Barry? Yes, I'm here. Shuffled under the covers and sat up to stare at you in alarm.
What?
Why are you in my room? What happened? Smile slipped onto your face as he finally registered your presence for real. I didn't want to be alone. He frowned, his eyebrows pinching together.
Are you okay?
Putting a hand on your shoulder, he locked eyes with you. Yeah, feeling better. He sat back a little, giving you a fond smile. Should have known you'd do this one of these days. It's only fair. You let out a breath, feeling relieved that he didn't seem bothered by it. In fact, it felt kind of good. You thought maybe this enthusiasm was why Cove did it so often. He pushed himself up fully, swinging his legs over the side of the bed and leaving a spot free beside him. His hands shook where he held them in his lap. He was nervous. You can stay as long as you want. Really? Yeah, really. Can I stay the whole night?
Of course.
You smiled, feeling relieved that he had agreed, and he grinned back. You could always count on him. I've secretly slept over in your room before. It's very easy to do it too. He snickered, feeling pleased with your decision to do this. But there's no way I'm letting you take the floor this time. Here we go again. You rolled your eyes and let out a soft laugh, which Cove returned as he rubbed at the back of his neck. I want to share. You trying to stay? His eyebrows dipped. He was growing visibly nervous. It was to be expected. But after what happened last time, you'd been waiting for another chance. Hoped he felt the same, and it seems.
Yeah.
Yeah, this time we can share. You'll really stay? You won't leave me to be on the floor? He nodded, holding back your delight. You tried not to grin at his sudden resolve. We're gonna share the bed. You could hear the tremble in Cove's voice as he held his hands together to keep them from shaking. Let out a breath and shook his hands in front of him, mentally preparing himself. It's gonna be alright, bro. I just want to sleep. I don't get it. I'm sorry. I don't understand this. Like, I just want to lay down and sleep. It's just a bed. It's just sleeping next to each other. I do not understand what the big deal is. I really don't. Never have. His mouth set into a grim line, and he balled his hands into fists at his side, determined. It's not that serious. Just relax. It's only me and you. Nothing bad is gonna happen. It only took a couple of moments longer before he turned to you, attempting a weak smile. Ready? Yes, let's get in there. Took another deep breath and he slipped under the covers, making room for him to get in after you. Laying as straight as a steel rod, Cove tensed up beside you, so still he was barely breathing at all. You rested on your side and faced him, your eyebrow pinched in the middle as you watched him. He looked back at you deeply. Do you need more time? I can leave until you're more set up here. No, please don't go. I just want you to stay with me. Ever so slowly, he began to relax, his fingers tentatively brushing up and down your arm. His eyes shut, lashes fanning out over the top of his cheeks, and you still half expected him to run away like the last time. But he didn't. He stayed right where
Don't
he
worry
was.
about it.
You don't have to worry about me. Doing stuff like this isn't a problem. It's a process. You nodded in understanding, even though he couldn't see it, giving him time to let his nerves settle. Here's the approach for the snuggles again. See, snuggles achieved. No, Pigeon's like, fuck you, bro. Let me Poor Cece looks so sad. She's like, oh man. Sorry. Come here, baby. Poor Cece. She wants to snuggle Pigeon and Pigeon's just not having it. Cece, don't punch her on the ass. You're fluffing up your pillow and getting yourself comfy, staying quiet. Eventually, his shoulders became less rigid. When his eyes opened, he smiled and turned his head towards you. Thank you for waiting, again, as always. He laughed shyly, his soft eyes meeting yours.
Are you okay?
Are you okay? I'll always wait for you, Cove. Squeeze your arm a little tighter, his lips curving into a smile as he looked at you. He shuffled closer, an inch at a time, and nuzzled his chin against the top of your head, wrapping his arms around your sides. Holding on tight, you inhaled his familiar scent and let it envelop you. The room grew quiet around you. The only sounds to be heard were the faraway crash of the ocean waves and your breath mingling in the small spaces. Cove's heart was pounding, the thump of it rumbling against you as he spoke again.
That's...
You know, I'm not scared of you, right? It's just so many other things that scare me. Afraid of what-if hypotheticals that aren't actually real, I think about anyway, and the nebulous concept of what things mean that I can barely explain to myself. I'm scared of my own feelings and how much I feel them, and I'm afraid because tomorrow things will be different between us, and I'll be alone again. Tomorrow, because tomorrow things will be different between us, but I'll be alone again. He held onto you tighter, his breath stuttering ever so slightly. It's normal right now to see you during the day and part ways at night, except for special exceptions. A little laugh escaped him before his tone became serious once more. It's easier to stay where I am. It's easier to stay where I am than it is to make myself live, to not take a risk, and to not know what I might be missing. But he hesitated. When you reached up to brush a few strands of hair from his face gently, his eyes opened, fixing on yours. When did doing the easy thing get so hard? When it comes to you, I don't know how to stay still. I want to keep taking steps forward. Honestly, when I see your face or even imagine it, I want to start sprinting. But when I try, I hit a wall. It's just, I physically can't do it on one side of my mind. There's something blocking me. And then on the other side, I absolutely can't stop myself. It never
I'm
ends.
always like this.
I hate it. It's the most frustrating thing. Why do I do it every time? I'm annoyed with the way that I am, so I have no idea how you stand it. Sorry I act so split when it comes to romantic things. I do not want you to think that you're rushing me when I know I'm giving mixed signals. And I don't want you to miss out on being happy by being like this, but sometimes I still can't help it. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that I'm glad you've never given up on me. It means a lot. It means everything to me. Been there whenever I really needed it. His eyes glossed over a little as he squeezed you closer to him and smiled. His heart rate finally relaxing to a normal rhythm.
Good night.
Good night, Fairy. Good night. He leaned forward and kissed your tenderly, his hand gently moving to cradle the back of your
I
head.
love you.
What? Huh? Your heart skipped a beat as Cove stared at you, his confused expression a perfect mirror of your own. And then, as if the gears had slowly turned and clicked into place in his head, his eyes
Oh
widened.
my god.
He froze at once, his eyes widening on you in shock. He hadn't meant to say any of that out loud. You loved me. It took only a few moments longer, but his initial shock faded, and his voice was small when he spoke again. Oh, I got an achievement for Cove confessing his feelings first. Well, yeah, of course I do. How could I not? Even though I hadn't said it, I'm not exactly good at hiding it. I love you, Fairy. He repeated those words over and over, even as the tears began streaking down his face, willing you to believe him. I love everything about you. I've never felt anything like this for anyone else. You're the only one, and you always will be. You could see him trembling. Surprisingly, his voice was strong when he spoke. Could you tell me how you feel about me? I want to know, no matter what it is. You locked eyes with him, feeling as though you could almost burst with happiness. In your heart, you knew exactly what he wanted to say. Your confession was out in the open, hanging in the air between you, and you smiled at him. A relieved sob escaped from Cove. He tucked his head down and clenched the front of your shirt. held him close to you as he spoke between gasping breaths. Thank God. Thank you. You're the only one for me. Burying your face in his hair, you chuckled softly and inhaled his familiar, comforting scent. Cove's eyes widened at you, brimming with fresh tears as his expression turned serious. Felt like I'd never be able to make myself say it. He laughed, and the tears fell even stronger as he shook her. I can't believe I did it by accident. He covered his eyes with one hand. If you hadn't felt the same way, I don't know. I can't bring myself to imagine it, and I don't have to because you do love me. I wonder what would have happened, like what options we would have gotten if we had just been a complete fucking jerk to Cove the entire chapter. Like, we had so many opportunities to just like be a complete asshole to him. And I can't help but wonder, like, who genuinely would go through and be an asshole to Cove? Because I feel like it's so hard. He whispered the words to himself softly, as if he hardly dared to believe them at all. Then he closed his eyes, his hands still shaking as they moved.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, I really am always like this. As your lips met, he kissed you desperately, as though all he wanted was to hold on to the moment, to you. When he kissed you deeper, your hand slipped behind his neck, feeling the tiny goosebumps spreading across his skin. Barry couldn't help thinking about how you were certain you wanted to spend your life with him. But we get to spend our whole lives together. Cove's expression crumpled again. He wasn't able to tamp down the newest wave of emotion. His eyes watered once more, and he took a few heavy breaths. I hope so too. We could be together always, have a place of our own. Now, also pets. No kids, only pets, only fur babies. He laughed brightly. Of course, pet too. You think I'd leave you with Dad? You felt warm being able to talk about this openly. You liked to imagine the life you could have together. You know and now you can have, and now you could do it with him. He rubbed at his scarred arm bashfully. You know, I thought having to grow up for real was gonna be so hard. I didn't know if I could. I didn't know if I even could, but well, maybe it won't be that
I
important.
mean,
I better make sure it's not, huh? I'm looking forward to it. Curling himself up, he nuzzled in close to you, letting you wrap your arms around him and hold him tight. You were still smiling as you snuggled into him, getting as close as you could. Cooned in his warmth, you easily grew comfortable next to him, feeling him ease into you as well. Before long, your eyes were growing heavy, and you drifted off in a restful sleep side by side. The next morning, you woke up slowly from a comfortable dream. With a small stretch, you opened your eyes fully to the sun shining in through the window. Shuffling onto your side, you noticed Cove was still beside you in the bed, sleeping soundly. You smiled, remembering the prior night. It had been nice to spend the night together, getting to be with him in a whole different way. You could definitely get used to it. Being careful not to wake him, you bent over and pressed your lips against his skin. He stirred it a little in response, a small sleepy smile appearing on his face. Then a loud noise suddenly startled you, and you snapped towards the source of the sound. It was the door opening abruptly, and in the same frame stood Mr. Holden, smiling brightly. He hadn't seemed to have noticed you straight away. Get your butt out of bed, sport. Mom's here. Oh? All of a sudden, the two of you made eye contact, and he froze where he stood, the smile slowly slipping from his face. Well, that's not what I usually walk into. I clearly should have knocked this morning. I'm saying, yeah, of course Cove would get away with sneaking into my room, and I'm the one who gets caught. Like, should I pretend I didn't hear that? Cove blinked his eyes tiredly and mumbled something incoherently before turning towards the door. Both you and Mr. Holden stared at him for a few minutes, neither knowing what to say or do. Cove, who continued looking at his dad dozily, was obviously having a hard time trying to process the situation. Then his eyes widened. Dad! Cove Cove scrambled on the bed in an attempt to get to his feet, pushing the covers back off of the both of you. Forgetting there was an overhanging ceiling above him, he shot upwards and hit his head on the wood. Ow! He flopped back down on his pillow, pressing a hand to his head and groaning loudly. I just laughed. You couldn't help the sound from breaking out, though when Cove shot you an unappreciative look, you clamped your mouth shut. Okay. You reached out towards him instinctively. Cove, but you're right down there. Mr. Holden stepped further into the room, his eyebrows furrowed in concern, and he bent down towards the sun. Yes, so please just go. Okay, I'll leave. Cliff held his hands in front of him in a calming gesture, even though Cove couldn't see it. He turned to make his exit, stopped abruptly in the doorway, obviously deciding he had something more to say. I know we've talked about this before, but I feel like now is one of those times to mention that I was barely older than you when I found out I was going to be a daddy, so I'm asexual. Just, if there's anything you need to say or ask about, we're not having kids! I know, I was only saying at that age things can move fast, and he let out a heavy sigh, running a hand over his face before stopping himself and saying calmly, you know what, it's fine, we'll chat about this later. Kyra's waiting. I'm asexual. That explains why they look so young, because they are very young still. Okay. So, Cove's parents are roughly only like 36. That actually explains quite a bit. With that, he stepped back out of the room, giving the two of you one last look before pulling the door shut behind him. Cove rubbed at his face before dropping his head into his hands and bubbling between his
Oh my
fingers.
god.
That was so awkward. Tell me about it. With a heavy sigh, Cove forced himself to sit up again. He frowned hard, staring over at the closed door. Sorry, guess we can't just hide in here now. Gave you a sidelong glance, and despite his displeasure at the situation, a small smile quirked his lips. It's too bad. It had been really nice. Too bad is right. I hope we'll get the chance to do this again soon. You found yourself smiling along with him. The two of you took a few minutes to get up properly and get yourselves as ready as possible. Cove put his glasses back on before heading out to see Kyra. Kyra was waiting patiently in the living room. She was in high spirits, with her eyes set on the hallway. Her amused smile only widened when you and Cove rose. It didn't take long for the realization to sink in that the scene must have been loud enough for her to hear even from there. Cove tried to look unimpressed, eyes narrowing over Kyra's smug delight, though his face was already turning red and his mom hadn't even said anything. He squared his shoulders, lifted his head, and strode forward.
Hey.
Hi, Mom. Hi, baby, and hello to you too, Fairy. Her tone cracked in her greeting, and then she gave in and laughed, unable to keep any of it in. Cove frowned at that, his eyebrows furrowed. Sorry for the interruption, I didn't know you already had guests. His frown wobbled as he became even more embarrassed by this moment. He couldn't muster up any words to defend himself. It's not like anyone's surprised by this. Kyra laughed even harder this time. As it slowed, she brought a hand up to cover her mouth, but you both could still see her shoulders shake. Cove still looked mortified, but he shot you a stern look. All you could do was smile. Cove was still unable to say anything other than his teeth biting into the inside of his cheek. He stood there frozen. Kyra studied you both for a moment.
It's alright.
Okay, my not-so-little mister is spreading his wings. I can't complain about that. She lightly tapped the tip of his nose. That got a tiny smile out of Cove. Despite being much taller than Kyra at this point, he still seemed like a little kid in front of her. Breaks you have ads in 5 minutes. You release the air. You released the air you were holding in your lungs, and then Kyra's gaze locked onto you. You know, you were just about No, we were just about to go over to see Pam and Noel. Are you two coming? Well, I'll go. He stretched his arms for a moment and yawned, trying to physically shake off what
Sounds
happened.
good.
Great.
Great, let's do it. It was then that you noticed Mr. Holden standing on the other side of the room. You figured he must have been trying to create some space for everyone during that last conversation. You could tell he felt a bit awkward, and he tried smiling reassuringly as he scratched the back of his neck. His attention went to Cove. Bud, do you want to get changed first? Cove looked down at his pajamas for a moment and shook his head. No, we don't have to wait for that. Are you sure? It's only a trip across
Don't
the
worry
street.
about it.
I'm alright. Besides, Fairy is going in pajamas too. Fair point. Cove then leaned in closer to you. He grumbled quietly, and your moms are gonna figure out what happened anyways, so... yeah. Anyway, we go. With that decided, the four of you headed out across the street to your house. It felt strange waiting there while Mr. Holden knocked on the door.
Hello.
Hi there! Mom answered the door, and her expression brightened even more seeing Kyra. She moved to pull Kyra into a hug when her gaze fell on you. Barry? Hi, Mom. When did you get out there? Why are you still in your pajamas? Mom's eyebrows raised, and as she gave you a deep, examining stare. Meanwhile, you and Cove shared a slow side glance with each other. Before you could answer, more heads popped into view around the doorway. Ma, Liz, and Lee were all chuckling. To be honest, I always assumed Cove had been the one sneaking around. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, and you had to look away. You noticed Cove's face was burning red again. It's a solid theory, Lonnie. Most likely they've both been breaking and entering. Actually, it's usually him. I wouldn't put it past my baby. He takes after his parents. You're right, I can't believe my fairy has been getting up to all that mischief too. Mortified, Cove looked like he wanted to disappear, though the adults chuckled and discussed what you and him may or may not have done. Fortunately, they left the conversation there. Enough of standing around out here, come on in. Mom moved aside to usher the group in and guided them to the living room. Before anyone could get settled in, Mom spoke up. You're all welcome to stay for breakfast. We still have some great spices and stuff from the farmer's
Of
market.
course.
Yeah, we'd be thrilled to host you. There were eager nods from Mr. Holden and Kyra, but Cove looked around the room, filled with familiar spaces before speaking up. Maybe instead of staying here, why don't we go to the beach? A scenic picnic, eh? Mr. Holden crossed his arms and contemplated that idea happily. Excited, Kyra clapped her hands together. Shorter than the rest of them. It's really bothering me. I need to fucking cut the rest of my nails. Mr. Holden crossed his arms and contemplated that idea happily. Excited, Kyra clapped her hands together. Oh, we could really make a day out of it. Might as well enjoy the ocean while we can. That sounds lovely, Cove. Everyone else put in their own agreement with Cove's suggestion. Before long, both families dispersed, getting ready for the day. Sandwiches had to be made, water, sunscreen, towels, and more needed to be gathered and packed. Plus, you and Cove both took some time to get dressed for the day. An hour later, both your family and Cove's were walking down the old path to the beach. The morning was already turning into a bright and beautiful day. You honestly couldn't ask for better weather for a beach trip. The moment you laid your eyes on the full view of the ocean, you stopped and stood there mesmerized. It didn't matter that you grew up here, the sight always filled you with wonder. Hey, Fairy.
So?
I was thinking about telling Terry and Miranda, see if they can come too. Everyone else is pretty much already here, so would your family mind? That'd be cool. I'll go ask them. You were already so excited at the prospect of seeing your friends today that you immediately darted away in the direction your mom's went. Behind you, you could hear the familiar sound of Cove laughing. this should be the last day. I have a question. Would it be alright if Terry and Miranda came by? I don't see why not. Ma looked to Mom to see what she thought, and she nodded in agreement. Mom then shot a glance over at Mr. Holden and Kyra, knowing that they had likely
You
heard
alright with
everything.
that?
Quiv, Kyra, what do you think? The more the
Okay.
merrier. Of course, they're welcome with me. Thanks. Sorry guys, I'm shy. Delighted, you nodded and turned on your heels. Cove was still several feet away talking to Lee and Liz, likely about the same topic. With a beaming smile, you gave him a thumbs up, and the two of them must have also approved, as Cove quickly got his phone out and started making the calls. Nice stretch. After that, you turned your attention to helping the picnic set up. Unexpectedly, your phone began to vibrate. You dug it out, curious to see the caller ID. Feeling your heart jump with excitement, you answered the video call request. It was Derek! Hey, it's been a while. Seriously? Seriously, but what's up? The voice that came through was much deeper than it had been when you first met, but it was still the exact same amount of enthusiasm with the kid. You've been enjoying these crazy summer days? Yeah, that happens. Bright side, at least it's almost over then. What about you? How's your summer been? Beyond curious to know what Derek had been up to since the last time you spoke. He chuckled, noticing your invested tone. Honestly, I've just been slammed with stuff lately. College applications and scholarship inquiries. What else is new? His chuckle turned into a sigh. You could hear his small smile while he spoke. I really hope so anyway. That would be amazing. What about your family? Are your brothers being good? My little brothers are little punks, but I guess they're doing alright. Both laughed at that. Mom and dad are fine. That's great. My mom's are too. Turning your attention back to your surroundings, you smiled warmly at your family buzzing around. Towels were laid out, and chairs and umbrellas were set. Actually, not with my mom's right now. Liz and Lee are visiting too. Oh, that's fun. But if that's the deal, I'll let you get back to it. Are you sure? I don't mind. I'm sure. I'm not about to lose your I'm not about to lose your number. Okay, bye. Bye, Fairy. Have a heck of a day. Hanging up, the conversation left you energized and in good spirits. It was exactly what you needed to make the day even better. You hurried over to your mom's and helped put the rest of the food out. In moments, you noticed Cove at your side. So, what did they say? They're gonna come? Cool, thanks for calling them. No problem. Glad I thought of it. They'll meet us here later today. Shouldn't be too long. I can't wait. On the topic of inviting people to join, you realized there was someone else you could call as well. You had gotten Baxter's number earlier that summer. Once the setup was done, everyone got comfortable and dug into the food. You couldn't remember the last time breakfast tasted this good, but you attributed it to the gorgeous ocean view and soothing sea breeze. Couldn't remember the last. The conversation shifted it to what you all would do next.
In that case,
We could do a few rounds of volleyball. There's plenty of us now.
is that all right?
Can I play? Of course. Miranda brightened, delighted with this plan. Maul looked around to see if there were any other takers. I don't feel like playing. I'd have to change, but it'd be fun to watch. be the ref. My eyes won't miss a thing. Volleyball's a good idea, but there should probably be something happening for those who want to train. Ooh, I have some crafting supplies we can use to make jewelry. We could even use stuff we find around the beach to accentuate them.
Really?
What, really? I want to make a necklace.
That'd be great.
I'd be interested in trying my hand at that too. Already you were imagining various designs you could make depending on what lead let you use. You shot your cousin a thumbs up, clearly happy with your decision. I guess I'll try making a necklace too. Kyra got up from the towel she was sitting on. She brushed some sand off her legs and then stretched her arms over her head.
Can do.
I'm up for a few rounds. Well, since there's still a free spot, I'll throw my hat in the ring. The things I do for my
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. I'd love that. Liz got from where she was... Sorry. Liz got up from where she was sitting, and you could tell by her expression that she was already determined to win. You laughed to yourself, curious now how that game would turn out. Now that plans were settled, the group temporarily split into two.
Okay.
Okay, let me pop back to the house and get my supplies. Is there something we should do? Yes, you can start clearing out the towels for us to work at. If you want, look around for good stuff to use.
I'm on it.
Roger that. While Lee ran back to the house, the group did just as she suggested. By the time she returned, everyone had their craft area to work at. Lee sat down on one of the towels and looked up at everyone eagerly. She held up two necklace options. I hope you've all been thinking about what you want to make. I have, for everyone, a choice of either a chain or a threaded rope. How do I pick? All I know is that I want to put some sea glass chunks on it. There's no rush. I'll leave the strands here and you can decide to decorate it however you want later. I think I'll keep it classic and only worry about finding a decent shell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm planning on doing shells too. Cove crossed his arms and chewed at the inside of his cheek. You weren't the only one that noticed. What's wrong, Cove? I'm not sure what to use. I mean, ideally I want a shark tooth, but what are the chances I would even find one? Mom smiled. You both looked at him sympathetically. Sorry, the rare downside of not having a shark-filled coast that would make for a really nice necklace, though. At Cove's pouting, Bob gave him a little bump on the shoulder with her fist. Squishy. Well, don't lose all hope. You never know. You might end up really lucky. Cove laughed. It cheered him up even though he wasn't really convinced. After that, the little crafting club busily went to work on their pieces. Whatever they decided on using was attached in loops that were then slid onto the necklace base. Terry was immensely proud of herself when she was done. Hers was simple but gorgeous because of the striking piece of sea glass she painstakingly searched for and found. Cove ended up using driftwood of varying lengths to design his necklace. Despite not finding any shark teeth, he still looked pretty pleased. Mom decided on a medium-sized purple ringed top shell as the centerpiece of hers, and Lee went for a few small Simnia shells. They both put their necklaces on as soon after they finished. After combing the beach several times, you found just what you were looking for. It took a bit, but you managed to make a necklace you were satisfied with. It mostly had sea glass. Your group of crafters would also cheer for the volleyball players whenever shouts could be heard coming out from the court. On top of that, you all would hold up each newly made piece in the air, and the players would take a breather to applaud the creation. Really enjoyed searching the beach, trading supplies, and watching everyone make the necklaces. The crafting club was definitely a success, and you weren't the only one that had a blast. The afternoon continued to strip by, but the fun was still going strong. Occasionally, someone would head back to the house to use the bathroom, rest away from the sun a while, or to retrieve something that they needed, but they always came back. The beach was never empty, and there was always a new conversation to take part in or another game to join. At one point, Mr. Holden even broke out his pack of cards. He roped the whole group into a few rounds of good old Go Fish. There was only one thing that could bring this beach day to an end, and that was for the day itself to end. Before anyone realized it, the sun began to set over the sea. As that happened, you were taking a break, sitting on a towel with your legs stretched out past it and your feet buried in the warm sand. You were listening to music on a little speaker next to you. Shortly, you looked up to see your moms approaching. They stopped in front of you and smiled. Hey there, kiddo.
How are you?
I'm doing really good. How about you? We're wonderful. They both sat down, squishing you between them. Ma leaned her head against yours, and Mom started rubbing your back soothingly. Nothing more was said at first, but Ma sighed contentedly. Mom looked at you wistfully. We're both really proud of you, Barry. Oh, my video game parents can say it. You grew up to be more than we could ever have hoped. It wasn't your intention, but their praise took you by surprise. Your bottom lip started to quiver.
Okay?
Oh no, sweetie, we didn't mean to make you cry. Ma wrapped an arm around your middle and squeezed you tightly in a side hug, and tears started running down your cheeks. Ma lightly brushed some of your hair. Okay, I'm just so happy I got to have you as my moms. After that, all three of you were sitting there sniffling and teary-eyed. You wiped some of the tears away with the back of your hand. I don't know how we got so lucky with you and Liz. Ma reached out in front of you for Mom's hand. She gave it to her, and Ma squeezed it. You must have done something, right? You stayed there quietly and contentedly, watching the sunset with your parents for a while, until Mr. Holden called out to you. He was still walking in your direction. We were talking and think we're gonna take a walk down the shore. Any of you want to come? Automatically looked to your moms for what they were thinking. Mom glanced from you to Ma and smiled. That sounds good to me.
Fantastic.
Yes, that'd be very nice. My legs need some stretching. Let's go. Thrilled, Mr. Holden threw out a thumbs up and began heading back the way he came in a light jog. Hey, don't leave us in the dust. Cliff kept going forward but flipped around, walking backwards across the sand so he could face you again.
No worries.
Don't worry, we wouldn't leave without you. Alright, we'll catch up. Before you forgot, you turned off the speaker and left it on the towel for now. Ready to go? Uh-huh. Both of your moms held a hand out to you, chuckling, and you gave them each one, and you all strolled back to the rest of the group. When Liz was in reach, Ma used her free hand to pull her into it too. Liz shook her head, but her mouth quirked into a smirk, and she didn't resist. Together as a family, you followed behind the others hand in hand. Your feet squished into the wet sand as the waves rolled over them. You didn't have a single care in the world as more and more stars began to dot the sky. Once the sun had been long out of sight, it was finally time to pack up. The closing of the day and the ever-approaching end of summer seemed to intertwine. It caused a quiet, reflective mood to blanket over the group. On the beach, Terry and Miranda took turns compressing Cove in a hug before moving on to do the same to you. You chuckled, still overjoyed that you got to see them today. Sorry we have to go already, my parents are here. That's okay. But still, I wish we could help clear this all up. Okay. Don't worry about it, just thanks for coming out today. It was cool having everyone here. Oh yeah, I'm super glad we came. Hopefully we can do it again sometime. Nodding, you turned your attention to Terry. She wore a large grin on her face and held a hand out for a low five. Pressed a fist into it, which made her laugh.
See you later.
Take care of yourselves, buddies. After that, they walked away, waving to you and Cove as they went down the shore. Cove waved quietly back with a small smile on his face. Have a safe trip back. We will. Bye. Taking you by surprise, Terry jumped and twisted around. She kept up with Miranda by walking backwards. She kept the mood of your farewell light by shooting finger guns at you and Cove. Miranda bumped her with the hip. It left everyone with a laugh just before they disappeared down the bed. Perry?
Come on.
Hey, Cove, could you come here? Both of your parents were motioning for you. The two of you went to them. Tons of things ended up at the beach over the course of the day, so there was still so much to pack up, and the parents needed help. With a nod, you got to it, stuffing various things into bags and bundling them up in towels. Once things were ready to go, everyone filled their arms with as much as they could carry. Absolutely no one wanted this to be a back and forth kind of task. The walk back home ended up being mostly quiet. Each person seemed to be feeling the effects of the day. A cool breeze carried you across the sand and onto the road. There was a sigh of relief from what felt like the group as a whole when they arrived back to the neighborhood. Well, hello everyone, is that Baxter? You glanced to the side and spotted a very recognizable face walking down the road. Yep. Oh, hi Baxter.
How are you?
Do you need help with that? I didn't invite him because he's drawn weird. Okay, I don't know. Like his neck is too wide. It's weird. Okay, it's all right. This is our mess to clean up.
Well,
If you're sure, then I was simply heading home after getting some fresh air. The season is almost over after all. Yeah. Baxter was only a tourist. He wouldn't be in town much longer. You knew that. So did he. If you have a minute, I'd just like to say it was a pleasure getting to know you both this summer. His head tilted towards you and he smiled warmly. Baxter offered you his hand. It was tough with that, with what you were carrying, but you were able to extend one of your hands a bit. Baxter chuckled and shook it. We did end
glad
up
to
in
hear it.
I wholeheartedly agree, Fury. I enjoyed this vacation immensely thanks to you. Baxter turned to shake Cove's hand this time. He was a little incredulous for a moment, but then Cove eventually shifted what he was carrying and took Baxter's hand. It wasn't long, but it was a solid handshake. Baxter was clearly pleased. I wish we had more time together, but it was still a nice ride while it lasted. Would happily do it all over again. Bye, Baxter. Yeah, bye. Baxter nodded and walked a few steps towards his condo. He then stopped and waited.
Goodbye.
Baxter sauntered away completely and disappeared inside the condo to return to his own things. His time with you and your family and friends ended. He paused for a moment, staring at where he went. But afterwards, he looked back over at the rest of the group. Lee and Liz were just going inside your house. You couldn't spot Kyra or Mr. Holden anywhere, but the door to their house was wide open. Mom approached you with an amused look on her face. Seems like you're holding up for some Holden things. Surprised, you glanced down to take a quick inventory of what you were holding. Mom was right. Some of it belonged to the neighbors. Would you mind dropping it off now? Can do. It's not a problem. Thank you very much. Cove took a few steps towards his house and stopped.
Good
waiting
night.
for you. Good night, Cove. I'll see you inside, Fairy. Night. You caught up with Cove, and together you went over to his house. Walking in the front door, you saw Kyra and Mr. Holden busily unpacking already. Things were scattered on counters, and they were moving around each other, putting the items away. They both lifted their heads when Cove closed the front door. Hey. It's nice seeing you again already, Fairy. Her teasing tone brought a light smile to your face. You hefted the stuff in your arms a little closer. I ended up with things of yours from the beach. Oh, thanks for getting that to us. You can put it... Sorry, I'm closing this drawer and it squeaks. Here, on that coffee table. It's funny because all of the drawers on this desk are really annoying. Mr. Holden pointed at the surface that he was referring to, and you immediately left what didn't belong to your family there. Cove put his own things down on the floor, just at his feet, wading through everything strewn about to reach his parents. Putting your family stuff on the ground for a moment, you dusted your hands off and straightened up. You needed a second of rest and a minute to resituate it all. You went over to where the others were too. Kyra opened her arms wide, wanting to hug you. Happily, you went to her. She held on tightly. Over the years, you were able to form a good rapport and you were grateful for that. You could feel in her hug how much Kyra had grown to care about you. It brought an affectionate smile to your face. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It was a blast. It's no problem. I had fun too. Kyra eventually released you, but patted the tops of your shoulders as a final gesture.
Thank you.
Every time I've gotten to come by, it's been an absolute joy. Things really couldn't have worked out better. Mr. Holden took a step closer to you. Kyra moved aside to let him say goodbye too. He grinned. Thanks for always being such a friendly neighbor, and not just right now, but for as long as I've known you. I didn't always make it easy, but you and your family are good people. I really, truly appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thanks again, Mary, so much. At that, Mr. Holden reached over and gave you a soft pat on the top of your head. I'm glad you're my neighbor. Mr. Holden's brows furrowed with emotion. Your words really did touch him. Me too. Mr. Holden was staring at you, but his gaze seemed far away. Maybe he was looking back at who he used to be, the 8-year-old he had asked him to be his son.
See you.
Bye, Fairy. He smiled softly. Then Cove took a step forward. He gestured to his pile of things he had carried into the house.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about all that. I'll put stuff away in a few minutes. Right, I need to go do the same with my family. I figured. Cove walked you to the door and held it open, taking one last check around to make sure you had all your things to bring home. He went into the road. He leaned his body against the door frame, not following you out. So this is it, huh? Actually, that's not what I mean. His expression twisted and he shook his head a bit, like he was trying to banish the pensive thoughts. I'll just say bye. Bye. I'll see you soon. Your mouth pulled into a soft smile, and you weren't sure you were trying to reassure more. Cove reached forward and gently cupped your face with one hand. His thumb trailed across your cheek for several heartbeats. Mesmerized by his blue eyes, you stepped forward, delighted to oblige the quest he was silently asking. He met you halfway as you smiled into the kiss. It was soft and lovely, and your chest ached, knowing that there couldn't be anything more than this, at least for now. One of his hands grabbed onto the door handle and firmly held it. He was stopping himself from coming along with you. As you walked over to your own front door, you stopped. Turning around, you spotted Cove right where you left him. You laughed quietly to yourself. For a small pause, you both stared at each other from across the street. You put the remaining stuff from the beach down on the step and almost tripped, bolting across the road. The next thing you knew, you were diving into Cove's arms, wrapping your arms around his middle. The force of it all knocked you both loudly into the doorway, but neither of you cared. You both held each other tightly, and you could feel Cove resting his cheek on top of your head. Night, Fairy. It smelled like salt water and sunscreen, and like home. It was a while until either of you thought to separate. Slowly, you made the trek home and collected what you left on the step into your arms again. Things couldn't be dragged out any longer. After one more shared smile, you opened the door and went inside, shutting it behind you. A few steps in, you saw your family gathered in the living room. They were still busy unpacking and cleaning. You added the things you brought to the pile on the kitchen counter. Mom stood up, rubbing her eyes a bit. She yawned loudly. Hi, Cece. I'm Bush. How about we finish the rest of the chores tomorrow? Yes, honestly, it's too late for this. Please and thank you. Ma put her hands on her hips and turned to assess the room. Ma was not the one who liked to leave a mess about, but she sighed.
Alright.
Suppose we can make an exception to the usual rule. It has been a really long day. Liz grinned contentedly. She wasted no time in skipping over to you and tucked you into a side hug. Good night. I hope you have the loveliest dreams of you-know-who. Lee ended that sentence with a wink and a hearty laugh. She let you go. I hope you have good dreams too. Lee's smile widened till it went from ear to ear. That would be a fantastic way to cap off today and start tomorrow. Here's to us, Fairy. Tonight's tomorrow and forever. Yeah, family forever. Lee leaned in close to whisper in your ear. He didn't fail to catch the teasing look on your face. Exactly. There's no escape. Oh no! That got a laugh out of you. You lightly pushed her shoulder. Lee stretched her arms high over her head. She yawned loudly and looked at you with tired eyes. I think that's my cue to head to bed. Bye. I think so too. Have fun sharing the room with Liz. She laughed at that and Lee shuffled off towards the guest bedroom. Before you had a chance to do anything else, you could feel the top of your head being tapped. You spun around to see Liz smirking. Any night, I'm heading to bed too. It's been a long day and I have a lot to prepare Or tomorrow. Ugh. I wish you were a noodle. Sorry, I'm talking to the cat. Don't ask why. I wish you were a noodle. Exhaling, you automatically started fixing the back of your hair. When Liz didn't immediately walk away, you smiled softly at her. Everything okay? Her gaze moved away, and you knew she had more to say. You waited patiently for Liz to compose her thoughts. It's been a good summer. It was nice to come back home. You nodded, and Liz gave you a teasing nudge as she went by. Amused, you turned and watched her go. Love you, little kiddo. Love you too. Liz stopped walking and stared at you for a moment. She smiled softly at you. Get some sleep soon. Morning will be here faster than you know it. I will. When Liz was out of sight, Mom started up the next conversation over her shoulder. Aren't you heading up too? Relax first. Desperately, you needed some time to decompress and clear your mind. Worried if you went off to bed and now that you would end up staring at the ceiling all night. Okay. Ma came over too, smiling understandingly. She pulled you into a big hug. Alright, you do what you need to. I love you. When you were done hugging Mom pulled you into another hug. Their actions basically handing you off to the other. Had you laughing jovially.
I love you.
You're the best of friends. Aww. Ma's eyes sparkled from your compliment. Mom pulled you into another hug. Good night, kiddo. Sleep tight. Good night, sweetie. Good night. After that, your moms headed off towards their bedrooms down the hall. You were able to turn the other direction when you heard Mom's voice. And don't let the bed bugs bite. You heard Ma chuckling as you watched them go with a smile. Time had passed, but you weren't entirely sure how much. Sighing, you sat up on the couch. Took a good rest, and all your tired muscles felt quite relaxed. You got up, planning on going to bed, when something out the window caught your eye. Your feet brought you right in front of the large windows spanning the length of the back wall. You stared out into the hills behind your house. As if on cue, your phone came on, alerting you of a new notification. It was Cove. Something inside you told you this was the right kind of night to take a trip out there. You sent him back a very quick message. Went over to the front door, and stepping over the threshold, you gave the living room one last glance over your shoulder. Then you shut the door behind you. Silently, you made your way to the poppy hill. With light steps in the dark, you walked across the hills behind your house. Up ahead, at the very top, silhouetted beneath the night sky, was a familiar figure already waiting there. Smiling, you wondered just how he always got there first. You even had the advantage of living closer. Then again, and maybe it was only in your mind, but somehow Cove was what the fuck linked with this place. After all these years, it would be weird to scan this horizon and not find him there, as surreal as the shore without the sea. The distance between you was growing shorter by the second. Hearing the grass and earth crunch under your feet, Cove turned. A grin spread over his face as he saw you. You took your place standing behind him on the crest of the poppy hill, looking out over the ocean. Same as you'd done on countless times since he'd first arrived, when you found him at this very same spot. He had officially broken the silence, the spell that had held you both in place. You looked at him expectantly. There's something I've always kind of wondered about. He cocked his head, giving you a sidelong glance. What did you think about one moment? I was just a kid you'd never seen before, bawling his eyes out on the hill next to your house. He chuckled, his eyes drifting towards the sea beyond before flicking back to you. The way his gaze pulled back to you made it clear that he was genuinely invested in the topic. Luckily for him, you remembered what initially struck you in that moment. It was as if it only happened yesterday. It was Thursday, actually. Well, I remember noticing the sad look on your face. Or Tuesday. Sorry, I don't know days. I have no concept of time. Cove replicated that frown for you right now, looking grave in your reply. Yeah, I guess that would have been kind of hard to miss. Smiling, you continued to reminisce about the first meeting. I also remember trying to cheer you up. Remember that too. You ran a hand through his hair, and you knew his line of questioning wasn't at an end, even before he spoke.
I mean,
Remember what you thought about me? Or, as a person, was I annoying or mean or... Wanted to get to know you. Cove's eyes widened, openly amazed by your
Really?
response. Really? I don't know what I did to deserve that. It's nice of you. Cove's hand drifted to the scar on his arm, his fingers unconsciously gliding over the mark. It was much less noticeable than it had been when the neon pink cast had first come on, shrunken gradually over the years as his body healed, then dwarfed in comparison to his growing body. Still, his fingers came back to it without thinking. He gave a half smile, not meeting your eyes. I feel bad now. The thoughts I had were, well, considering what you were thinking, I came across as a lot worse of a kid. You didn't like
No.
me? No, it definitely wasn't that. Cove lifted his head up, finally committing to meeting your eyes fully once more. I remember you that day. I remember you that day. I remember it really well. I don't think I'd ever be able to forget. I can picture the way you looked back then when I first saw you standing right here. I still know the expression on your face when you chose to sit with me in the grass. He chuckled self-derisively, interrupting his own monologue. You scared me at first. I figured I'd be alone out here until I had to face my dad again, and suddenly another kid appeared out of nowhere. It was startling, but I got over that fast. We're a strange person in a strange place, but in that moment, you were exactly what I needed. Somebody I could talk to freely about what was happening and how it made me feel. You listened to me. You stayed with me. He sighed, then bit his lip as he gave a small smile. I was a little bit spoiled growing up. Looked off again, seeking clarity for his thoughts with the expanse of the night sky. What I'm trying to say is, when I was younger, I viewed myself basically as the center of the universe. I didn't even imagine it wasn't like
I
that.
mean,
Things didn't simply happen that would be weird according to my little kid brain. It made far more sense that everything in my life had a specific connection to me somehow, right? He saw an affirmation in you, wavy brows raised as he tried to explain his childlike logic. So at the time, you felt almost unreal. You weren't just anyone, some other kid who happened to live in that neighborhood with your own whole life that wasn't connected to Cove Holden. No, to me, you were there so that you could find me when I was lost. Though it turns out you were there for me. You were trying to find me because something had sent you specifically to do that. I just didn't expect it to be my dad. I guess he knew more about what I needed than him, I thought. I guess he knew more about what I needed than I thought. He chuckled, shaking his head as he shook off the thought. I kind of expected it all to vanish like a dream when that night was over. I would wake up and find everything would be the same again. I'd be back in my bed at home, a real home, both my parents. The future was something I couldn't picture anymore. I didn't know what school would be like when I went back, or the table where I'd eat breakfast next morning, or anything. And if I couldn't imagine it, how could I think it was something that actually happened? I couldn't grasp my new reality. It was too big for me to hold all at once. So I never thought I'd see you again. And Cove beamed, his eyes shining bright. I never, ever would have been able to guess that 10 years later, when I was grown up, the two of us would still be together. Glad I met you. I feel the same about you. The smile faded from his face as his eyebrows drew together. It was the worst day of my life at the time. The day my family broke apart. It was too heavy for me to even think about. I felt that way for I don't know how long. Held a hand over his heart, connecting with the pain he'd felt as a child, and looked at you earnestly.
It's okay.
But that was never really true. Things have only gotten better with me, and with Dad and Mom. It was the change we all needed. His eyes were growing misty. So when I remember that time right now, it's not the point that my life was over. It's the moment that I met the person I love. When I was crying to a stranger over what I thought I'd lost, I didn't have any idea that they would be the one thing in the world that I actually wouldn't be able to live without. Took in a breath, forever amazed whenever you spoke those
I love
words. He leaned into the kiss, his lips soft against yours. Cove sighed contently, voice was still delicate as the petals of the poppies which crowned this hill. "Hey, Fairy, I'm so grateful you always took care of me." You didn't even know what to say back to that. His heartfelt appreciation left him speechless. He tilted his head up, though thoughts lost in the sparse clouds above. "I wonder how late it is. I guess it doesn't really matter. My dad is fine with me being out whenever." Mr. Holden was content giving Cove all the freedom. "Are you going to lay in the grass now?" "Wow, how'd you know?" "Lucky guess, Cove." With a chuckle, Cove plopped onto the ground and laid on his back, his usual way of spending time there. You lowered yourself against Cove's side in the grass and wrapped an arm over his chest. Cove smiled at you and used his free hand to cradle your face. The both of you fully settled in to relax on the hill. It felt like just the beginning of one of your nightly outings, but then you realized the sun was peeking out over the horizon. Cove spoke up with a disbelieving tone. "It really was late. Your neighbor wasn't a stranger to being awake at dawn. However, not like this. He was normally an early sleeper, early riser. This unexpected sunrise particularly awed him." Sorry, I'm going insane. The two of you watched on silently as the sun began to light the world. Okay, Cece didn't like that. She's leaving now. She's like, "Oh, fuck you and your human noises." Cove then propped himself up to the backs of his arms and looked at you with a soft expression on his face. "Do you want to go back home? I could carry you. You're too tired. I'd rather stay a little longer." You couldn't resist a yawn, but you were serious. It couldn't be time to go already. Cove chuckled affectionately and gripped you a little.
I get it.
"Okay, but it's been a long day. We've done a lot of things, like, really a lot. It has to end sometime." "I know, you're right. Yeah, too bad I am that one, huh? But we can stay if you want to." Cove smiled brightly at you, as warm as the new rays of the sun that were tickling your skin. At that moment, you couldn't have appreciated him being there more. Moved your face forward and gave Cove a small kiss. He tilted his head against yours. Didn't say anything.
Good night.
Good night, Fairy. The two of you remained together on that familiar poppy hill where you first met until the world began to fade and blur. You were falling asleep. A few more gentle words drifted into your consciousness.
See you tomorrow.
Your eyelids dipped, but you felt good. You were safe and relaxed. Everything that had come before this had reassured you of that. You were confident that when you opened them again, things would be okay. Opened your eyes and set up the walls of your room. You were surrounded by open sky. It was not soft pillows and sheets underneath you, but the bed of earth and grass that you'd taken last night. I thought it would be over, honestly. And the day welcomed you with a shining sun, a refreshing breeze, and the chirping song of birds. You cupped your face with your hands as you sat up, feeling the imprint of the blades of grass leaving lines into your cheeks. "Fairy!" Hearing your name, you lowered your hands and looked around. There he was, your most influential neighbor, Cove Holden. Oh. He had made himself very comfortable, lying on his stomach with jewelry and shoes taken off and a flower in his hand. "Good morning." "Good morning to you too." Cove laughed, tickled with the overall situation and simply being able to spend time like this. "See? Told you I'd see you tomorrow." "It's the exact same day, Cove. We were up until dawn. It doesn't make it a new day now just because we went to sleep later than normal. Then we disagreed, because to me it's not really the next day until I've been to bed and woken up. No, same though. It'll be like past midnight and people are like, I gotta do something tomorrow, or I guess today, and I'll be like, it's not tomorrow until you wake up, honestly. But fine, I'll just have to make sure I see you tomorrow again, probably the day after that too. That way there's no argument." Cove turned his head up to the sky, his expression content. "Looks like it's gonna be a nice day. We'll have to come up with something to do to make the most of it." He trailed off, blinking slowly in the sunlight. "Someday, when we're even older than we are now, I wonder what we'll end up remembering this moment for." It's supposed to end on the hill. That's my thing. Like like, it's the chapters are supposed to end on the hill, so why is it still going? No offense, but why is it still going? What will we feel when we look back at it? Will it be the same as what we're feeling right now?
Nice.
I can't see what the future is gonna look like again, but I think that's alright. I don't know what I'm looking forward to finding out. Cove turned back to you, nodding in full agreement. He eyed the hill sprawling up before you and down below, where the wild hill and nature gave way to civilization. Your home and Cove's laid down at the bottom, neatly filed among the other houses in the neighborhood. Hey Fairy, I bet I can beat you in getting back to the road. You laughed, amused by the wager that reminded you of so many moments of your youth. As much as I like it here, it's okay if we leave now. You can always come back to see the poppies and the fireflies again, right? Cove met your eyes, waiting for what you were going to say in response. Might be able to manage that. Cove blinked slowly, his eyes still locked on you, but you didn't need to see his face to know that he adored you. If there had been any room for doubt, the tender way he spoke would have filled it up. You're really irreplaceable, huh? You should tell that to other people. Cove beamed at you, his expression was so unlike the one he'd worn when you first found him here, swaddled in sadness and uncertainty. Yet he couldn't help but glimpse that void once more underneath his bright expression and mature features.
Come on.
He offered you a hand, you accepted it, your palm fitting around his. Cove lifted himself up, pulling you along too. Our parents probably aren't gonna come running for us this time. We've got to make our own call, and I say that we can't hide away forever. Poppy Hill is just one part of things. There's more out there for us than this time, this place alone. Let's enjoy it. You couldn't say whether you were the one that broke into a run, if Cove had been the one to start it, or if your feet had simultaneously made that choice for you both. The end result was the same, the two of you dashing down the hill like children, but with the nostalgic revelry that could only come as an adult. As the wind whipped past you, you knew that family and friends were waiting at the end of your sprint. There were more memories to make after all. Life takes another step forward. What do you mean reach the end of the game? I thought that there was another, wait, what? Oh, wait, oh my god, I'm so stupid. I thought that there was another fucking moment after this. Is there not? Oh. Oh my god, I'm kind of sad that it's over now. Okay, it did end on the Poppy Hill technically, but I swear that there's meant to be another stage. There's a stage 4. So, I'm not taking this as the ending. Yeah, because that's insane. It's like, I said that there was a 4th stage. Because we have to go through adulthood. Just let the credits play out. I kind of said my thoughts on this game last time, and that I really enjoyed it, and I definitely recommend it, because it definitely feels more real for, like, a visual novel that you get to play through. I feel like most visual novel dating sims are kind of crazy and stupid. Okay. I just discovered this game this year, so I had no idea. Like, I feel like other visual novels that are kind of romancy could, like, kind of take a crazy or wild a turn, and I feel like this one is just real. It's just you living your life with a person that you care about. I feel like, you know. Yeah, it's good. Like I said, I already said my thoughts on this last time I played, so we'll let the credits play through, and then I'm gonna go ahead and end, or I guess we'll design our code for stage 4. I'm not doing stage 4 tonight, because I'm fucking tired. No, same. I probably would have been more emotionally invested, but I'm like half asleep, just because I didn't sleep very well. But I agree, this is definitely a very emotional game, and a game that is very easy to get emotionally invested in. They did a very, very good job with this game. my last interaction with Derek in stage 2 was him confessing his love to me and me just going, and then my last interaction with Baxter in stage 3 was Baxter just like, you sure are. Like, alright, thanks Baxter. Two very different interactions. I just I clicked the screw caps on my chair. No, you're fine. I've just been here. Oh. This part of the stream might get muted. I don't know if this song is copyright or not. L if it is. Just Cove. Cove. It probably won't be muted on YouTube. It usually never is. Except for the Oregon Trail, but that game was also blocked in several countries, so yeah, if I ever stream that game again, I just have to turn off all the music. I can't play any of the music. Okay, I can't imagine we're changing much here. No, I think we're good. Alright, yeah, let's just go ahead and design our Cove. I'm only gonna do his appearance, I'm not gonna do his personality this time. The floofy hair's back! Come on, you know I gotta get the floofy hair. The floofy hair is too good for me to not get. Make him buff? No, we'll make him buff. I don't want to give him sunglasses, he can just have his normal sunglasses. Oh. We'll go ahead and... I'll stick with middle initiative, because that's what I did, and I think I like... Middle initiative was good. That was comfortable for me, because he did initiate some things, but I initiated most of it, which is that's kind of preference there. But yeah, that was stage 3 of our life. The game just continues to get even more and more incredible. I'm fully convinced that I'm going to cry at the end of stage 4. Because, wow, hopefully I'll be more awake for it next time. I should be. I just, again, I moved, we're moving, so I moved my room yesterday, so I'm in the guest room, and, I just could not sleep last night, so that's cool. But yeah, at any rate, fellas, lads, thank you guys for tuning in. Again, this game is free on Steam if you want to go and install it. I highly suggest it. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go. And as always, until next time, you guys know the drill. Stay fruity. Good night and good luck. And I'll see you guys later.